the business model, in the way that it's done. It's got this family that has its own kind of rules or lack of rules, and they're kind of a nice quote unquote normal family. And I do think they represent a lot of people that can say, wow, that's us. Whether it's the Simpsons or all the citizens of Springfield, it's like people can find things that they can relate to. And that has been such a success, and the tip of the hat to the writers and the executives on the show.
Thanks to Nancy for sharing all those memories with us. Next up, we're revisiting the Dunder Mifflin Paper Company with The Office star Brian Baumgartner.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/plan your vote today.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicki has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Popstar Plus. We have Scranton, Pennsylvania on the mind for this next flashback interview. Hard to believe it's been 17 years since the premiere of The Office, the hit TV show about the work lives of paper company employees. Brian Baumgartner played the lovable Kevin Malone and weighed in on why he thinks people still love the show so much.
At least once a year, I like to bring in some of my Kevin's famous chili.
At least once a year, I like to bring in some of my Kevin's famous chili.
I want to eat pigs in a blanket. In a blanket.
Nope, it's not Ashton Kutcher. It's Kevin Malone. Equally handsome, equally smart.
Well, Kevin Malone, how would I describe Kevin Malone? I think Kevin Malone is a man of some unique skills, who is misunderstood in a way. His childlike sensibility fits into the rest of the ensemble of The Office very well. I had such a blast playing him and continue to be delighted by how fans react to him. I do think that of all of the other actors and characters on The Office, I do think that probably I'm the most dissimilar to mine.
My Kleenex shoes were a huge conversation piece, but man, my dogs are barking.
But, look, I loved his ability to be in the moment. I used to say he has no memory of what happened before or any ramifications for what might happen in the future. But in the moment, if he enjoyed a moment, he was willing to show it. Often didn't think too far ahead, but I had a blast playing with him. And our little group in the corner, the accountants, Oscar and Angela and Kevin, I describe it as kind of a perfect comedy triangle.
Well, I need to give my cat up for adoption.
The one who uses the doorbell, or the one with the Mexican hat, or the one with the rain galoshes, or the one that you let go around naked?
Which had nothing to do with us, which had to do with the writers and the construction of the characters. But the way that the alliances kept shifting, their specific personalities and how they played off of each other was so much fun to do for almost a decade. I think for me now, my favorite episode would have to be Stress Relief, otherwise known as the Dwight's fake fire drill.
Oh, here's a door. Check that one out. How's the handle?
It's warm. Okay, go to the back door.
Another option. Another option. Jeez. Okay, settle down, everyone.
And I think, for me now, there's so many great episodes, but I think for me, what was happening outside of the show carries special significance for me as well. So I think it's a hilariously funny, well-written episode.
I saw a friend today, it had been a while. We forgot each other's names.
A lot of things spring to mind thinking about the finale. I basically shot the show my 30s. My whole 30s was dedicated to being together, which is high school and college, and then 2 more years, spending a lot of time with those people. So, it was really knowing that whatever happened, the friendships would be there, the relationships would remain, but we wouldn't be spending 60 to 70 hours a week together anymore. And that was going to be a huge change for us. So a huge feeling of loss, but also tremendously proud of the journey that we had and the fact that we chose to end it. We had a story that we wanted to tell, and we made sure that we got that story in and told it, largely with the original people who were cast. I mean, I don't think anyone who was on the show could have ever guessed that the show would end up becoming what it has become today. I mean, we almost made a pilot and was never on the air. And then, the fact that an audience picked up on it, I always knew what we were doing was special. If people gave it a chance, I just thought, well, people aren't going to give it a chance. So I'm tremendously proud of the show. As I say to people, I'm a fan of the show and love watching it, and I'm so proud to have been a part of it. In examining through this book that I have coming out, Welcome to Dunder Mifflin, one of the things that we are looking at is why the show has not just survived, but has thrived 8 years after we have filmed anything. And I think that it's really about the people. It's really about the construction of the idea and the aesthetic of the show that was so really revolutionary and groundbreaking at the time, but the hiring of the specific actors to play the roles and the writing staff that was brought in, which are now the top comedy writers in television today. It was just a special and unique collection of people led by Greg Daniels, who, created the show, and his genius in finding the perfect people for their job. That's really why I think.
What a classic. We love that show in our house. Hope you enjoyed that one. Office fans, it was for you. Coming up, we've got nanny star Fran Drescher sharing the key to easing her anxiety. It happens to be her furry friend.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. Mel, do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
And welcome back to Popstar Plus. Did you know that Fran Drescher is a huge, huge dog lover? She's even had a famous dog of her own. Get this, Chester, that's the dog on The Nanny, was actually Fran's real-life dog. She told us all about that and how her pets have shaped her life in this episode of our series, My Pet Tale.
I starred on The Nanny, and I wrote a part for my first dog ever, Chester Drescher.
Oh, Chester, I haven't seen you in such a long time.
Nanny, fine, please. He doesn't like strangers.
Chester was an amazing dog because he was extremely consistent in his behavior. We knew what he would do under certain circumstances, so we wrote towards that. And that was why every time, Cece Babcock grabbed him away from me, we knew that he would growl.
Oh, how thoughtful.
So we always had her do that.
You need some time to get used to you. I mean, you can't expect a dog to just jump into your arms and love you at first sight.
Mr. Sheffield. Oh, you got her a puppy? Oh, how sweet. Oh, look how friendly he is.
And it was great working with him because he was always on the set anyway. I'm always of the camp must love dogs. I have a dog now, Angel Grace, and I rescued her just days before lockdown, and then she rescued me. And for the first couple of months of our relationship at my house, it was just her and me. I don't think she really knew what was happening, but all of a sudden, it was just the two of us for a couple of months, and so it really did bond us. And we're very, very close now, and she's 3 years old, and I travel with her, and she's my service animal, so I'm just very grateful to have the first big dog I've ever had. And, she gives me added security and helps me through situations that sometimes would otherwise make me anxious. She's kind of different shades of white and bone, and I thought she was so loving when I met her at the rescue place and so sweet that I said, are you an angel? Did Samson send you to me? And Samson was the dog that sadly had died just days earlier from a stroke. I said, are you an angel? Is that your name? And it just seemed suitable to her because she is such an angel. She is definitely a big part of the family. She's got all these other mothers who come and take care of her if I have to go out of town and I can't take her with me. Dog is God spelled backwards, and I think that dogs are here to teach us unconditional love, to remind us that there's room in our hearts to love another, even if you've loved and lost. And I think that every human should experience unconditional love. It's just a bond between two species that really is unparalleled. I just, couldn't live without having a canine to love and care for and feel loved by and share my bed with. Just be there as a friend and a companion and company. They're wonderful company. In fact, as a cancer survivor, I always tell other people, recently diagnosed, make sure your pet sleeps in the bed with you, because at night is when your imagination and fear starts to run wild, because you don't have the distractions of the day. And if you don't have a pet, get one.
Well, it's really nice to hear people's pet stories. They mean so much. All right, still to come, Leah Remini breaks down her must-watch list.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And welcome back. We absolutely love learning more about our friend Leah Remini. When she can't fall asleep, she turns to one particular show, and it just might surprise you. She spoke to us for our What I Watch series.
When I have to fall asleep, when I can't fall asleep, I put on Forensic Files. Don't know why. Listening to stories, people being murdered, gets me to sleep. That's probably, a psychologist would probably have an answer.
It was a delivery he never expected.
The older version of Forensic Files, the guy's voice, it's so soothing. And he's like, and then they found her decapitated. Something about the guy's voice. I don't know what it is. What I watch when I need comfort food is a reality show. Pick any one, Housewives of any state, or I watch a Love Island, or I watch Below Deck, basically Bravo. What I love about reality shows in general is that I just feel like it takes me away, like it's a mind vacation. I find myself not multitasking in my brain, like when I'm watching something that's newsworthy. I start to think about all the things I need to do in my life, things I'm not doing right. I think I should be a better daughter, a better mother, a better this, a better aunt, a better sister, But when I watch reality shows, it's almost like my mind is suspended. It is literally frozen. And the picture I get of myself while I'm watching reality shows is just kind of drool. It isn't, but that's what I picture myself doing because it's so mind numbing. My daughter Sophia got me onto Love Island, but only UK versions. We find that to be the better versions of Love Island. It's a little riskier. So I really tend to go to those, or I'll watch a marathon of Say Yes to the Dress. It's the not having to think about changing the channel or, so it's usually if I see there's 5, 6, 7, 8 seasons of something, I'm in, because then somehow I fall asleep and then I'm like, wait, how'd I get on season 4? And it's just anything that has multiple seasons. What I watch that might surprise people, I don't know that what I watch might surprise people. I do watch a lot of documentaries. I don't know that that's surprising to people, but when people talk about documentaries, they're like, you probably haven't seen this. I'm like, seen it. I'll watch a documentary on flies. I just love documentaries. It doesn't really matter what it is. I just love real stories.
sitting here in traffic on the Queensboro Bridge tonight.
I didn't need to prepare for the King of Queens because I am Carrie. There's no need for me to prep. Oh, she's a girl from Brooklyn married to a neighborhood guy who has a crazy father in her basement. Like, there was nothing I needed to prep for. I knew the character. I know the character very well. But you know what's funny about the King of Queens is that I remember our producers, when I first got the role, we did a pilot and our executive producer was like, you know, why are you wearing makeup? And I was like, first of all, have you been to a borough in New York? Like, you know what I mean? Like Queens, Brooklyn. Like the idea of what a borough, was like, they don't get their nails done, they don't wear makeup. And I was like, first of all, everything from a borough, like I'm from Bensonhurst. Don't tell me, like, I didn't have a lot of money growing up, but my stuff was coordinated. You know, like my outfits were matching the shirt, you know, back in my day, it was matching your shirt with your socks, and like everything was color coordinated. So like the idea of what somebody from New York is like was so off. And I was like, no, this girl gets her nails done, this girl gets her hair done, this girl, like, because this girl is me. So we're not doing sweatpants and I go, and by the way, if we wear sweatpants, it's color coordinated. What I watched when I did a good cry, oh my God. Terms of Endearment, The Notebook, Steel Magnolias. It's about friendships, it's about family, it's about losing people that you love. I mean, it's just, and The Notebook just kills me. It just, every time. There's not a time. And then Moulin Rouge. I know that sounds crazy, but I cry every time. Every time she dies. Every time. I've seen it 56 times, probably just in the last year. It's a Wonderful Life. Every holiday, crying. Every time. Every time. What I watch with my family is anything my daughter wants to watch. It's not done by votes or even what her parents would want to watch, because as they get older, they have their own rooms, they have their own computers, they can watch whatever they want to watch. So if my daughter says, I want to watch such and such with you guys, I'm like, Kay, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Whatever she wants to watch, I'm like, I will watch.
Thanks to Leah for hanging out with us. We appreciate it. Well, there you have it. That was today's Popstar Plus. Thanks for being here, and join us again tomorrow. We'll see you then. Bye.
Well, hi. Look, it's our friends from Today All Day. We're so happy you tuned into our digital show, Today in 30. It's Wednesday.
Yes, thank goodness. We are halfway to the weekend. We are going to once again start off with the very latest on the 4th of July parade shooting in Illinois. We're going to hear from some of the victims this morning. Also, we're going to share some news stories of sacrifice. And then we're going to bring you up to speed on the investigation as well with our team coverage on the ground in Highland Park.
All right, also, could there be a showdown between the United States and China in space? So the head of NASA has expressed concern that China's military could try to take control of the moon. So how real is that threat? Tom Costello has that story for us straight ahead.
All that, then Jill Martin is here with another She Made It. And this time, Jill's going to introduce us to an entrepreneur who caught the eye of former First Lady Michelle Obama.
Wow, and on the 4th hour, we got one of the hottest stars in Hollywood right now, Stranger Things actress Sadie Sink. She's chatting with us, so we'll have that and more all coming up on
Today in 30.
We're going to start with Tom Yamas, who's there at the scene in Highland Park. Such emotional words this morning, Tom.
Hey, Hoda, good morning to you. That's right. 7 families now dealing with that type of loss. And as you're about to hear, those that survived dealing with their own type of pain. This as we're learning about some alarming incidents and disturbing behavior by the alleged shooter in recent years, leading to the question, why was this young man who had made violent threats in the past able to legally purchase so many weapons?
This morning, the lone gunman who police say unleashed a rooftop ambush on this July 4th holiday parade is facing 7 counts of first-degree murder with more charges likely to come. Police also revealing that they had visited the home of the suspect twice before, but he was still able to legally purchase weapons afterwards. His firearm application sponsored by his father. Overnight, I spoke with the attorney now representing the alleged shooter's parents.
People are upset with the alleged shooter's parents. They're telling me, how did they not know something like this wasn't going to happen?
You know, it's easy to say now, well, the parents should have known. But the fact is that nobody knew, nobody saw anything because there was nothing to see.
Now in custody, the 21-year-old suspect, Robert Cremo, is talking to investigators, though they have yet to determine a motive. Authorities say he arrived at the Independence Day celebration dressed as a woman to help hide his facial and neck tattoos and aid in his escape.
He blended right in with everybody else.
7 are now dead and at least 38 injured. Investigators say his attack was several weeks in the making. In the hours after the shooting, the ATF says they successfully traced the high-powered rifle used in the crime and left at the scene back to the suspect who had legally purchased the weapon. Once on the run, authorities say the alleged shooter borrowed his mother's car, initially driving to Wisconsin. NBC News learning he left his cell phone in that state before driving back to Illinois. A tipster recognized him, alerting police, who pulled him over and took him into custody. This woman who grew up with the alleged gunman describes him as a loner.
I think that he was always an outsider, and maybe he wanted to let the world know that he didn't belong.
Witnesses to Monday's massacre still have trouble grasping what they survived.
I could see the shooter on the rooftop.
David Salek was at the parade with his wife and 8-year-old son. When the shots rang out, Salek grabbed his loved ones and shoved them behind a metal park bench. Just steps away, a small child and an elderly man, both of them hit.
Has it hit you, what if you were on the other side of that bench with him? Like how close you guys were?
I don't want to think about that. I don't want to think about that.
And that father telling me his son has not spoken to him about the shooting since, but did tell him he didn't want to go to any more parades. I also want to mention overnight Vice President Kamala Harris visited this site just behind me. She met with first responders and told residents that she's praying for Highland Park. Hoda.
And then, Tom, I think there are a lot of questions about his past, the criminal's past with the police, the run-ins with law enforcement. What more do we know about that?
Yeah, we learned about some troubling incidents. Highland Park police say they actually spoke to him, the alleged shooter, twice in 2019. Once after a reported suicide attempt, and again months later when a family member reported he had threatened to, quote, kill everyone. At that time, police confiscated 16 knives, a dagger, and a sword. No charges were filed, and after that incident, he was still able to legally purchase 5 different firearms, including the one that was used here on Monday, Hoda.
All right, Tom Llamas for us there. Tom, thank you. Also this morning, guys, tensions between the United States and China after the head of NASA says he feared China could try to take over the moon. His comments come as U.S. military commanders are very concerned about Chinese activity in space. NBC's Tom Costello covers space and joins us now. And Tom, this is not the space race of the 60s and definitely not the 70s.
No, it's not. And this morning, NASA says the Chinese space program is run by its military, while NASA runs a peaceful international civilian program. But make no mistake, the U.S. and China are very much in a 21st century race to the moon.
Now in the final preps for a test flight around the moon, NASA's new Artemis rocket will one day carry astronauts back to the lunar surface for the first time since the space race with the Soviets more than 50 years ago. But today, there's a new space race. China has already put astronauts on its own orbiting space station and landed robotic rovers on the far side of the moon. Beijing's goal? To put its own astronauts on the moon by 2030. And this morning, the tension is growing after NASA Chief Bill Nelson told a German newspaper, "We must be very concerned that China is landing on the moon and saying, it's ours now and you stay out." The Chinese Foreign Ministry quickly accused Nelson of, quote, lying through his teeth, blasting the U.S. for militarizing space.
Whiskey Charlie 6, how copy? Copy. Ace at launch. Initiating threat reaction.
But top U.S. military commanders accuse China of deploying a satellite with an arm and a claw that can reach out and grab U.S. satellites, and firing a missile that destroyed one of its own satellites, creating a massive debris field. The challenge, the U.S. can't see potential Chinese operations on the far side of the moon. Four-star General David Thompson at the Pentagon.
Is it important that the United States has eyes on what the Chinese are doing on the far side of the moon?
We need to understand both in the lunar space and the space between the Earth and the moon. What are they doing? Why are they doing it? Does it pose a potential threat to our interests?
A new U.S. satellite called Capstone, launched last week to study the space around the moon, has reportedly stopped communicating with Earth.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
50 years after Apollo 11 landed on the moon, an international treaty is still in effect, prohibiting military bases on the moon. The fear, if both sides aren't careful,
the Soviets might be trying to introduce a new weapon.
A military standoff could still develop one day on the moon, as portrayed in the Apple TV series For All Mankind. Former astronaut and NASA chief Charlie Bolden.
We can't have open warfare. We've got to discipline ourselves so that we don't make this potential warfighting domain a real warfighting domain.
NASA is hoping its first crewed mission to orbit the moon will happen next year, with humans landing on the moon in 2025, including a woman and a person of color, and eventually building a moon base there. Hoda.
All right, Tom, so you mentioned that we can't see what China is up to on the far side of the moon. Why is that?
The U.S. does not have satellites that keep an eye on activity there or in the space between the moon and Earth, an area called cislunar. So launching those satellites is now a priority for the military.
All right, Tom. And we should point out, by the way, Tom recently worked on a new special with a closer look at the newest branch of the military, the U.S. Space Force. It is called Battlefield Space. You can watch it on YouTube and on NBCnews.com.
Really interesting.
That Tom never
stops. We should also note that the documentary that Tom worked on the Space Force, it's on the actual Space Force, not Steve Carell's Space Force.
Oh, right.
Just so there's no confusion.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. I appreciate it.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong.
Elegant and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong.
Elegant and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We are back now with a Today exclusive and our favorite of the day, the remarkable story of three young boys whose bravery and courage saved this man's life right here. Brad Hassig was swimming in his backyard pool. His twin sons, Bryden and Christian, and their friend Sam Ebert were all there. Well, Brad was doing breathing exercises underwater. He lost consciousness. The 3 young boys noticed something was wrong. They jumped in to bring Brad to the steps. Christian ran to get help, chased down a car, called 911 because they couldn't unlock their dad's phone. Bryden started CPR at just 10 years old. Now remember this, Bryden wasn't trained, but Bryden did remember some scenes from one of his favorite movies, The Sandlot and Hook. And just like a movie, Brad regained consciousness on the pool deck. Help arrived. Brad, Bryden, Christian, and Sam all are here. Hi, guys. Welcome. Hello. Okay, we are so happy to see you. Can I just ask just how you're feeling this morning?
I'm feeling better.
Yeah?
Each day is feeling better. Today obviously is just kind of overwhelming. You know, it's just humbling being here and getting to share this story.
Well, this is an incredible story. You were underwater. You do kind of breathing techniques underwater.
Yeah.
And then what happened?
I don't know.
You just blacked out?
I just blacked out. It seemed normal.
Okay.
And then just nothing.
Okay, so guys, you guys were all sitting by the side of the pool. Who was the first one who noticed?
I noticed that he wasn't okay because he was laying on his side and his face was starting to turn blue. I alerted my brothers.
So you did you dive in and help Christian? You get your goggles on?
Yep, because me and Sam dove into the water and grabbed one arm and pulled him next to the steps.
Wasn't he heavy? Was it heavy to pull your dad?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes, it was. But with the water, it makes it lighter.
Okay.
And luckily, we are strong swimmers.
Oh, thank God.
So we could.
Okay, so you pull your dad up on the side of the pool. Now, who took a CPR class? Raise your hand. Nobody?
No.
Okay, so you didn't know how to do CPR?
No.
Okay, but you did know because what was one of your favorite movies?
The Sandlot and Hook.
The Sandlot and Hook. And you remember in Sandlot when that pretty lifeguard did CPR on that little boy? Do you remember that scene?
I think I did. Come on, Smalls. Smalls, come on.
All right, Smalls, come on. Okay, so you remembered that, and what did you do?
I just remember, because Sam was screaming, do CPR, so I first did a little at the chest, but I knew that's not going to get through, so I did a little downer, and then he was like, do mouth to mouth, so.
And Sam, you were listening for the heartbeat?
Yes.
And you were doing mouth to mouth?
Mm-hmm.
And you had a job, and it was a very important job, because your dad's phone was locked. You had to get help, right?
Yes.
So where did you go?
I ran to a neighbor's house, but they weren't home at the time, and a car started driving by. I stopped them and told them my dad can't breathe, help him.
And how fast were you running?
I was running as fast as I could.
Oh my gosh, so all this was going on. Tell me what you were thinking, Bryden, in that moment.
I was like, I've had some moments with him with happy, sad, and some mad moments, but I'm like, I don't want this to be the last moment.
Oh my gosh. So you just kept going?
Yeah.
You just kept pumping? Yeah. And Sam, did you hear a heartbeat?
Yes, I heard one heartbeat and I checked his pulse on the neck.
And then what happened? Tell me.
He started spitting out foam and like salt water, and then he starts like making noises. And Sam's like, Mr. Brad, are you okay? Can you hear me?
Yeah. And Dad, from that perspective, what was happening? Did you know what was happening in that moment when you started coughing?
No. I went from just complete peace, saying the Lord's Prayer, and then everything was just white. And as I just kind of moved, it was like I was moving over to my side, and I went from peace to being slammed on the deck of the pool, and then just chaos. Everyone was everywhere. There were first responders. I heard, Daddy, Daddy, come back. Daddy, you have to be okay. It was crazy.
Oh my gosh, you said you were saying the Lord's Prayer underwater. That was part of the meditation?
That's the last thing I remember.
That was the last thing you remember?
That's the last thing I remember.
So the medics came, guys, and what happened when you saw that your dad was okay?
I was crying, because I wanted them to take to the hospital like really bad, and if they didn't, I don't. He might not. He still could have been water in his lungs.
But he's okay.
Yep.
What do y'all think? Y'all saved his life. Do you feel like a hero, Christian?
When they two were crying, we huddled it up like in the new Spider-Man. Like when they grabbed together, I said, "It will be okay. The medics are here."
And everyone was okay. Wow. Wow. So what do you think now of your sons? Do they get anything they want? As much ice cream or anything?
It's tough to say no, isn't it? They did get phones.
Yeah, they got phones.
They got iPhones as a reward, but also a peace of mind that if there's an emergency that they're able to call them.
So they did it, but I have a feeling that you believe that divine intervention was really
Absolutely.
God. Tell me.
Absolutely. There's no way physically they should have been able to pull a 185-pound man out of the water like that, and to know and do what all of them did perfectly, as quickly, no lack of action, to run as fast as they did. It's God's hand was all over it.
Well, we are so happy you're here, and we're so happy that you all watched Sandlot. I mean, that is so great. You guys, thank you so much for being with us. You raised some great kids, and you've got a great pal in Sam, y'all. Thank you so much. Happy you're here.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong.
Elegant and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are back with another inspiring She Made It this morning. A fashion designer coloring the industry with her bold vision of clothing turned art.
Yeah, and she is using her talents for more than just the runway.
Yes, our own Jill Martin sat down with Tanya Taylor. Take a look.
Hi. Okay.
Before our interview even started, something about fashion designer Tanya Taylor caught my eye.
I can't stop staring at your earrings that don't match purposely, and I think that probably epitomizes who you are.
I've always kind of had a little bit of a playfulness in how I like to put things together.
After studying finance at McGill University in Canada, Tanya moved to New York City, enrolling in Parsons School of Design.
It made me see fashion as a really open-minded, kind of approachable kind of career that I could mix what I had learned in business school, but also be really creative. So I applied for an internship with Mary-Kate and Ashley Olsen when they started Elizabeth and James. They were my age. They were my idols growing up. I got the internship, ended up working with them for 3 years.
What was the best nugget or piece of advice that you got during your time with the Olsens?
It was 2009 to 2012. So during that time, fashion was male-dominated. It was expensive or inexpensive. There wasn't this contemporary kind of price point. And I think what I learned the most is understand the customer, understand their lifestyle, like fall in love with them, and just evolve designing for them.
During Tanya's time at Elizabeth and James, she started to feel the urge to go off on her own.
It was a lot of naivety and a lot of confidence at that time. Like, I wanted to paint our prints. I wanted to bring art into the brand.
It's interesting to me because you use two adjectives that usually don't go together, naive and confident.
And I think the best example of being naive and confident is entrepreneurs. You don't know exactly what you're going to do, but you need to have a ton of confidence to be able to overcome all the roadblocks that you have every time you have them.
So at the age of 24, she hired a consultant, raised a friends and family round of capital, and with one employee, launched her namesake brand, Tanya Taylor.
Early days were bananas. I don't think there was like work hours. I remember setting up fittings at 11 p.m. and thinking it was early. 2 years in, we were applying for the CFDA Vogue Fashion Fund, which is a really prestigious competition in fashion. Anna Wintour, DVF, Jenna Lyons were all judges. And so you have to put together a plan of why you should be one of the top 10 brands in the US. And it's really hard to articulate that when you're at the beginning stages. So I was having trouble, and all of a sudden go on Instagram and Michelle Obama had worn our dress that day. And it was one of those moments where you're like, ooh, I needed that. And we actually made it into the Vogue Fashion Fund, which was a big stepping stone for our brand.
Today, Tanya Taylor clothing is available in over 100 retail stores across the country, including Saks, Nordstrom, and Rent the Runway. The brand is known for its vibrant and colorful prints, most of which she and her team paint by hand. It's also size inclusive, carrying sizes 0 to 22.
A lot of people think like, oh, fashion is trivial, but it really does set the tone, not only how you feel about yourself, but decisions you make throughout the day.
Yeah, I totally agree. And so I wanted women who have been excluded from the fashion conversation for years. They should be in it. They love fashion. They're so playful. They're so confident to have clothing that matches their personalities.
What would be your best advice for people who are starting in this industry and young girls who are looking at you and saying, I want to do that too?
I think understand the why. The industry requires some blinders, and really kind of putting them on and feeling really confident with your own values and your own methods of how you want to design so that you don't get lost in the mix.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to go spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
All right, as soon as the final 2 episodes of Stranger Things Season 4 dropped, Netflix crashed and caused a whole bunch of havoc for diehard fans.
I had to call in a favor to watch it. And this just in, the latest season of the hit series just hit a major milestone, topping 1 billion hours of viewing.
Okay, well, front and center is this season is Max, is played by the very talented Sadie Sink. Max is being targeted by the evil
Vecna.
Oh, yes. So she has to come up with a plan to keep him from taking over her mind. Let's take a look.
I just need to push him away, find a happy memory, and hide there. Hide in the light.
You got a memory in mind?
Yeah. It was a time when I was happiest.
I mean,
okay, first of all, Sadie, hi.
Hi.
Secondly, Justin's mad at you because he missed part of his vacation in Mexico because he was watching your show.
Watching your
I told
show.
you sorry before, I'm still sorry. I'm sorry.
But you were shocked because you didn't know about the billion views.
No, I just found out this morning that Netflix
crashed, apparently.
Yeah, it crashed.
No one told me. That's wild.
Now, what I love about you is not only are you a star of the show, but you are like an avid viewer of the show. You enjoy it just like the rest.
Yeah, because my character didn't come on until season 2, so I watched season 1 in like a day and was a huge fan. So even though I know what happens in the show, I still watch it. I'm like so excited to watch it every year.
It's so crazy because there's a lot of Emmy buzz around this show, but Winona Ryder has been praising your acting skills. She called you a young Meryl Streep.
We hate to say it, but
Come on.
we gotta say
I know that's too big of a comparison to make, I think. But I mean, Winona's incredible, and she's so amazing to work with and to have as kind of like a role model for us kids. So to hear her like supporting us in the show in that way, that means a lot.
Oh my! How old are you?
I'm 20.
Like you are.
I had to think about. I'm
You know
20.
what I love? You come from a family of how many siblings do you have?
I'm one of 5 kids.
Of 5.
Yeah.
And another one of your siblings is an actor as
Yes.
well. What do your parents think, or when they watch you? What is that like for them to see you blossom?
I mean, it was always me and my brother Mitchell. Like we were just kind of like the weird kids who would like make our family like, you know, sit down and watch our like 10-minute long productions that we'd like choreograph and direct together. But then it actually, I think we just took it a little too far or something. But like our parents are incredibly supportive, our whole family really. And I think me going through it with my brother really helped. It was because it was like the two of us together.
For sure.
So, yeah.
But how do you guys, because I know a lot of siblings who are in the entertainment business, they get a little competitive. And they get a little jealous. How do you guys just stay grounded and stay in that team mentality?
I don't think there's never been any competitiveness between us at all. We're very supportive of each other. So yeah, he's my best friend in the world. So.
Oh. Okay, can we talk about Taylor Swift?
Yes.
Okay, you adore her. She chose you to be in her video. That's incredible. How did you get the phone call, and tell us about that moment?
Well, I didn't think it was real at first. I guess she was a fan of the show and then had me in mind for the All Too Well video. And so she reached out and I was like, of course I'll do it.
And what was it like hanging out with her?
Did you get invited to the 4th of July party?
I've heard about these 4th of July parties. She's such a grounded, genuine person. So to have someone like that I can look up to, like,
what's your go-to Taylor song that you love?
Ooh, right now it's August.
Yeah, that's a great song.
That is a good one. But I want to know, because that's a good question. But in the show, when you go to when Vecna comes for you, you have to play this song. Running Up the Hill by Kate Bush is like the jam. But if you had to choose one song to get out of that nightmare, which one would you choose? Because mine would be Push It by Salt and Pepper. Okay?
That's good.
I get around with a lot of people with Push It going on.
Yeah. I mean, I've been saying August. Also, this is Instant Crush by Daft Punk would be a good one for me.
Daft Punk is a good one.
What's yours?
What would I do? I would probably do,
Bad Girls. Talking about bad girl, talking about bad. You were like, I don't even know what that is.
By the way, you're incredible.
Oh, thank you.
Congratulations on all of your success. We're so happy for you.
Thank you so much.
So beautiful.
You're wonderful. Volume 2 of Stranger Things Season 4 streaming on Netflix. Do not crash it, please. Come back tomorrow. We got another big show. And don't forget on Friday.
Oh.
You know.
Charlie
Puth.
Charlie.
Yeah. Live.
Oh, now I'm excited.
Yes, you are.
All right, we'll see you then. Enjoy your day, folks.
Bye.
Over the years, I've been lucky enough to step into the Today Show kitchen and watch the best chefs from around the world teach us some incredible recipes. We had made that pesto, which was,
exactly.
Darn. I almost got out of this one clean.
Turn it down.
Oh my gosh, I had one job. None of which I've mastered because, well, I actually don't know the first thing about how to cook. But I'm hoping to put that all behind me. Today, cookbook author and Southern comfort food extraordinaire, hostess with the mostest, Elizabeth Heiskell, is here to teach me the basics of how to cook. She's going to be my guide as I attempt to make steak 2 ways. First, marinated skirt steak with roasted pepper and onions, And then a steakhouse-style filet mignon with roasted Brussels sprouts. I've been waiting a long time to use that cast iron pan. Frankly, I've been avoiding it, but no more. So let's get started. Again.
I know, I'm so excited.
You are my Obi-Wan
This
to my
is
Luke
it.
Skywalker.
This is it, honey. I promise we're gonna make it happen. And I mean, honestly, who does not love a perfectly cooked steak?
I love a steak.
Everybody does. And I swear, it's so much easier than you could ever imagine, okay? This is our plan. Marinate the skirt steak, cut and prep the vegetables, grill the skirt steak, sear, baste, and finish the filet mignon. Let the meat rest. Cut and serve. All right, so here is our marinated skirt steak. Go ahead and get this out.
Do I just go to the butcher and say I want skirt steak?
Exactly.
They won't laugh at me.
No, let's unfold him.
Why do we call it skirt steak?
It's just that cut of meat. It goes actually under the abdomen. That is
yes,
exactly
it's like-
where it
it
goes.
goes like it fits you-
All
the
right, now,
waist. Okay.
Yes, if you have a piece of meat that is as big as your waist,
Yes.
you're gonna wanna cut it,
Yes.
okay? So we're gonna cut this into 4 pieces so that we can manage it in our skillet.
Now,
okay?
is this one of those against the grain things?
Not right now. After we cook it,
Yeah.
yes,
Okay.
absolutely. But right now, I just need you to cut this into
Cut in
4
fours.
pieces.
Okay, I got it.
Yep, yeah, nice, long, good. Very, look at you. Oh my God, look, we get some skills. We're just gonna measure out all of our ingredients for our marinade and put them right in the bag. Cheers. I mean, seriously, it's Wednesday.
Cheers. Only on days that end with Y. Those are the only days I drink. Okay, let's go. 1/4 cup packed light brown sugar. This I know how to do because of baking.
Now, and remember this, yes, open this up. This is kind of interesting. So we put a little piece of bread in here.
Why?
Well, because it's gonna keep the brown sugar from getting hard.
This is very soft brown
I'm
sugar.
telling you, that's because of the bread. Roll it in there. Let's do our soy.
2 tablespoons soy sauce. 1 tablespoon.
1 tablespoon of
vinegar.
balsamic. Very good.
1 can chipotle in adobo
Well,
sauce.
first, it's tomatoes, onion, garlic is
Oh.
making the sauce. It's earthy, it's smoky, and it's gonna add another depth of flavor to this marinade. So let's chop this up.
Okay.
We wanna chop
Are we
it
gonna chop up all the all
No,
of them in
no, that would set us all on fire. And so we want it to be, you're good.
Okay.
Yep, And then, once you kind of get through,
It's real
then you
juicy.
can always go back over it.
Yeah, like I would just, my instinct would be to kind of like do this thing.
Very nice. Yes, look, see, did you just see that? Instinct.
Instinct.
You're getting it, you're getting
Okay.
it. So because it's a little bit of a tougher piece of meat, that's why we're gonna marinate this. Now
Okay.
listen, you can do this for 8 hours. We would love 24 hours.
You mean marinating?
Exactly. So, I mean, if you ran home and, even if you only had an hour, that's gonna be good. First,
Something
we
is
wanna
better
pull all of this air out of this. I'm sorry. That's one of my favorite parts. I don't know
You
why
do,
I love doing that.
I love you. Skirt steak, I love you.
And so then what we'll do is massage it.
Do you feel like this is
I do.
fully
I think
coated?
you've done an
And
absolutely
I put it in the
beautiful
fridge.
job with that. And then, yes, that is going to go into the fridge to marinate. And so we'll just put it back here.
All right.
So now we finished our marinade and we're going to start our roasted vegetables.
Okay.
And I have got something that is going to change your life when it comes to this.
Tell me.
So it has all the vegetables that you might want to roast and then the different times. And you don't have to have a recipe. This is going to be so freeing for you, honestly. So we're going to start with our Brussels sprouts. I'm going to show you and then you're going to finish. So we're going to cut the end off of it and then we're going to cut it in half and it's going to go into our bowl. Okay?
What about frozen? Sorry.
Brussels sprouts?
Yeah.
Well, what happens
That's how we did it in the 70s in my mom's
well,
kitchen.
and that is why we didn't like them.
Oh, I hated them.
They were disgusting.
When I was a little kid, to put 1 bite of a Brussels sprout in my mouth was
God, it was hell
close
on
to
earth.
torture as you could
Hell on
imagine.
earth. If you roast them though, it's a whole new world. And then here we are again. You've got those done. Those
All
are
right.
beautiful.
Set them over here.
And that's what we're gonna pair with that filet mignon. And now we're gonna move on to our peppers. And so what I like to do is cut it in half. Go ahead and cut it straight
Just
in
like
half. Being very careful to see where you're, beautiful. And then I just pull this right out.
Ah.
And then we're gonna make nice long slices. You want to keep it even. That's one of the main secrets about roasting vegetables is that they all need to cook and get finished at the same time.
What about these white bits? Like
So
I used to cut those out
And
sometimes.
you can. I want to show you something. So if you will hold your knife here, it's going to give you a lot more security, and I think you're going to be more comfortable with it.
I like your grip. The grip is better.
It's so much better because you have more control. And when you have more control of your knife, you're more comfortable. All right, so now we're going to get to our onions.
Oh, onions. How are we doing it though? Dice?
Now, we're going to do just like a rainbow, so just a half moon. So we're going to cut it in half.
Okay.
Both ends off, and then keep going. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna roast all of our vegetables on separate pans, because again,
well, that sounds like a pain.
Well, it is, but it's really gonna make that much of a difference. When you're only using a few ingredients and salt and pepper, the technique is so important in making this successful.
Okay. I would have just thrown them all in the same pan.
I know you would have.
Who cares?
And some of them would have burned, and some of them would have been raw, and then you would have been frustrated and said, I don't know how to roast vegetables.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's technique.
Yeah.
You're getting very good with your knife, and I'm proud of you.
Well, thank you. I'm working on it. But I do have to be reminded about where to hold it, to grip it. It's like a bat when you choke up on the bat.
Or your tennis racket. You know this.
I do.
If you held your tennis racket with your finger hanging out like that, you wouldn't be worth a damn. Okay.
I'm still not worth a damn. Just FYI, but point taken. Point taken.
So now I want you to generously olive oil these. There we go. Okay. Beautifully coated. Good. And that's going to help to ensure that this is going to caramelize. We want it to get that beautiful brown color.
Now I can't stop.
See, I know, it's kind of fun,
Yeah.
isn't it? Now we're going to salt it generously. We're going to pepper it generously.
Now, do I need to like sprinkle, then toss, or just
Sprinkle,
throw it all in there?
Sprinkle.
Too much?
That's
a
it.
lot.
That's going to be done. Okay, that's all you need, and then we'll toss it. It kind of helps if you want to, go ahead and go in the circle so you're not just dumping it in the middle.
Okay.
That will kind of help it just a little bit.
I would say less pepper than salt, no?
And that's the great news. It's yours.
Okay.
So do whatever you want. This recipe is not the boss of you.
Yeah.
You are the boss of it, okay?
Right. Take that recipe. I'm not going to take it anymore from you.
Now, and also at home, listen, if you don't want to pull out 3 different sheet pans.
I don't own 3 different sheet
Well,
pans.
that's the deal. Okay, I get that. You can always separate it.
Okay.
So you could do Brussels sprouts here, onions here. So let's throw the onions on one.
Okay.
Okay,
just not just share. Okay. It says don't crowd the pan.
Correct. We do not want to
These
crowd
Brussels
it.
want to keep their social distance.
Let's flip these little guys over, because the more surface area that's on the bottom of this pan, the more beautiful they're going to be. All right, and now we have one more. Spread that
And why
out.
are we doing 3 pans again?
Because they're all going to cook at different times.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and if otherwise, the Brussels sprouts are going to be raw, these are going to be overdone, and the onions are going to be burnt, and we cannot have that.
No.
And so now we'll go in the oven with these. Why don't we put peppers and onions on top, and then we will do our sprouts on the bottom.
Okay. Well, that was easy enough.
There we go.
Ooh,
now, so what we'll do is we're going to let that cook for a little bit, and then what we want to do is we'll want to rotate the pan.
Like just move them around.
Exactly.
But do I have to flip them? I could get obsessed about flipping each onion.
You
over.
could, but you don't need to. Okay. Very nice. That's good.
Okay. All right.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
It's a can't-miss summer on today.
They are walking strong.
Elegant and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
All right, so now our vegetables are roasting in the oven. You just gave them a nice toss, so we're gonna leave those alone for a minute, and we are gonna get ready to cook that beautiful skirt steak.
Okay.
All right, so we'll go ahead and grab that.
It's 24 hours it's been marinating. So.
Now, what we're gonna do is pull it out. We're gonna put it on this paper towel. What will happen when we get ready to cook this?
Smells
our pan is going to be as hot as the hinges of hell. Do you understand me?
Okay.
And if this marinade is still on here.
Like that was drippy.
No, you're good.
Okay.
We're gonna pat it. I mean, we're about to get serious with this.
Okay.
Because it will end up just steaming it and almost boiling it.
Oh.
And that's not what we want. We want that beautiful caramelized crust. So we are really gonna get all the moisture out of it.
Okay.
So we are gonna press on this.
We're soaking it up.
Now let's come over here. I want you to.
Just a question. Is this pan hot?
Hot as the hinges of hell, honey. It is hot. Do not touch it. Brush it with the canola oil, and that will help it not stick. When we did that marinade, you have to remember that we added a little bit of sugar. We've also got balsamic that has sugar in it. It's going to smoke a little bit, okay?
Smoking now.
Yes, because it's hot. So let's turn our vent on, which is that little button right over there, and that's gonna pull the smoke up.
Okay. That vent's over there. How's that gonna help?
It will.
Okay.
All right, let's put that down.
Doesn't matter which side?
No, just put it down.
Woo!
Very good. So, but this little bit of smoke, it's gonna be so worth it, I promise. Let me get the grandma timer, grandma
alert.
And so literally it's just gonna take 3 minutes on both sides.
Why do we use a cast iron pan? Why couldn't I just use a skillet?
Oh, honey, because cast iron holds the heat. It cooks so evenly. It really is just the absolute best way when you're getting ready to cook a steak.
Now, is it hot?
It's hot as the hinges of hell.
Just kidding. Oh my gosh, it's
You're
sticky.
okay.
It's broken.
No,
I
it's
burned
not.
it.
No, the reason that it's sticky is we had a little bit of sugar in the marinade. But look at that. It's beautiful.
Okay, I gotta tell you, I would have said that's burnt.
No, it's caramelized. That is absolutely gorgeous.
Oh my God, I need the jaws of life
Calm
to
down,
get this thing
deep
up.
breath, deep breath. You're good. There you are.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Look at those beautiful marks.
I mean,
You're
it looks
killing
pretty. It smells good, but see, this is where I would have felt like I did it wrong.
Absolutely not. That's what you want. That's that wonderful, crisp, caramelized. Oh,
let's get on there.
That's the heaven.
I mean, come on.
You got it. You got it. There you go.
The stubborn one. Okay, 3 minutes, said Grandma.
Beautiful.
3 minutes on the other side?
Beautiful, beautiful. Yes. I think we're right there. We're about there.
Just pull it up.
Good.
Look
Excellent,
at that.
excellent,
It doesn't matter what side.
Look at how beautiful that is.
I must say it is.
Let's put it over there and let it rest.
Okay. Rest for 10 minutes.
Be careful, that pan's hot.
I know.
The pan is hot.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is the pan hot? We turn this off. Now it's not hot.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong.
Elegant and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. My name is Lester. Who's
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
All right, let's get these veggies out of the oven before I burn them.
Oh, they look good.
I think they do.
And now we've got our onions and then our peppers.
Should those have been browner, or does that look good to you?
I think that's nice. I think that's really good. We're gonna use these for fajitas after we slice that skirt steak up, and then the Brussels sprouts, we'll have that with our beautiful filet
This is a
mignon.
fajita seed.
You are absolutely right. All right, so now we have our vegetables out, and we're ready to go with the filet mignon.
Oh.
We have 2 beautiful fillets.
They're so cute.
Aren't they lovely? There's 2 beautiful. One for me,
you.
one for you.
One for me, exactly.
So salt and pepper generously. If you don't season it well now, you literally have missed the boat.
You said generous.
Generously.
Sides?
Absolutely. If you're gonna eat the sides, you want it to be seasoned, right?
Okay.
Just there. Good. Very nice. Let's do that on both fillets. And then we'll do the same thing with the pepper.
Do you know if I served filet mignon to my husband?
Oh, he'd lose his mind.
I was gonna say he'd have a heart attack, not because of the red meat, but because I had actually
I'm telling you,
cooked something. He'll just be like, "Where's
and
Savannah
I love how you just did that. That was a pro thing.
Woo,
that was pro.
You know what? I don't like things to go to waste.
And there you are.
Okay, how do you think? Good?
It's perfect.
Okay,
Absolutely
great,
perfect.
great.
I want you to go ahead and at least smash your garlic, and let's go ahead and pull our rosemary off. Use the side of this. Hold on. Let's
Like
do
this?
1 clove at a time.
Oh.
And let's turn the knife away from us, okay?
Okay.
Good.
And then, but I'm gonna smash
and then
it.
you're gonna use
Should
your
I cut
hand.
these tips off before or no?
Oh no, it ain't gonna do a damn. It ain't gonna do anything.
Okay.
Perfect. Good.
Now, is that smashed enough?
Well, I mean, I would have put a little
mean,
more
that doesn't
effort
seem
into
that more
it.
smashed.
Let's do it. Come on. Okay, good. Good. Very
That's
nice.
good, but
That's
they're still
it.
big old.
Well, if you
It's
want to
okay.
cut it up, you can.
Well, I
It's
do.
not necessary.
It
It's
says
more
smash.
just.
I want to be smashed.
Okay, smash it. Smash it.
And
Smash
not
it,
just
smash
with the
it,
margaritas.
And not just with the margaritas. And
That's
then
smashed enough, you're saying?
You're beautiful.
Okay.
It's just a quick, easy. You know, it's just a throw in, just a little flavor.
Okay.
And then we have our rosemary.
Leaves from one sprig. Is this the pull-off deal? You
Is
taught me that
it?
before.
Is it? I think it is.
Okay.
So we'll start at the top, and then you're going to
start at
pull
the top.
back. Good. And now you can do it. And doesn't that make it so much easier? And and then just pick off the little ones on the end.
I enjoy brushing oil.
Now, before we go, we're already starting to smoke. Let's get that vent on, okay?
Oh, the
let's
vent.
turn the vent on. Hey,
Okay. Whew. So should we go for it?
we're ready. Let's do it.
Okay.
All right, so here we are. Oh, and hear that? So that's nice. That sizzle was ready.
How long does it do?
I think it's probably going to take about, 2 to 3 minutes. We just want to get that beautiful caramelization. We want to lock in all of those juices.
This is about like the crust, basically.
Very much so.
Should I be doing something with this butter to get ready for this whole scene?
Well, I mean, you could go ahead and cut it.
You think that's 3 tablespoons?
No, that's not.
Like there.
Right there.
That's right.
And
I
a
know that
little
from
more
baking.
isn't going to hurt this.
Correct.
And just know, Savannah, that smoke is normal.
All right.
All right? Oh, that's nice. That's very, very good.
Isn't it?
And now we want to go side, side, side.
Okay, so that's how it should look.
I love it. I love it.
All right, so now this seems like
Side.
a tricky little thing here.
Why?
Is
You've
it 3
got it.
Okay, is it 3 minutes on each side?
Do you want to go ahead and do
Oh,
the
yes,
other one
it
too?
is. Yeah.
Beautiful. Are you just not concerned about my steak,
I don't-
Savannah? As long as yours is
What about
perfect.
me? Okay, yeah.
So let's do a flip.
Does each side, like, oh, jeez. Oh, boy.
You can do it. Let it go.
Can I go? All right, and then your guy goes over.
I swear it is just like Mr. Miyagi and the Karate Kid. I'm so proud.
It really is.
I'm so proud
Look
of
at
you.
Elizabeth,
But I mean, that
Savannah.
was beautiful the way you just flipped
Oh,
that.
thank you.
You're getting this.
There's nothing like low expectations, Elizabeth. This is fun.
All right, and let's get that side right there.
I'm getting the bottom, right?
We're still doing sides, and
Yeah,
then we're gonna
sides.
Okay.
And I still have this too.
One more little side there. Very
This one
nice.
doesn't have another side, interestingly.
Okay, so then we have the bottom.
Like some people. But wait, now should we do the other? This is still a rare side.
And
Should
so
I do
now
that?
we'll put that one down.
Get
And
it on
while
down.
that one's working, then we're gonna do our little pan sauce.
Okay.
So we'll add our butter.
And I'm just throwing it in there.
Yeah, throw that in.
Fun.
And then you can kind of hold the pan with the towel, okay? Be very careful. And now let's add our garlic and our
Now
rosemary.
look how it looks like it's burning.
It's
sorry.
not. It's just,
Okay.
it's not.
Just
It's
throw
good.
this all in?
Throw it in.
Just sprinkle it around.
Very good. And then we have this spoon, and we're gonna just baste it. Be real careful of that.
So what's basting?
That
Just
pan.
spooning it on?
Just fill up a nice big spoon and pour it over. Oh, look at you.
Off to me.
Okay, that's it.
Come
Keep
on.
going.
Is it already like the leaves and the bits are there?
Uh-huh.
Now is it
Very
bad that I
nice.
just moved it?
It's perfectly fine.
Okay.
Look at that. I mean, that looks like, that's it.
Come to mama.
That is that's it.
I'd eat
That's
it right
what
now
you're
just
looking
like
for.
that. Keep basting?
Uh-huh. And now we're getting ready. One more baste. When we put our thermometer in, you want to be really careful that we go right into the middle of this steak, okay? If you go all the way to the bottom, it's going to give us a false read. It'll be too hot. So just stick it in. Let's go all the way to the middle. Right now, we're at 74 degrees on this thermometer.
I want to go like in the middle.
Are you in the middle?
I feel like I am.
Okay, good. So this is going to be a team effort. Look at how it's coming up. I'm going to hold this. You're going to put one hand here and one hand there.
Yeah.
And then we're going to take it to the oven.
Oh, but we didn't check the other one. Do you want me to take this out?
No, it's fine. They're same size. They're going to cook just about the same.
Do you want me to take this out now?
No, it's going to go into the oven with the thermometer. It's an oven read.
It can go into the oven?
Well, this is going to stay out. That's going to stay in.
Wow.
And we're going to do this together. Now the
Which
oven's hot. Go on in. So if you were at home by yourself, yay! You would wait and you would put your thermometer in now, and then you would shut it. And look at here. Look at there.
Wow!
Isn't that fun? And then we could even turn on an oven light if we want to look at it in here. So we want to get up to about, 127.
Okay.
Because once it comes out, the temperature's going to raise a few more degrees.
Okay.
130 is going to be a perfect medium rare.
Okay.
So we'll just sit here and let this
So you do
come
127, figuring it's going to continue to cook when it's out on the...
Correct.
How long in the oven is
That's
it really?
why, I mean, it's like, what, 4 minutes, 3 minutes?
So it's quickie. Okay.
It is quick, and that is the thing that's a little unnerving, because it's not hard, it's just fast.
You just got to be ready to rock.
both sides and ready to roll. I mean, seriously, would your husband not die? And you can do this at home.
He'd be dead. I'd have to step over his dead body. He died of shock, and I'm like, excuse me. Well, I made
Hold
two
on,
steaks,
we
but
had
now you died
steaks.
of shock. So I'll have to eat both steaks myself. Or 1 degree.
Okay, there we go, 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 go.
Okay, now where do I put it, though?
All right, we're going to put it back on our induction. Okay?
Oh, jeez. It's
okay.
I would be like, it's dead.
Be
I
careful.
died
Wait,
here.
let's focus. Focus. Deep breath, and we're going to focus.
Oh, jeez. This is terrifying. Ah!
Shoot.
That one's on you.
Okay.
Where do I put it?
Right there.
It looks incredible.
Please, would you just look at that? It's absolutely beautiful.
Remember that time you burned me with the thermometer?
No, I don't.
It's a
Savannah,
hot
I
pan.
don't remember that.
So where do I put these? I should take them off
Yes,
this hot pan.
take it off the hot pan.
These look delicious.
And then let me grab our sprouts, and we'll scrape them on, and then this one is going to be done. We'll grab our vegetables.
Okay. Is it okay that they've just been sitting on those? They haven't like continued to burn or anything?
No, not at all. Not at all. We'll just kind of add those to this.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
That's it. So now let's grab our beautiful skirt steak. It's been resting, so now all of those juices have reabsorbed into the fibers. Let's move this here. We can still use those
Should
tongs.
I serve it, or should
no,
I
we're
put it on
going
the
to cut
cutting?
it. We're
Oh,
going to
okay.
thinly slice it. And this, without a doubt, is probably one of the most important things. We are going to cut this across the grain. So do you see these long fibers that are going this way?
Yeah, I guess.
All right, so if we were to cut it with those,
Yeah, I would have followed the
then,
line.
I mean, if we did this, it is going to be so tough in your mouth, you're not going to be able to chew it.
Wow.
So then we will cut this way. And you want to kind of do it on the bias. So just a little bit of a angle. Okay?
Okay.
All right, now I know you can do this. Very nice,
Yoda.
very nice.
There is no try, there is only do,
But
says
look,
Yoda.
and there you are.
I do.
I mean,
figured that out. Like,
this is
you
just
have-
wonderful.
Like, isn't that funny that like someone figured out at some point
That we need to go across the
Yeah.
grain. And now you know what they're talking
so this
about.
is this, and now I'll go like this.
Perfect,
Right?
across the grain. And that is gonna make sure that every single bite is so tender and so delicious and so flavorful, you're not even gonna believe it.
It's taking all of my self-control not to just start eating this.
Always remember though, Savannah, that since you're the chef, you get to have the chef special.
What's that?
You know, which is just like one little piece, like before it goes. Well, you gotta make sure it's amazing,
Taste
you know?
test? Okay, let me finish this and I'm gonna do
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm making you do all the work and I'm just sitting over here enjoying
Oh,
myself.
I love it.
Oh,
Is it really good?
It's absolutely delicious.
I hate these last little bits. That's where it's like the risk of blood is high. Okay, I'm gonna take a little chef's special.
But because we did that marinade, the caramelization, you know, it's got that little bit of crunch, that beautiful
Real nice.
depth of flavor, that little bit of sweetness. So let's add it to our tray
Okay.
here.
Tongs? What?
Yeah, let's do tongs. Tongs are gonna be perfect.
Best steak I ever made. only steak I ever made, but.
Is it really? You should be very, very proud of yourself.
Is this it? Is it dinner
This
served?
is it, honey. I mean, we can go ahead and take this over to the table.
Okay, yay.
And I'll grab these beautiful steaks.
It's a can't miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong.
Elegant and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Top story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I can't believe it.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better. Absolutely does not get any better.
It looks incredible. I
And
must
a
say.
margarita. But so see, you could serve this with the flour tortillas and the pico de gallo and cheese, or you could do that with the mashed potatoes and maybe some roasted carrots. Whatever your kids love, now you know how to roast every vegetable that there is.
This is the first time I've made a steak and the first time I've roasted a vegetable.
Cheers!
Not my first margarita. No, let's do this.
We're good at this.
This is so fun. Okay, so what do we do?
Let's do a little bit of this.
Come to mama.
And then here we are with those beautiful roasted vegetables that you
love
did.
it.
You know, it's that moment right before you cut into your steak that you kind of take that breath, wondering, you know, was it cooked properly?
Well, that's what
Is it just like I like? Look,
It's so tender. Oh my gosh. This is my Christmas card.
That's it. That should be absolutely.
I mean, this looks incredible.
That doesn't get any
let's
better.
Taste it. Delicious.
I
I gotta say.
I'm sorry. You killed it.
So
Absolutely
good.
killed it.
It's so tender. Let me try these Brussels.
And I love
Not mom's frozen.
the aromatic of just that little bit of garlic and rosemary that we threw in at the last minute was beautiful.
It is really delicious. Okay, now I gotta try skirt steak. Tender, not chewy, because we cut it across the grain.
And that's the key.
I might have added a little more salt.
And that's fine.
Lesson learned.
So now you know. We've opened up so many possibilities to you because you saw two ways to make a steak, one with a marinade, one without, and then we know exactly how to roast vegetables. So you've got everything from roasting an onion and peppers if you wanted to make fajitas, all the way to beautiful Brussels sprouts or butternut squash. I mean, it's unbelievable what you can do now.
I know, it's like, so are you saying that like other cuts of steak I could prepare in the same way?
Absolutely. So it doesn't matter whether it's a ribeye or if you are doing a filet like we did today, it's the same method. It just depends on the cut of the meat. You're either gonna marinate it and have to be very careful with the way you cook it, or you're gonna go sear it on all sides and go in the oven to finish. So you've done it.
Now I can make anything.
You really can. Any sort of protein and vegetable.
I just have one final question.
What is that?
Is the pan hot?
Honey, that pan is hotter than the hinges of hell.
How about the streak? It's cold as ice.
Cheers.
Cheers. Thank you.
I'm Shop All Day contributor Chassie Post, and each week I'm here with the must-have fashion and beauty products at a price you'll like in Style Finder.
I'm fashion and beauty expert Makon Jovu, and I'm bringing you industry insiders and those in the know to share all the buzzworthy products sweeping social media and influencer trends.
And I'm Shop Today editorial director Adriana Brock, and I know shopping trends. I seek out new and notable products so you don't have to in editors' picks. This is Shop All Day, Ready, Set, Summer.
Hi, I'm Shop All Day contributor Chassie Post, and we're back today with another episode of Shop All Day. Now today, we're bringing you sunshine and all things summer style, from matching swimsuits for the entire family, including the towel, to all of this season's sandal trends. And don't forget beauty and accessories for the warmer weather. We've got you covered. And remember, see that QR code at the corner of your screen? You can use the camera on your smartphone to scan it for instant access to the products on the show today. Or you can even text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products we're sharing with you today. So let's get to it. First, let's talk bathing suits. And newsflash, like many of you out there, I love, love, love a matching set. You can imagine my joy when I discovered these bold and coordinating beach towels from Old Navy with bathing suits to match. Oh my gosh, that would have been enough to make my entire week. But then, as I scroll down the page, I almost lost it. Turns out that there's even more matching to be had. Not only can you match your bathing suit to your towel, you can also match your bathing suit with your entire family. Yes! There are matching bathing suit styles for women, men, boys, and girls, and they're really, really adorable. How fun are these prints? Pink flamingos, bold sunflowers. I love the yellow and black, and the towels. It's so chic. And the matching trend is really big, and I think this would make such a cute family photo op, and also a really cute idea for couples too. Next up, say hello to one of my favorite sporty trends of the season. Ta-da! It's the tennis skirt. Yes, tennis core / all things tennis is shaping up to be one of the top trends of the summer. The beauty of the skirt, as you are likely aware, is that it is a skirt-short hybrid. So it's a skirt with a built-in biking short underneath, which makes it an excellent option for any outdoor activity. But here's the thing, especially with this black one, we're seeing women wear their skirts not just for sporty endeavors, but pretty much everywhere, from shopping to lunch to lounging around the house. And how cute is this little skirt? This is a really flattering silhouette. It's got a high waist, which is elastic, and check this out. I mean, loving, loving, loving the little pleating. And look at the shorts underneath. It's got 2 pockets here, and it's also got a little hidden zipper pocket in the waistband. And the brand says it's made out of a really light and breathable poly spandex blend with a little compression. So who doesn't love that, right? And it comes in 20 fun colors. So game, set, and match. This sporty skirt is a real winner. Moving on to one of my favorite accessories for summer, the straw bag. Yes, natural woven bags are one of the hottest accessory trends of the season. And I really, really love this stylish bag from Amazon. It's an affordable take on the trend, and it's made of rattan, which is a palm vine that it's been hand woven in this really beautiful herringbone pattern. Plus, straw is the perfect summer neutral. You really can wear it with anything. And I love how versatile these little bags are. You can take it from the beach to brunch and beyond. It's big enough to carry your essentials, your wallet, sunglasses, computer, towels, you name it. And I love this pom-pom detail. And it even has a removable tassel. So this bag is gonna take you anywhere you need to go this summer in style. And if you were curious about what shoes I'll be wearing all summer, then look no further than these 2 bestsellers. They're part of a big trend out there called recovery slides, which are sandals originally designed to help you recover after workouts. But they're also part of another less scientific trend called the squishy sandal trend. But regardless of what trend you assign them to, the bottom line is they are so comfy that you are never going to want to take them off your feet. I was introduced to this first pair from a brand called UFOS because my 10-year-old niece had them and she let me try them on. And that was it. I have been obsessed ever since. They are absolute comfort. And what makes them so dreamy is the foam technology. It feels like a thick arch-supporting foam platform that the brand says absorbs more impact than traditional footwear. And according to the brand, the footbed is designed to reduce stress on knees, ankles, and other joints. And now for another fashion-forward and affordable take on the recovery slide, we've also got a version of the squishy recovery sandal from Amazon. And shoppers call these cloud slides, and they live up to their name. I have a pair of these, and you feel like you are walking on a fluffy cloud. So you can wear these everywhere, from the beach to the pool to the gym, running around the house, running around town. Or you can really just wear them anytime you want to make your feet happy. And I love all the colors. There's a great selection of both neutrals and brights, but I say go with the brights this summer. So next, let's talk about another slide trend that you are going to want to know about this summer, the braided slide. Yes, this trend might just be one of the biggest of the season, and you're going to see this braided design detail pretty much everywhere. And these little takes from Nordstrom are an excellent example of the trend. I mean, they've got that great oversized braided strap, and it's actually padded, so it really makes a statement. Plus, these slides are no shrinking wallflowers. I love how they look on the foot. They've also got great details like the square toe silhouette, which we're also seeing everywhere. And they come in great neutrals, but I'm also really loving these new neutrals. Pastel yellow and purple are, in my view, the new neutrals of the summer. And surprisingly, they really do go with so much. So for the price, there is no better option for a wear anywhere on-trend slide. And these really look expensive to me. Now, summer means sunshine and a perfect excuse for new sunnies. And I have one word for this pair: chic. And these, I think, are beautiful. Check out the tortoise detail. Tortoise is a really big trend we're seeing out there this summer, as well as the oversized retro look. I've got to tell you, this fabulous oversized shape really does look great on pretty much every face shape. And I think they look really expensive. And my favorite thing about this brand is that every time I wear these, someone asks me if they're by a high-end designer. And I say, no, they're not. You can have them too for under $30. And last but not least, I have been trying to get this set of resin acrylic cocktail rings into an episode for months. In fact, I brought mine from home. I'm wearing one right now. And big chunky acrylic or resin rings are a massive trend. And we've seen some very expensive offerings from major designers. So I was thrilled to find this set of 5 for such an affordable price. And what I think is so fun about a cocktail ring is they're sort of a statement look, right? But they're made out of acrylic or resin, and they come in so many fun colors. I'm constantly wearing the clear or the black, but I can't wait to try out the white or the bright green this summer. I think they're gonna be so much fun. So let's run through all the products one more time. We've got the Old Navy beach towel and matching bathing suits, the pleated tennis skirt, the rattan bag with pom-poms, the recovery slides, the Luca Slide sandal, the Peepers Tokyo Square tortoiseshell sunglasses, and the resin cocktail rings. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. That's it for Style Finder. Up next, McCohen Lovu is talking to Florida Maria Rivera, who went from TV reporter to shoe designer. She'll walk us through more of this summer's shoe trends. Stay with us.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. It was Leslie.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hi there, welcome back. I'm Makon Jovu, and this is Influencer Trends, where I'll be talking to industry insiders, and they'll share their favorite products and the must-have items to shop for right now. And don't forget the QR code on the corner of your screen. Use the camera on your smartphone and scan it to shop these products. Summer is finally here, and warmer weather brings new styles. And I'm excited because we have TV reporter turned entrepreneur Flor de Maria Rivera, who has her own shoe line. How fun is that to design shoes for a living? I love it. She's here with her favorite trends for this summer. Hi, Flor. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you. I'm so excited to be here with you, Mako.
Wow, you're so talented. I mean, that goes without saying, but your shoes are some of the, no lie, some of the most beautiful shoes I've seen. Like,
really?
Oh, seriously.
No, you're going to make me cry before. I still get so emotional over my shoes because it's been such a long journey, you know, to get to where I am. But I feel so blessed because so many celebrities have worn it, and I'm self-funded, and I've switched careers so many times in my life. And I mean, I'm 46, so people told me I was crazy to start the line in my 40s, but I never listened to anybody.
You're doing it. You look amazing. The shoes are amazing.
I've been in shoe heaven with my own shoes for the past 2.5 years, so sometimes it still feels like a dream.
Yeah, what a wonderful dream to be in. So let's talk about your pivot, because I think your story is so interesting. You're a sports anchor, and then you decided to design your own shoe collection. Do you remember the exact moment that you decided you wanted to go down that path?
I've always wanted to do it, but I just felt like I was never ready. And then one day I was actually at a lake. I was reading a book, and something in that book told me this is the moment. And that's when I say, I am finally doing my shoe line. I am never going to be ready, and this is just the time. And that was summer of 2017, and here we are.
And here you are, thriving and shining. Walk me through your inspiration, right? When you're designing the shoe, do you get the idea in your head first, or do you just kind of like jot it out as you go along?
That's an amazing question because there's so many different ways. Like the first season, I actually had a mood board, and my first collection was inspired by Peru. That's where I'm from. That's where I was born. And those are my roots. But then later when the pandemic happened, I just found myself not traveling as much, and I found myself at home. Honestly, if you walk into my house, you'll find a little notebook in every little corner. Sometimes I have ideas and I just start sketching away. And lately, I think that's what's happened. I don't even look at the mood board that I have. Inspiration just happened. The other day I was watching a movie and I thought of something, and I think, Mako, it's going to be my hottest sandal yet.
Oh, your hottest sandal. I don't know how you can pop this, because this is a big thing. So the theme of the show is Ready, Set, Summer, and I'm just curious to know, like, what are some of the themes that we can expect to see, or some of the trends that we can expect to see in the summer?
As far as shoes goes, lace-ups. Lace-ups have been everywhere on the runways. You see one of my favorite styles. It was named after my grandma Raquel. This is a nude color, and it pretty much goes with everything. And when I'm talking about lace-ups, this one can tie around the ankles, or you can also tie it all the way up to your knees. So that's one choice. But then also I'm talking about lace-up in the way that it just a sexy stiletto that just wraps around the ankle. So that's one of the biggest trends this season. Also, Michael, I know you loved it, and it's this bold color right here. The neon. Neons are huge in the summer.
I love the neon, but I also love these as well. Can you tell me what inspired the collection?
That one has a mixture of silk satin. It's got crystals, and it also got pony hair. But then you usually are used to leopard in the brown and black shades, but I love going all out. I love a showstopper shoe, and that one is yellow with black leopard.
I mean, I wish you guys could see the detail on this shoe, the straps. I mean, it's just so absolutely beautiful. How does it make you feel seeing celebrities wear your shoes? Because you were telling me earlier that you started, later on in life in terms of designing shoes. What does it make you feel like when you see celebrities rocking your shoes?
Sometimes I honestly still can't believe it. And lately I just get so teary-eyed because it's not only about this moment, but for me, it's always been following my dreams, especially my parents moved from Peru, left everything behind to give us a better life. And I want to honor that, and I want to make them proud. So for me, it takes me back on time and all the sacrifices my parents have to do. And also as a Latina, as a woman, as a minority, as a woman of color, I hope and pray that I can open doors for those that come behind me or those that come alongside with me.
Oh my gosh, how inspiring. I know your parents, your community, everyone is so proud of you. All right, the theme again is Ready, Set, Summer. So let's talk about sunglasses. These are so stylish, right? I love that they come in a bunch of different colorways, but they also have important functions. Can you tell me about them?
Yes. So sporting sunglasses, Marco, they look so good on you.
Thank you, Flor. Thank you.
Sporty sunglasses are one of the hottest trends that we've seen on the runway. The reason why I love this one, you like this one, Marco?
I love the white, first of all. I love the pop of color. They look great on you. And don't they feel great too?
Oh my God, they feel so lightweight. And the best thing is that they cost less than $25. So it is amazing. You don't need to spend hundreds of dollars to look good. So this is more of an angular style that it's also a hot trend. But if you notice, these ones are blue with the white. They can also come with different color lenses. So it just depends what you like. And if you're like me, I will rock this with something neon. But it's also, if you're minimalist, you can wear this with more of a neutral outfit, and you can let the sunglasses stand out.
Speaking of accessories doing the talking, let's move on to this necklace. This necklace, Flora, just screams summer to me. How do you style it though? Do you wear it with like neutrals, or you do pops of color?
This is just beautiful pastel colors. So if you want to pick one of these colors, let's say the yellow or the coral, you can pick a dress or a top or anything that has one of those colors and you're set. And what I love about this necklace, it's a Y2K trend that has come back. It's all over our closet, and now it's taking on to jewelry. So it's supposed to be a hottest trend for the summer as well. We saw it on the runway.
This is a winning necklace. Speaking of winning, and TikTok trends, I've seen gua sha tools all over my social media, but Flora, tell me, what are the benefits of using gua sha?
I swear by this little stone. Even though when beauty gadgets have become so popular and some of them can cost hundreds of dollars, do you gua sha, Marco? You look like you do.
I do. I actually do. And I like that it like wakes up my face, especially when I wake up in the morning, right?
So I usually do it in the morning. I do it, don't forget about the neck. So I love to apply a little bit of oil, right? And then you just start on the neck, move upwards, right? I love this round one. And then like you did it before, I love to go around my jawline after the neck. And when I get to the end, see, I just stay there. I do it at least 5 times in one section, and then you work your way up. And there's so many videos if you want to learn nowadays. And I love like the one that you have, the rose quartz, but don't worry about trying different ones. The stone doesn't really matter. There's a jade and there's different ones. This one I just love because it pinks, it looks pretty in the vanity.
So pretty.
Isn't it so pretty?
So relaxing too. Like as we were trying it, I instantly felt like, oh my God, imagine coming home after a long day, instant relaxation. So Flora, I love that you brought the self-tanner. Tell me how it's different from the other ones that are on the market.
Yes, that's the Saint-Tropez one. I tried different one, but I think that one has become my favorite because not only it dries fast, but it just gives you the perfect golden tone. It's not too light, it's not too dark, but if you're trying a bronzer, make sure you use a glove because if you get it in your hand, sometimes they turn orange and it can be, yes, Makosi, you know, it can turn, your hands can turn orange and trust me, it can take days to get rid of that. But I think that's a perfect one, you know, to just get your natural glow, like you just came back from vacation without having to go, you know, get a spray tan, that those can be really expensive sometimes, or you don't, you know, you're not at the beach or you want to take care of your skin. I think that's always a great option.
That's such a great point. Well, Flora, we are ready for summer. Thank you for stopping by and giving us all these great selections. Have a great summer, okay?
Thank you.
Now, let's run through all the products one more time. The Flor de Maria sandals, the sporty sunglasses, the multicolored necklace, the gua sha tool, and the Saint-Tropez self-tan bronzing mousse. And just so you know, Flor de Maria once worked for Telemundo, which is part of our parent company, NBC Universal. Up next, Adriana Brock continues to soak in the sun with everything from accessories to keep you cool to solutions for slicing all that summer fruit. Don't go away.
Welcome back to you today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. It was Leslie.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hey everyone, welcome back. I'm Adriana Brock, and now that summer is finally here, it is time to slip on your sandals and get ready for the pool and beach season. I cannot wait to show you my editor's picks. From accessories to keep you looking and feeling cool in the warmer weather, to hacks for cutting all that delicious summer fruit we love. And remember, see that QR code at the corner of your screen? You can use the camera on your smartphone to scan it for instant access to all the products on the show today. Or you can text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products we're sharing with you today. So let's get to it. So speaking of cute summer accessories, let's discuss this hat. It is the #1 best-selling hat on Amazon and has over 25,000 reviews. So what makes it so great? Not only is this a great looking hat that can go with any summer outfit, according to the brand, it is also basically crush proof because it is designed to fold up and roll up easily so that you can toss it in your purse or your suitcase all summer long. If hats aren't for you, let's talk hair. In the summer, when the heat is on the rise, we all love to throw our hair into a ponytail to keep cool. So this set is going to be an essential for you. It comes in a set of 12 scrunchies for an incredibly affordable price. You get a ton of prints from florals, polka dots, even classic stripes so that you can match all of your summer outfits. And not only do they come in fun prints to match any outfit, but they have a cute scarf detailing attached to them to give your hairstyle a stylish little flair. Moving on to another accessory I'm a personal fan of, if I could only wear one pair of sandals all summer long, it would be the classic Birkenstock Sandal. These are the brand's best-selling two-strap Arizona style. The brand says that this version is actually waterproof thanks to this rubber-like texture, which makes them incredibly lightweight. And they're perfect for all of those summer vacations, trips to the pool and the beach, or just a chill weekend in the backyard. Either way, you're still gonna get the support and comfort of a Birkenstock sandal with an adjustable buckle, and you can choose from a ton of different bright colors to jazz up any outfit. And with summer right around the corner, now is the perfect time to check those sunscreen expiration dates. You're gonna wanna stock up on new ones for those sunny days ahead. Today.com actually spoke with a dermatologist who recommends this very product. It also happens to be a favorite among the team. It's the CeraVe SPF 30 facial sunscreen that offers protection and doubles as a moisturizer, so there's no excuse not to use it daily. So we've covered style and your skin. Let's talk about the ultimate outdoor blanket because it is so large. It can fit up to 3 to 5 adults, and you could use it anywhere from the beach to the park, even camping, because according to the brand, it is waterproof and sandproof. It also weighs less than 1 pound and easily folds right back up into a carrying case that it comes with. And once you fold it up, it's about the size of a tablet, pretty small, so you can pop it in your bag for on-the-go use. Plus, with all these bright colors to choose from, it's gonna be so easy to spot your crew from the beach. And it comes with 4 little anchors to keep home base in place. Speaking of home base, we found 3 incredible kitchen tools you're gonna wanna pick up if you're entertaining this summer. First, a handheld slicer that makes prepping some of the toughest fruit a lot easier. I'm talking about watermelons, honeydew, and cantaloupe. It has a large round design with these sturdy handles that's gonna do all the heavy slicing for you. And we can't get over how this gadget is big enough for an average sized watermelon. The trick is to cut your melon in half before you slice it to make it a little bit easier to slice up. If you're more of a pineapple lover, the stainless steel tool cuts perfect slices and does all the heavy lifting by removing the core for you. All you have to do is cut off the top of the pineapple, push down, and twist all the way to the bottom to get those perfect slices. Once the core is pulled out, you can also use your now hollow pineapple for some festive drinks. Lastly, this strawberry slicer really cuts down on prep time, which is a game changer when you're hosting or you have hungry kids to feed. This little gadget is going to save so much time, and you keep all your knives in the kitchen drawers. All you have to do is place the fruit inside of the gadget, give it a squeeze, and you're gonna get the perfect slices every time. It's actually designed for strawberries, but you can use it for grapes and other small fruits too. Let's run through the products one more time. The roll-up straw hat, the 12-piece scrunchie set, the Birkenstock Eva sandal, the CeraVe moisturizer with SPF 30, the beach blanket, the watermelon slicer, the pineapple core, and the strawberry slicer. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. And that's a wrap on Editor's Picks and for our show. It's been so much fun showing you all of our summer favorites. Tune in next week for an all-new episode of Shop All Day. Thanks for watching.
Well, it's good to see you, John.
It's good to be here.
I saw the movie last week.
And?
So, I don't know if I can put into words how much I loved it. And part of it is because it's a great movie on its own. And part of it is because I was going into 6th grade when the original came out. And it was so formative for so many of us.
Sure.
I think you included.
Yeah, I think I was probably around 8th grade, but yeah.
Yeah.
I've described the movie like this. It perfectly rides the line between the newness of it and its originality and nostalgia. It's perfect. It's got both of those things. It's a great news story. It's a continuation of the story of Maverick and all the Iceman and all the people that we've known throughout seeing the first film. And then it's this throwback again to making you feel like you were when you were in 6th grade or 8th grade or whatever it was, the 80s.
And by the way, it starts with the opening credits of the movie. There's a piece of music that comes in, and I was like,
it drops you right back into it. Yeah,
you dropped right back in. It's incredible. So given your experience with the movie, given the experience we all had with the movie, when they call you about this, does it blow your mind to even consider the possibility of
I just remember thinking, like, if my 8th grade self could talk to my now self, both of us would not be computing that this is happening. So it was a no-brainer for me. I was just like, are you kidding? Yes. I don't know. I don't care what the part is. I would be in craft service on this thing if I could. But then I got like a cool call sign.
Yeah.
And I was like, they put me in the wardrobe. I was like, are you kidding me? Like, this is amazing. I can't believe I get to do this. Like, I'm literally on an aircraft carrier saluting Tom Cruise. Like, this is not happening. It was a tremendous delight to make, and I cannot wait for people to see the film.
So you're Cyclone, that's the call sign you're referring to.
That's my call sign.
So describe a little bit for the audience who your character is, how he fits into the story.
I'm the air boss, so I'm in charge. And like most people that runs into Pete Maverick Mitchell, don't love the way he comports himself.
But as good as they are, sir, they still have something to learn.
Every morning from this day forward, you will brief us on your instructional plans in writing. And nothing will change without my express approval.
Including the hard deck, sir?
Especially the hard deck, Captain.
It's mystifying to somebody like my character looking at this guy's career and saying, like, why aren't you running things? You should be me. You should be, in a leadership position, and yet here you are still a captain. That pretty much sets the stage and tells you everything you need to know about our relationship. But it was great. I mean, to be able to be in those scenes with Tom Cruise is it's a lifelong dream, for real.
You play it well, you've got the square jaw, and you have that good vibe of, I don't like you, but I need you up there, man.
Exactly.
Energy.
And there's so much of that's baked into not only the story, but just the character of Maverick. I mean, it's right there in his name. He's the Maverick, and you don't like him, but you need him, and he is exactly that. And as the movie plays out, you see how that comes to bear fruit.
Talking about Tom Cruise and Maverick, I think part of why this works so well is because he is still Maverick. 32 years since the original movie. He looks great, he's in shape, he still carries it. What was it like to be on set with him as sort of the leader?
I'll never forget my first day on set. Like, I walked onto set. We're at North Island Naval Base in Coronado, San Diego. I'm looking around. It's basically a temple to Top Gun. There's a 2-story American flag for the set. Everybody's in, gear. And I walk on the set, and there's Tom Cruise, and he just looks at me, and he's, hey, comes up, gives me a big hug. It's so good to have you here. We're so excited. I was like, are you kidding me? This is insane. I said to him at some point during that first day, I was like, this has to be like an out-of-body experience for you. You are in the same wardrobe, on the same set, and it's 30 years later. Like, you were 25 or whatever he was when he was making that movie the first time. I was like, what does that feel like? He goes, I feel like I'm at home.
Your reputation precedes you.
I have to admit, I wasn't expecting an invitation back.
They're called orders, Maverick.
And he is that guy, isn't he? I mean, you've talked about him of sets the tone for the set. Here's how hard we're going to work. Here's when we're going to work.
First guy in, last guy out. Everything you want him to be, he is, and he knows it. He knows he has to be, and so he's never late. He's never in a bad mood. He's happy to be there. He's happy to make movies. He's a movie star.
Good morning, aviators. This is your captain speaking.
He is the best. It's a rare thing to be like in the presence of a guy like that movie star energy.
Yes.
It's infectious, and it's fun, and it's unique. I'll say that.
And a wild thing to be standing in a scene with somebody who's like the poster was on the wall of your childhood.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Exactly. You pinch yourself, and it's it doesn't happen often, but boy, is it fun when it does.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment,
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. Ms. Leslie, what is
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
You got to stay on solid ground for your role.
Yes, I did.
But my God, some of the fighter plane scenes. And Tom says we had to test all these actors and make sure they could pull 8Gs. There's no real camera trick. There's a little, of course, but like they're flying in those planes.
You're seeing what you see. It's not, that's no joke. That's no CGI. It's real. And those guys and girls all had to go through pretty much fighter pilot training. You know, they're in G suits. They're experiencing G-lock, loss of consciousness. You know, basically you're pulling so much gravity that the blood is going out of your head. It's
literally,
that's literally what happens.
Yeah.
Like and you see it on screen. Like you see their faces like moving in that way, and it's exciting. Your pulse immediately starts ramping up when you see it, and it's because it's real.
And if you had a chance to sit and watch the movie,
yeah, I've seen the whole film.
And your reaction was what?
I literally got misty.
Yeah.
You know, I definitely was reminded of like being that young kid watching that first one. There's a couple things I won't spoil, but there's some characters we've seen before that come back and remind you that like, oh wow, that like these characters and these relationships are seemingly ongoing since since we left off in 1985. And then I was just blown away by the storytelling and how it's told. The camera work and the action sequences are unbelievable, and I'm just happy to be a part of it.
A lot has changed in all of our lives, but some of these things are still in place. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, for sure.
Okay, there's Maverick, and there's all these other characters that you're alluding to, and it feels good to see it.
It does. There's something very comfortable about that, and I think we've all had a very interesting last couple of years too, of uncertainty and things feeling like what's normal, what's real, And then something like this happens. This is an actual big time movie. It's not a streamer, it's not a this, it's not a binge, it's a movie, it's an event movie that are the kinds of things that we used to do when we were 13, 14, 15 years old. I remember my first experience with something like that. I certainly saw Top Gun at least 4 times in the theater because you had to. You just wanted to do it again. And that's, I think, going to happen with this. I think people are going to see this and then immediately want to see it again.
There's also been a little bit of the waiting game for this, building up this anticipation. You shot this, I think, 4 years ago or something like that?
In 2018.
2018.
The movie was finished in 2019. It was meant to come out in 2020. Obviously, the world, stopped, and we had to put a pause on it. But the idea was this needs to be seen big and loud and on a big screen and to blow your hair back, and that's the way it's going to be seen. And I challenge anybody to not be blown away by the film.
What was the first phone call back to St. Louis like to your buddies who saw the movie with you in '86 and you said, I'm going to be in the new Top Gun with Tom Cruise?
Well, mostly I think there was an announcement in, in the press. So I got a lot of incoming calls of like, is this real? Are you in this movie? Yeah. Before I had shot a frame, before I had been on set, before I went a costume fitting, anything, like, what's the deal? Well, I can't really talk about it, but yeah, it was pretty across the board, full-blown excitement. And I'm still to this, every time a trailer drops or anything comes out, I can't wait to see this movie. I can't wait to see this movie. Literally, I got an email from a friend of mine who lives, the younger brother of a kid I played baseball with and went to high school with, who bought a T-shirt. He's ready to go. This is a grown man, by the way. This is a 40-year-old man.
Sure.
Bought a T-shirt and is ready to go.
There's going to be a lot of that. You got to get ready.
I know.
I was telling you, my 12-year-old son is very excited about this, and he watched the old one. Have you thought about this is going to be a movie for those kids, the way it was for us? Just this sort of extension of this
for sure. I mean,
world.
It's like we were talking about. There's a quality to certain films that makes them sort of blockbusters, right? So this is one of those things. This is one of those movies that it's not an Academy Award movie. It's not a prestige movie. This is a blockbuster, and it's for kids of a certain age. It will be memorable in a way that will be, super specific, but also just mind-blowing for them. And I think, it's hard for me to soft pedal it. I can't. It is what it is. It's going to be awesome. And that's how it's designed. It's meant to be awesome. And I just can't wait for people to see it.
It's amazing how ingrained the first movie is. When I was watching it back with my son the other night, I knew every frame almost that was coming, and despite the fact I haven't seen it in years, every pull of a cigar, every line, every cut of music just kind of becomes a part of the conscience.
Yeah, Tony Scott did an amazing thing with that first film. Every shot is sunsets, everything, it doesn't make any sense. It's how is it always sunset?
Right.
Wait, does the sun ever move? No. But just the vocabulary of it, all the guys in the helmets that are doing all the things, that are launching the planes and all the stuff. And it's so redolent of that first film, this one that we did, and Joe Kosinski, who directed it, strikes the exact balance of homage to Tony's, kind of vocabulary visually and stuff. There's the music cues that you mentioned, all of that stuff, and yet it's so of 2020, 2021, 2022 now, of the now, that it has its own life, and it's just great. It's awesome. It's amazing. There's a couple scenes in the pilot bar that they rebuilt this. They built it from scratch, this bar. It looks like it's been there for 100 years, but they built it from scratch. So much so that the Navy was like, can we keep this?
It's a good bar.
It's great.
Yeah, right on the beach.
Nothing works.
Yeah.
There's no running water or anything. We're like, can we keep this? Sure.
Connect it up. Yeah. Now, how'd you avoid the beach scene, the shirtless football game?
Oh, nobody wants to see that. Thank God. I didn't have to. Watching the young kids working out for about two and a half weeks before that, I was like, enjoy. I'm going to go get dinner.
I'll be in my uniform.
You guys, yeah, I'll be in my uniform and sunglasses.
Well, congrats, man. It's such a good film.
Thank you.
People are going to absolutely love it, whether you're 12 or our age or older.
It is
It's
for
awesome.
all ages.
It's so good.
Hi, I'm Savannah Guthrie.
And I'm Hoda Kotb.
Do you want the top stories in news, pop culture, celebrity interviews, cooking, and more all in one place?
We got the channel for you. Check out our 24/7 streaming channel today, all day, and make the most of your day.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester. What is this? We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
I do want to ask you about Fletch.
Yes.
Confess Fletch. I was doing the research and I said, is this the same Fletch as I grew up with? And the answer is yes.
Yes and no.
So how did this come about?
It's, well, Gregory McDonald wrote about 12 books throughout the 70s and 80s, starring our man Fletch. And as you and I both know, and anybody that grew up in the 80s knows, Chevy's version of Fletch became very popular and iconic, if I can overuse that word again. Yet there are these other stories. And so it's been threatened to be rebooted for years and years and years. And finally, Miramax, who had the rights, said, well, "We're doing this. Do you want to do this?" And I said, "Yes, I do. I really do." And of course, the danger of doing anything like that, rebooting anything like that, is like, okay, well, what are you going to do? Are you going to imitate Chevy? Like, no, you can't. Chevy's Chevy. So we had to really we approached it like a cover song. Like you think, okay, well, you're not going to play it exactly the same way. You have to kind of come up with your own spin on it. And so that's what we did. And Greg Mottola, who I've worked with on several projects, is a wonderful filmmaker and a good friend. And we decided, okay, well, we're going to take it in a little bit of a different way. We're going to get back to kind of what the books were, more of a straight kind of whodunit, and really kind of lean into that, and less on the jokey wigs and teeth and funny voices and all that stuff, which is great, but is very much of Chevy's version. So we made a very cool, jazzy, interesting, more adult kind of version of it, and hopefully we'll get to make a lot more. We'll see what happens. So we're going to wait to see who is going to release it, but I'm excited for people to see that too, because my friend John Slattery's in it with me, Kyle MacLachlan. We've got a lot of Marcia Gay Harden. We've got a lot of cool people in it. It's really funny and it's really fun. It takes place in Boston and then Rome, so it's kind of got a little international flavor to it, and we're hoping to be able to make a few more of those too.
I'm sure the first thing you have to do is get Chevy's version out of your head. right?
Yeah,
because
yeah.
it's there for all of us.
For sure,
Yeah.
for sure. It's a different take on it. So I'm hoping people get to see that as well coming up in the next year or so, and then we'll make some more of them.
I cannot wait to see that either. You're on a roll, man.
I'm doing what I can.
You really are. You are. It does seem like post Mad Men, everyone's gotten to see how funny you are, which your friends have always known about you. Is that a conscious thing of like 30 Rock and Kimmy and Curb and all the? And
I
now-
got really lucky. I'll say this because obviously doing something like Mad Men, which is so serious and so specific, and I'll credit Lorne Michaels. Like he was the guy who said, "Come do the show, come do SNL, come do it 3 times, come do it, whenever you want."
Before I was cast as the mysterious, debonair Don Draper, I did a bunch of stuff. For example, in the early 90s, I had a guest spot on the teen sitcom Late for Class. I played the new kid at school, Bonzo. I think we have a clip of it. Check it out.
Oh no, I forgot about the quiz.
You better not cheat off me, Trevor.
Hey Bonzo, did you hear? We have a quiz in geography.
Lower your voice. Show a little respect. You panic every time there's a quiz as if it really matters. You go through life like a cockroach in the dirt. You people make me sick.
That was the person that gave me the intro to Tina Fey on 30 Rock, and that was what got me Kimmy Schmidt, and then introduced me to Larry David and that whole world. So I'm tremendously lucky to be able to play on both sides of the aisle, and I'll give all credit to Lorne Michaels for that.
Is it fun to step into those worlds?
For sure.
And show off, like, you saw Don Draper,
sure.
you saw all that stuff, but here I am this way.
Well, and getting to meet and work with people like Kristen Wiig on Bridesmaids or Bill Hader on Barry or whatever, it's like there's so many phenomenally talented people that come through that building, and to get a chance to work with them is great.
I was watching you in Bridesmaids this morning where you go, I really want you to leave. It's so good.
That was a fun one. That was a fun one.
It's so good.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Mad Men's been off the air for 7 years now, I think.
That's right.
You've got some distance from it. Have you been able to process what a whirlwind that was
Well,
and what an impact it had on your life?
Yes, yeah, for sure. We just lost an all-star in Bobby Morse this week.
Yeah.
Working with him and kind of thinking back to what a career that man had. And the funny thing for me is, like, I see Kiernan Shipka every now and again.
Mm-hmm.
And she's now 22 years old.
Yeah.
And when I started working with her, she was 6. So it's literally like, that is marking the passage of time for me. It's like, okay, this person, she's going to get married, she's going to have kids, like this crazy, like whirlwind. I've known you since you were 6. it's, you know, she played my daughter, but it feels like she is my daughter. It's very strange. But yeah, getting that distance from it has been fun, honestly. Like it's fun to look back on that show and be reminded of what a great thing we made. I got a lovely text from a friend of mine, Annie Clark, also known as St. Vincent, the other day, who said that I was just on an airplane and I was watching the show, and it's so good. It's so good. I get one of those every 2-3 months from somebody, and it's a good reminder. Yeah, we made something great, and not a lot of people can say that, and it's important when you have done something like that to remember it.
It's that was 2007 when it started, and people forget we hadn't been in the streaming world and all that. We had Sopranos and The Wire and a few of those shows. The show was great, but there was no guarantee it was going to take off.
We shot the pilot in 2005, I think, or 2006, and then it was a year before we shot the second one. We didn't know if we were going to get picked up.
Right.
We didn't know if we were going to make a second episode. So then it debuted, and it was a hit. People were gaga for it, which was great. But we didn't know if we were going to get a second season. You know, it was that kind of thing. It was very, we'll see. AMC didn't really have a history of making television. Right. They weren't really sure of the funding. They were trying to figure out how to finance this thing. It was not an inexpensive show to make. It was period. It took place in New York City, even though we're shooting in LA. We build all these sets. So it was very, you know, piecemeal in how it came together. And then once it finally did, and we achieved the kind of critical mass of you know, critics and all the other stuff. Okay, we started winning awards. Okay, here it is. Now we're Emmy Award winning and all the other stuff. Well, okay, now we're going to get another season. Might not get 2 more seasons, but we'll see. And then all of a sudden it went for 7 seasons, and that's a success that very few people get to experience, and I'm eternally grateful for it. But it's a unicorn in a lot of ways.
It obviously changed your career, but it changed your life too. I remember seeing you at the 2012 one of the political conventions in Charlotte, and we were in the lobby of a hotel's group of people, and someone came up and asked for a picture with you, height of Mad Men, and you trained them one person, and it was this thing. And I went, wow, that's like a different way to go through life.
It was a change. It's certainly a change. It's definitely, you think like, and politics is a perfect way to put it, because I remember meeting Al Gore at one point, and he said, you know, the selfies have taken 5 years out of my life. Just because in the old days, you shake hands and move on. That's it. Maybe you get a little Purell. That's all you got to worry about. And now it's a picture, it's a this, it's a let's do. And of course you don't want to be, you know, rude. Yeah. But there's also, you know, there's only so many minutes in the day. And you talk about that thing where it's like, it's one person and then it's 2 people.
Now
and
it's
then
okay because one person got it. Yeah. Yeah. And your rest of your day is in that lobby.
That's the rest of your day.
Yeah. But seems to me you've sort of managed it pretty well, right? You've had that moment, but you live regularly.
I think like you learn to prioritize everything, right? So everything has its compartment, and like if you're going into a place where you know that's part of the equation, then you have to kind of dial that up. And if you can remove yourself from those things. But if you go to Madison Square Garden, you're gonna get mobbed. That's the way it is. So, you know, you just got to manage those expectations.
So what do you have we've got Fletch coming, Top Gun, Maverick's going to be huge. As you look at the sort of future and the horizon of your career, what's still out there that you want to do?
Man, I don't know. I've been so lucky, you know, I've been so fortunate to do, like I said, to work on both sides of the aisle, comedy and drama, work with all the people that I want to work with. My friend John Slattery just made a movie starring me and Tina Fey. We shot that last fall. That's going to come out at some point. I don't know. I just like to keep my head on a swivel and my eyes open and be aware when those opportunities come my way that I don't miss them.
Well, it's guided you pretty well, right?
So far, so
Wouldn't
good.
you say?
Yeah.
Congratulations on everything.
Thanks.
People are going to freak out about Top Gun.
I think
it's so good.
I think they're going to like it.
Good to see you, man.
Good to see you.
there, all of you watching Today All Day. We've got a great Pop Star Plus coming up for you. Coming up, the hilarious and super talented Amber Ruffin joins our What I Watch series, sharing the show that perfectly depicts her childhood. Plus, on the way in our My Pet Tale, our friend Judy Greer tells us about her great love for her dog. And then later, we're diving into some beloved shows, Sabrina the Teenage Witch and Gilmore Girls, so fans get ready. All of that is just ahead, but first, let's see what we have up on Pop Star Plus. Amber Ruffin joined us for our What I Watch series. The comedian and actor who hosts her own talk show, The Amber Ruffin Show, it's very funny, was kind enough to tell us all about the long list of shows that she cannot stop watching.
What I watch when I can't fall asleep is not a good question for me. I can always fall asleep. TV cannot help me. I'm great at sleeping. If America was in the Olympics for sleeping, I would represent our country and I would bring home the gold. I'm good at sleeping. What I watch when it's late at night, I like to watch every late night show. Every late night show there's ever been, I love to watch it. I love to watch the old late night shows. I love to watch it now. Only because when I was watching it, I never thought I would have a late night show. But when you have one and you watch it, it's different.
That was great. You know what else is great? Finally making this show for you all.
When I was preparing for this season of the Amber Ruffin Show, I watched, I watched some Carol Burnett. I did. I watched some Dick Cavett. I watched some of those old, variety shows. And it was very clear how little you needed. It was people goofing around. And I was like, oh, what a relief. Like those cool things we remember. We're just people goofing around. And that's a torch I'm willing to carry to this day. What do I watch? I like to, when it's late, I do like to catch up. So when I'm catching up on my favorite shows. And my favorite shows are Queens. I watched every last episode in real time. And I can't just be allotting time from 8 to 9 at night. I still have work to do. And then Abbott Elementary.
Hey, yo! What it do, baby boobs? What y'all think about this little film crew I brought in here?
Distracting, makes our jobs harder.
But exciting. We about to be on TV.
Because they are covering underfunded, poorly managed public schools in America.
No press is bad press, Barb. Look at Mel Gibson. Still thriving.
Abbott Elementary is great. It is just very character-driven. But I do think that Abbott Elementary found some very fun characters and leaned into them. And even though they're big characters, you haven't seen them before. They found a new take on, the bully and a new take on the nerd. Like, it's all so fresh. It's great. And Quinta is the best. What I watch when I need comfort food is the same thing everyone watches when they need comfort food. And that's Ted Lasso. It's the most comforting show on planet Earth. It's just as good as everybody says. But the people who love Ted Lasso might not know that they also love Joe Pera's show, Joe Pera Talks With You. It is this very gentle comedian, and he just is living in, I think, Wisconsin, and, being his gentle self and, whittling wood and stuff. And along those same lines, John Wilson, How To with John Wilson, is also a very comforting show where, not a lot happens, but it stays interesting, and then afterwards you feel a little happier. Those are the 3 shows. What I watch that might surprise people is, it shouldn't, but it always does, is Grey's Anatomy. Man, I've been watching Grey's Anatomy since the very beginning. It probably started, I don't know, at this point, 12, 18 years ago. It's a million years old. What I watch that reminds me of my childhood, I don't have an answer to this question. But what I don't watch that reminds me of my childhood is Pen 15. Pen 15 is that show about those 2 very nerdy nerds going through high school or junior high. But it was so exactly what it was like to be made fun of in school. That it was, and I was made fun of like no one's business. I just couldn't watch it.
There were these boys in our grade who were not kind to
Look, I need you to beat them up,
Yeah.
Gigi. Like, it just needs to happen.
Why should I?
See, like I told you, he wouldn't care. This is literally like the worst day of my life, and he'll probably call me Vugis too.
I tried. I tried, and it was hilarious, but it just felt, it was too soon. It's too soon. It's too terrible. Too accurate a depiction. Could not watch it. Never will. Great show. I'll never see it. What I watched that I'm obsessed with right now, The Eyes of Tammy Faye. That was so good. I mean, also, I remember each one of those moments, but it was great. And then I kept forgetting that it was Jessica Chastain. She did such a good job. And Andrew Garfield, I was like, how are they doing this? It was a great movie. The Eyes of Tammy Faye. When I want to laugh, I guess I watch Saturday Night Live. A huge Saturday Night Live guy. Times a million, I love it. I've always loved it. And I'm not one of those freaking turds who's like, it used to be. SNL is good today. It was good yesterday. It was good when I was 8. It'll be good in 8 more years. It'll always be good. SNL is always good.
Oh, I love Amber. So interesting, too, to hear about the late night shows that Amber loved before landing her own. All right, thanks to Amber for swinging by and hanging with us. We appreciate it. Coming up next, Judy Greer opens up about her dog, Mary, and how Mary's changed her life.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And welcome back to Popstar Plus. In our My Pet Tale series, we ask folks, of course, about their pets and how the pets that they've had have shaped their lives. Well, Judy Greer has a beloved dog named Mary, and we even learned just how much Mary helps Judy when she feels homesick.
My little furry creature, her name is Mary Richards, named after the title Mary Tyler Moore's character from the Mary Tyler Moore Show. I'm too young to remember it being on television, but I watched it, I guess I saw it, probably on like TV Land or one of the cable channels in some hotel room when I was on location working and feeling homesick, and it made me so happy. And I ordered all seasons on DVD, and I used to travel with them so that I could watch them on my laptop when I was traveling for work because it was so comforting to me. I also really responded to the Mary Richards character because it was pretty groundbreaking when you think about it. I mean, this was a woman who broke up with her fiance, moved to the big city, Minneapolis, Minnesota, in order to pursue a career in broadcasting, which again, at the time was very unheard of. Well, I had the most incredible male dog. His name was Buckley, and I had him for years, and he was my love and my roommate and my best friend. And, like all animals, unfortunately, he had to go live on the forever farm with his mom. And about a year went by after Buckley left us, and my vet, Dr. Werber, who I loved, called me one day and was like, hey, I think it's time. And I was like, it's not time. And he said, I work with a rescue. They need a foster over Thanksgiving for this little dog. Would you just foster her? And so that's when I picked up Mary, and she basically curled up in a ball and I carried her around in a tote bag for 2 weeks. And then it was the day before the adoption where I was supposed to take her, and then all the people come, and I just lost my mind, and I called my husband, and I'm like, I I can't get rid of her. And he's like, oh my gosh, I'm about to shoot a live show. Fine, we can keep her. Like, please don't bother me at work anymore. So my timing was really good. But there was really something so special about having this little creature with me that did, like, I think lower my blood pressure a lot. And I can't think of an exact moment in time when I knew she was staying with us, but it just felt like, oh, this is a good thing for me. I feel like I shouldn't have to tell people why it's so important to adopt instead of shop. I mean, there's just so many animals that need homes, and there's even now so many like breed specific rescues that if you're like, well, I have to have this kind of breed of dog, or I need, hypoallergenic or whatever, like, you can find that. There's just so many animals that like are needlessly euthanized, every day, that could easily be adopted into homes. And I think that, fostering is such a great way to see how a pet's gonna work in your family. You can find such great animals and they're so happy to have a home and to not have to live in those cages. And Mary's like this tiny little cute, like teddy bear sort of fox raccoon looking dog, but she's really scary if she wants to be. So that took some getting used to and a lot of training. And she has chilled out a lot. She's really feeling self-confident. She's really feeling herself these days. I started traveling with her when I go on location to shoot things, and I brought her with me to New Orleans to shoot the thing about Pam, and she won over everyone on set. And in fact, Renee Zellweger's character, Pam Hupp, has a dog, and I can't tell you how many of my friends texted me after that first episode aired, and they were like, is Mary in the thing about Pam? Like, no, there is only room for one actress in this family. But Mary was there, and she was like running around, and she was such a cutie. Sometimes when she's like a little judgmental and mean, I like to think that she's like my alter ego. My favorite thing with Mary, I love going on really long walks, and Mary really loves to go on long walks. We've walked 7 miles in one day together. She'll just walk and walk and walk. I think she would walk until she would drop. The thing about Mary that's funny, like the thing about Pam, I just realized I said that. But the thing about Mary that's funny is that she plays really hard to get, but she's so tiny and cute that people they just keep wanting more of her. They keep wanting her. If she lets you pet her once, then you just like want to keep petting her, but like the next day she might be like, I'm not really feeling you today. She really does march to the beat of her own drummer, and she's not someone that can be pinned down, like she might like you one day, but then she might not like you ever again. Every day is a new day with Mary. That's what I always tell people. Mary has made my life better in every single way. I used to get so homesick when I was on location, and now, like, when I have her with me, it's so much better. She's gives me a reason to get up in the morning, and like on a day off, and sometimes I'm like, I miss my husband and I'm homesick. She I think genuinely brings a lot of joy to work. Like, she runs all around hair and makeup when we're in the trailer, and she loves it, and everyone brings treats and gives them to her, and animals bring a lot of joy, and they definitely like calm people down, I think. And so she's just made my life better in every single way. Minus the dog hair, but she's little and it's not that bad. But I do usually have a lint roller with me.
Thanks to Judy for sharing her great pet love. Coming up next, Melissa Joan Hart reminisces over Sabrina the Teenage Witch.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
And welcome back. Melissa Joan Hart was only 20 years old when she landed the role of Sabrina in the Sabrina the Teenage Witch show. And she sat down with us for our flashback series and shared what it was like to work on the 90s sitcom.
I guess I would describe Sabrina as sort of quintessential teen girl, doesn't want to draw too much attention to herself, but happens to wake up one morning with magical powers and has to deal.
Wait. Don't come in here again. From now on, you use the freak's bathroom.
I was 20 when I started it, and I actually created it. It was an Archie comic, and my mom found the Archie comic book on a playground, and she sold it to Viacom as a TV movie. And then my mom kept saying to Viacom, this would be a great series. And they were like, okay, we'll see. And she kept saying, no, it'll be a great series. Like, all right. And she was like, this would be a great series. And they cut it together. She cut it together into a trailer and gave it to the network. And they were like, oh, this is a great idea for a series. She's like, yes, I know. So the series came together that way. So I never had to audition. It was my part created for me by my mother. The best part about playing her, so any actor, you know, we like to be actors because we like to kind of slip into lots of different skins and pretend to be lots of different people. And so having a series on the air for 7 years for a lot of actors can be kind of tiresome because you play the same character for so long. You want to stretch out a little more. You want to do a little more. But with Sabrina, it was great because I got to be everybody plus Sabrina. I got to be Cyrano. I got to be a trapeze artist. I got to be Cinderella. I got to be Rapunzel. I loved when she would take on some kind of personality or some other, wardrobe, or I was a snowman. I skied on Mars, or, so stuff like that. So that made it really exciting and different. And the actor in me loved that part.
We'll see how they like it when they don't have somebody to enforce the law. I swear, the first person I run into.
Aunt Zelda?
Congratulations. You're the new sheriff.
With Sabrina, I was definitely acting because I was definitely playing against my type. I was never the wallflower. I was always the one doing a dance performance in the middle of the room, or, and here's Sabrina who just wants to be like left alone and quiet and don't let anyone see me. And I'm going to hide over here. And I didn't quite understand that. So for me, it wasn't the most fun, like the things we were talking about before, like the playing the other roles or getting dressed up in fun costumes. That was all really exciting for me. But the actual character herself, I didn't necessarily identify with.
Sabrina, you usually have good ideas. What sort of a fundraiser would you suggest? Pancakes!
My favorite episode when we were filming it, and still to this day, I think, is probably the pancake episode. I think because it was probably my first time doing physical comedy, and I really loved it. I was like diving in trash cans and just playing like an addict like that, like just being like, I need a pancake, and like it was something I could really, for lack of, here's a nice pun, but bite my teeth into. Like I could sink my teeth into like that character, and the fun that I was having playing like a strung out teenager in a kid's sitcom. It was really fun to play. Like, I know a lot of people get excited that Britney was on the show or NSYNC or Backstreet Boys, but I was always thrilled, and I requested, as the executive producer, I could do that. People like the Violent Femmes, Blondie, Johnny Mathis for a Christmas episode. Who doesn't want to be with Johnny Mathis when he's singing White Christmas? Lonnie Anderson, we had the best time with, or Raquel Welch, I had such a great time with. And, all the men on set, of course, were like, oh my gosh, Raquel Welch, and I'm like, I'm getting to act with her for a week, and it was really fun. Getting to go from everything from pop stars to hardcore rock bands to athletes. Brady Anderson, I had a massive crush on. He was on the show. some of the guys from like Baywatch, and like all these like hot, amazing actors and actresses, and it was just such fun because everybody wanted to come play with us. Everybody wanted to be on a magical show. Everybody's kids watched the show and wanted them on it or something. We had a great chemistry. Everyone was there for the right reasons. Everyone was there knowing that this was a great opportunity. Nobody took it for granted. Everyone rode that roller coaster as long as they could, like knowing we're on a network show in the heyday of television, not only making good money, but getting a lot of attention for our work. And that's what every actor dreams of, And so we got to be in everybody's house every Friday night, and people all across the world felt like they knew us. It's been decades of hearing, I grew up with you. I heard Daniel Radcliffe say it, and I've heard like all these people say I grew up with you, and you're like, what? So it's the best compliment, because it just means that they allowed me in their home and I was there with them. A lot of people, I was there for the hard times. I was there when they were in the hospital. I was there when they were going through depression and felt alone. I was there when they couldn't, not just me, the whole show, and a lot of people identify with Sabrina because of bullying or because of feeling like an outsider. They might not have magical powers, but they feel like an outsider. And so I think that the show gave so many people hope, somewhere to turn to where they didn't feel alone and lonely. And I think that was like everything,
Thanks to Melissa for chatting with us. Last but not least, up next, Gilmore Girls star Kelly Bishop and her love for Emily Gilmore's combative attitude.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
All right, we're back. Kelly Bishop might be best known for her role on Gilmore Girls as Rory's harsh grandma, Emily, and she was kind enough to reflect on her time on the show with us.
How would I describe Emily Gilmore? I used to say Emily Gilmore is a piece of work. She's no nonsense. She's smart. She's conservative. She has values that are very kind of straight-laced. She's not foolish. She's up with current things, but there's a certain value system that she expects people to live by, particularly her daughter. What was my favorite part about Emily? Well, I liked the clothes. They spent a lot of money on my wardrobe. I liked her attitude. I mean, she was so difficult and demanding and hard to please as far as Lorelai was concerned. And what I really loved about that whole show was Amy Sherman Palladino's writing, because it's some of the best material it's probably the best material I've ever done. And, oh God, amazing. Funny, smart, on top of it, and as everybody knows, really fast. So that was just one of the many favorite things. I love doing that show. Lauren and I, the day we met, it was like, okay, I could do this. And she and I became so close and still are close. She really is like a daughter to me, and I really am kind of like a mother to her. We don't spend a lot of time talking to each other or texting or anything like that, but whenever we get together, it just clicks right in again. There's just a real love and trust and pleasure. We have the same sense of humor. She's great. I'm really crazy about Lauren. My all-time favorite episode, actually the one that tickles me the most because it was so different. There was one where Richard, my husband's mother, who was a very difficult woman, had passed away. And I found, if I recall correctly, I found a letter that she had written to him the night before our wedding, I think, begging him not to marry me.
I know that the timing of this is particularly awkward since you are to be married tomorrow.
No way!
But your happiness is too important to me, so timing be damned.
She wanted Dad to leave you at the altar.
She begged him to leave me at the altar. She begged him in writing, and then she saved the carbon.
And that sort of sent me off. He wasn't there to support me because he was so grieving for his mother. That during that episode, I was drinking. There was even one scene where I was smoking a cigarette. I called it the Tennessee Williams episode for me.
Who was that at the door?
It was Jason. Dad needs to sign something.
Uh-huh. I mean, she was just out there. She was so un-Emily. That was great fun. I really had fun doing that one. There were a few episodes that I really liked, but that one was just such a departure. The zingers and the put-downs. Oh, boy. Actually, one of my first ones, one of the reasons I loved the pilot script so much, I couldn't believe this pilot script when I got it. It was so funny. And I had no idea who any of these people were or who the writer was, anything like that. It's when Lorelai comes to see her parents in the pilot script, obviously to ask for money for Rory's education. And I opened the door and I said something to the effect of, "Is it Christmas?"
Hi, Mom.
Lorelai. My goodness, this is a surprise. Is it Easter already?
Or is it Easter? It was some holiday which was indicative of perfect writing of saying that's how often they saw each other. It was on holidays, Christmas, Easter, whatever it was. And then Richard, my husband's character, comes in sometime later after we've done this scene, and he basically does the same thing with a different holiday.
Hi, Dad.
What is it? Christmas already?
Lorelai was taking a business class at the college today and decided to drop in to see us.
Favorite moments with Ed Herman. I just loved working with him. We really liked each other so much. I know one of my favorite scenes with him was when we did renew our vows, and we danced to the song Bill, and he said, "Today," that was your favorite, your favorite song, and "Today you can call me Bill."
Emily would tease me, saying, "If only your name was Bill, then this could be our song." Well, Emily, for tonight, and tonight only, my name is Bill, and this is our song.
That was wonderful. He was such a good actor and very generous, very professional, but just a sweet, good man. Why is it still cooking? First of all, it's very intelligent. I mean, the smarter you are, the more you get it. And it's fast, and so you got to pay attention. You don't have much time to laugh because you got to catch up with what's going on. It's funny. I mean, it really is a funny show. But what I decided was that there's really an innate sweetness about it, which sounds kind of icky, but it's not that. There's a decency about it. And one of the things that when men started watching it, which they weren't inclined to because it was Gilmore Girls and all that sort of thing, is that if you look at the male characters in that show, there's no nasty guy, there's no jerk, there's no misogynist, there's no violence. They're just trying to make their way in the world like all the rest of us. And so what there is basically is an innate decency about these people. They're good people. Some of them are very strange, but they're good. And I heard a wonderful story last year sometime that very often when the troops come back from maneuvers in places like Afghanistan and places that we hear too much about, they very often sit down and watch Gilmore Girls. And I think it's because it's a feel-good place. It's like, this is what America's supposed to be.
Great to revisit memories like that. All right, that's going to do it. Thanks for tuning in to Popstar today. As always, we're so glad you joined us. Come back tomorrow and hang out with us again. Same time, same place. See you then.
Oh, hello there. We see you watching Today All Day on this Thursday, and we're so happy that you decided to tune in to our little digital show, Today in 30.
We got a lot of great segments for you in this half hour, but we are going to start with that breaking news from across the pond. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson has announced his resignation after 3 years in office. So how is that decision affecting relations with the United States and the rest of the world? Keir Simmons will let us know. He'll have a report from London.
Also, today's consumer savings. Stephanie Rule here with some great advice that are going to help you take control over your budget. She's also got a lot of apps to tell us about that are going to put some money back in our pockets.
I like that. And all that. Plus, if you're working to keep your summer garden growing, we've got handy tips that'll make sure it is ready just in time for fall. So, should we get the show started?
Let's do it.
It is time for Today in 30. We go to today's senior international correspondent Keir Simmons in London with the very latest on this breaking story. Hey, Keir, good morning.
Hey, Hoda, good morning to you. And some breaking news just this morning. Boris Johnson announcing that he has indeed resigned, walking out into this history-making street from that world-famous door, 10 Downing Street, announcing his resignation. Hoda, in the White House, they will have been watching and worrying that Britain now faces instability at such an unstable time for Europe. But after scandal after scandal, Boris Johnson's party decided that he simply did not have the integrity to be Prime Minister.
This morning, Boris Johnson, a key ally for President Biden over Ukraine, forced from office, despite his defiance even yesterday.
The job of a Prime Minister in difficult circumstances when he's been handed a colossal mandate is to keep going, and that's what I'm going to do.
The tipping point, a tsunami of resignations from his government and a devastating resignation speech about political integrity.
Enough is enough.
After a cascade of scandals, parties in Downing Street during lockdown at first denied. Then, the final straw, misleading his own party again over a member of his government accused of sexual misconduct while drunk in a London club. He apologised.
In hindsight, it was the wrong thing to do.
But it was too late.
What a pathetic spectacle. Exactly. The dying act of his political career is...
Boris Johnson, whose colourful career made him world famous, falling from power after defying political gravity for years, telling Savannah in an exclusive interview last year.
People feel very strongly about not having the state mandate something in my country. We're great lovers of liberty, and we've had to do it by sweet reason and persuasion.
What do you do when sweet reason and persuasion don't work?
Keep going. More sweet reason.
That sweet reason deserting him now. He was able to stay close to President Trump, then ally himself with President Biden, standing up to President Putin. Just a month ago, President Zelensky praised Boris Johnson as a true friend. Johnson arguing up until the last moment that he should cling on.
And when we have the biggest war in Europe for 80 years, Mr. Speaker, that is exactly the moment that you'd expect a government to continue with its work.
Boris Johnson is set to return to Downing Street with the...
Boris Johnson swept to power on a wave of support for Brexit and his own unique personality, a chaotic appearance and ability to laugh at himself. But in the end, it wasn't enough to save his position.
And it was a classic performance by Boris Johnson here in Downing Street. No tears, no contrition, no saying sorry, Hoda and Craig. In fact, he said the herd instinct is powerful, and when the herd moves, it moves, suggesting his party had just moved against him. He said, how sad I am to be giving up the best job in the world, but he said, them's the breaks. For President Biden, it does present a real challenge, trying to hold together a solidarity against against President Putin and in support of Ukraine. And of course, Boris Johnson was one of the main pillars of that effort. Just to give you an example, the Foreign Secretary, the British Foreign Secretary, is now having to fly back from the G20, where the Secretary of State is trying to deliver a tough message to Russia and China. And for the White House, they now face a Britain that is politically unstable for who knows how long. There is even a debate here about whether Boris Johnson can continue until the fall. And when there is a replacement, of course, the opposition will say that they don't have a mandate, that they do not have authority. More politically difficult times here in Europe.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester. What is this? We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Back now with our ongoing Consumer Confidential series, where every day at this time, we try to help manage your money. And this morning, a look at a surprising side effect of inflation.
Some stores simply have too much stuff, and shoppers who try to make returns are being told just to keep it. NBC's Carrie Sanders explains why. This is interesting. Good morning, Carrie.
Well, good morning. I'm at Angler's Bait and Tackle. Let's say that you go out and you buy something like this, a rod and reel for $1,000, and then you decide, I want a refund. Well, you know the standard rules, you have to return it within 30 days, need a receipt, it needs to be in good condition. But now, some big box companies appear to be changing their standard policy, and at first glance, it's a real head scratcher.
High inflation has customers rethinking purchases, which in turn has resulted in inventory ordered months ago by big retail chains backing up in storage.
Put on the wall against the back. What back? You can't even see the wall.
The situation played for laughs on TikTok.
You just keep those items and I'll give you the money back for it. Oh, I don't need them. I just need to return them.
Yeah. But for some companies with overstocks and no room for returns, it's now a serious financial calculation. Give customers a refund, but also let them keep what they purchased. When that happens, shoppers are in disbelief.
They let me keep the old and they gave me the new. So it was convenient because I didn't have to ship anything back.
Last year, customers returned $760 billion worth of products, according to the National Retail Federation. The trend is even more pronounced with online sales. More than 20% of merchandise was returned in 2021.
My advice to consumers would be shop as mindfully as you always have and try not to over-return. But you might find that retailers are a little bit more generous right now than they have been in the past.
Should you expect it?
I don't think so. I think this is at this point at the discretion of the retailer.
All that shipping out and then back also has a big impact on the environment. 16 million tons of carbon dioxide and an astounding 5.8 billion tons of return packaging winds up in landfills. Amazon says it's not changing its return policies, but that some no return refunds do happen on a case-by-case basis. And Walmart says its return policy depends on a variety of factors that will lead to the best possible customer experience, adding in some cases they may not have to bring or ship the item back.
I bought some chairs from Wayfair and one of them had a slight ding on it. I let them know and they said just keep it, and they sent a replacement. So now I have an extra chair.
While customers repeatedly tell stories like that, skeptics say for obvious reasons, companies won't ever advertise, get a refund, yet keep the product.
I think people are going to take advantage of the system and buy things that they know they can say they want to return, even though they want to keep them. And it'll probably make prices go up for the rest of us.
A fair thought, because a lot of us were thinking that. And Carrie, how will this impact folks who often, they have different sizes of clothes or shoes online? They order maybe a couple and then they send the one back that doesn't fit?
That's really become sort of routine, people ordering online multiple sizes, especially since a little bit of the COVID weight gain that took place. So the best advice is, let's say you get 3 shirts and you're just going to have one that fits, and then they say keep the other 2. Well, perhaps donate the other 2 to charity.
There you go. Good response there. All right, Carrie, thank you.
I mean, you can really, from a company standpoint, it kind of makes sense. Like paying for the shipping of a chair back.
And what are they going to do with it if it's damaged?
Yeah. Bill Cairns, you said this happened to you recently.
I had an extra dining room table in my garage
Whoa.
for a while. I know.
Wow.
And it was great because after the kids ruined the old one, I pulled it back out and I was like, look, new table.
There you go.
Back now with our series, Today's Summer Savings. Summer, of course, can be an expensive time, and this year more than ever with skyrocketing inflation. So, NBC News senior business analyst Stephanie Rule has joined us with some ways to maximize our money. Steph, if we've ever needed this advice, we've needed it now.
Here we go.
All right, so let's start with a check-in, just a general check-in with your finances. What's the first thing you should do?
Okay, I know you're going to say, I don't feel like starting my summer with this, but let's review our spending. Let's make a budget. And I know that is not a sexy way to start your summer, but you know what's really unsexy? Out of control spending and collections agencies calling you every day.
Facts.
So let's not get there. Here's what we're going to do. Just go over your bills. Okay. Go over all your credit card statements and just start to analyze. What are the things I need to buy? Where do I need to spend? And what are things that maybe I don't need to? At times of stress, and we're all stressed, we start to convenience spend. And if you can get rid of some of that, that's going to help you. Once you do that, let's actually make a budget. There's great apps out there. Minted, You Need a Budget, Pocket Guide. All of them will help you create that online budget. But before you can create the online budget, I just want you to know where your money goes. That's going to help you get started.
One of the things I loved about Mint, I used to use Mint, is that it connects and communicates with your bank.
Yes.
Or your banks.
Yes.
So it makes it a little easier. I assume that all of them probably.
Yes, they do.
That. So if you're struggling with some of these everyday items, because you can't avoid buying a lot of stuff. If you're struggling with those items, what can you do? Where should you start?
Again, this is going to be easy for me to say, let's get some cash back. But let's actually try to do it. Think about your biggest fixed cost, your rent, your utility, your credit card. Actually pick up the phone and try to negotiate. They might be willing to cut you some sort of deal. And if you can't just get lower bills, well, then you might be able to get slower payments, because the more you can have money in your pocket right now while prices are going up, that's good for you. Plan ahead. That's the next thing. We've talked about this before. Do not go to that grocery store without a list. Do not go to the grocery store hungry. That's when you're walking through the aisles, not looking at the price of things. And
Impulse
I want you, think ahead. Go to apps like Ibotta, Rakuten. That's where you're going to get cash back. I am a coupon queen. Find those coupons before you're shopping. And I know you've talked about it with Vicky all the time. Use those gas apps. Don't be driving around looking for the cheapest gas. Use the apps. They are your friend.
Gas Buddy is one of them, a popular one. A lot of folks turning to credit cards right now to help manage the cash flow. What are some things that people should keep in mind if they've turned to the plastic to help?
First things first, and this one a lot of people forget. If you're using one particular card a lot, download your, go to the website and see. There might be an opt-in with some big retailer that if you opt in, you might get 10, 15% off if you're using that retailer. However, for people who want to play that game, who are saying it's all about loyalty points, I'm going to get cash back, rewards. Unless you can really pay those bills on time, in full, every month, don't go thinking, I'm going to be getting all these points. That'll help me. That's a bad move. However, if you do have credit card debt and you're figuring out how am I going to start paying it down, zero balance transfers do make sense. You've got places like Citi, Bank America, Discover, where you can get a zero balance transfer, those zero cards. But remember, you're not going to be getting 0% interest forever. It's usually a set period of time. You don't want to go past that and suddenly you're paying up.
And coupons are all the rage right now.
Coupons. I insist you think about coupons. They make such a difference. You just got to plan ahead and use them.
For people who do have some disposable income right now, when it comes to saving, when it comes to investing, what should they be doing?
Okay, saving. This is really important. You're saying, yo, Steph, everything costs more. How am I going to save? Think about it this way, Craig. Pay yourself first. Before you pay your rent, before you pay your credit card. How's Craig going to save some money? You should always try to have 3 to 6 months of emergency savings. So the way to do it, set it aside. Let's say it's even $100 a paycheck. Immediately do an account transfer to a separate bank account, and you're going to be building up that money every month rather than waiting to see what's left in your wallet, because chances are there won't be much.
Comes out of your check, you can't miss it.
Absolutely. You want to avoid paying interest. You want to pay on time if you can, and read the fine print on those credit card statements. If, however, you're saying, Stephanie, I've got so much debt, I got to figure out how I'm going to start paying this down. Before you go into saying before you start paying it down, start to figure out what are the easiest, fastest ways I can do it. Go to your credit card that you know you can cover first, because over time, these things are going to build up and they get crazy.
All right. Stephanie Rule, you've always got great tips for us. Thank you,
so
Steph.
much.
Thank you so much.
Cash diet. That's what I always want you to do. Go on a cash diet.
What's a cash diet really quick?
Just go out using cash. Don't use those credit cards. If you're worried about how much you're going to spend on a night out, don't you go out with a credit card. You take a credit card to a bar, you're going to spend a lot more than you will if you just have cash.
Cash diet. You heard it from Stephanie. Thank you. By the way, for more money tips from Stephanie Rule, today.com/onthemoney.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong.
Elegant and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
So what do you get when you cross a baseball team with the Harlem Globetrotters? Well, the answer is nothing short of bananas, quite literally.
Yeah, exactly. Stay tuned. Host Savannah Sellers is here to tell us about a team that's bringing America's pastime into the present. Good morning.
Yeah, hey, so according to my family, I am Savannah Banana, so obviously I had to go do this story. From wacky walk-ups to the plate to TikTok dance breaks on the pitcher's mound, you're going to get a healthy dose of fun when you go to a Savannah Bananas ball game. Take a look.
Lots of teams, practice for hours on baseball. We practice for hours working on our dance moves.
That, lean back, that's right.
Like a lot of kids growing up playing baseball, Bill Leroy and Kyle Lewigs dreamt of the major leagues. But that changed when they went bananas.
Yeah, I thought I knew what I wanted, and then I started doing this, and I realized that I was wrong.
So, Kyle, I'm talking to the viral dancing pitcher.
It's kind of like, how far can you push the boundaries? Like, what can I do before a pitch and actually still be able to not lose pitchability or still be able to throw a strike?
We take time to practice what we're doing. Like Kyle getting a strikeout, we do dirty dancing, the fans love it.
But dancing players are just one part of the experience at a Savannah Bananas game. You've also got a dancing first base coach, the Banana Nanas, and the celebrated Banana Baby.
There's a wait list for the Banana Baby.
The guy in the yellow suit, 38-year-old Jesse Cole, the owner and for all intents and purposes, ringmaster of the Savannah Bananas.
And I realized that, to baseball purists and traditionalists, the game is great. But to most people, the game is too long, too slow, too boring.
This is the biggest banana throw of your life. Are you mentally prepared?
And I started learning, what would P.T. Barnum do? What would Walt Disney do? And so we decided to completely make it a circus and make it a show and make the game more entertaining.
Where do you come up with these ideas?
One of the big mottos we have here in Banana Land is whatever's normal, do the exact opposite. That every day I write down 10 ideas. Every day our team gets together, we have idea paloozas. And it keeps us excited, motivated, and inspired every day to do things that can hopefully bring joy and smiles to people's faces.
Ideas like creating their own version of the game called Banana Ball, with a 2-hour time limit, a moratorium on bunting and walks, and if a fan catches a foul ball, it's an out. It's also where they showcase some of their wilder moves, like hitting with burning bats and playing on stilts.
The world's tallest pitcher, Dakota Stilts Albright.
Banana Ball is 100% the future of the Bananas. And I never knew it would be. 98% of our fans stay till the last pitch, which I don't think happens in any major league stadium or baseball stadium anywhere.
Jesse and his wife bought the collegiate summer team in 2015, and their first season was a far cry from the packed stands you see today.
At first, no one wanted to be a part of this. When we came up with the team name, people said whoever came with his name should be fired, the owner should be thrown out of town. And then once people came out here and they saw players deliver roses to little girls during the game, and they watched the players dance, when they watched all that, they said, this is something that's different.
Now, Jesse says the wait list for tickets is over 60,000, and virtually their fandom is in the millions.
TikTok was built for the Savannah Bananas. Mostly it just shows guys on the field expressing themselves, not taking the game too seriously. And, I never would imagine we'd have 2 million more followers than every Major League Baseball team. It's crazy.
There are some baseball purists, I suppose, who are a little skeptical.
Hey, we're not for everybody. We're very, very clear. Our goal is simple, to make baseball fun. And every day, that's what we come to the ballpark to do.
And for Bill and Kyle, who started out in the college league and now play Banana Ball full-time, along with running a banana summer camp for kids, it's been a dream come true.
It's the most fun I've ever had doing anything, not just sports, anything in life.
Bill Leroy with his first career home run.
No, we're very blessed, to say the least. I can't believe we get to call it a job.
That's really cool.
Now, Jesse told me he's got a goal to bring the Bananas not just across the country, but around the world. The Banana Ball World Tour is played in stadiums across the South, for now going as far as Kansas City. Jesse says by 2030, he thinks they'll be playing in front of 1 million fans
No question.
year.
It's a genius concept.
Isn't it?
It's a genius concept.
And why do you think that is?
Well, if you've been to a minor league baseball game, not to disparage minor league baseball, but some of the games can be
kind of long,
a snooze fest.
Yeah. Not these ones. 2 hours, no bunting, no walking.
Perfect for kids.
Fun. It'd be a fun birthday party.
I know, isn't it great? And by the way, they have an entertainment meeting before, just like they would a meeting about the plays that they're going to play. They take it just as seriously, but they say it actually helps them do better.
That's a great story.
Awesome. Savannah, thanks.
Savannah Banana.
Yeah. I love it.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Dominique Charles is an accountant, but when she's not crunching numbers at the office, you can find her in her garden.
Her natural green thumb and love for gardening and cooking has led her to start a whole new side gig called Plots and Pans.
Yeah,
I love it.
she's got some great tips to keep your garden growing this summer. Dominique, New Orleans, born, D.C. You live in D.C. now. We love that you represent the 504 and the 202.
Yes.
Okay, let's start with watering, because I think it seems simple. However, we don't do it right.
All right. So when you are, you normally you want to take your watering can and you get in there, but really, let's think about when you're traveling for the summertime and you're going for a long little weekend. We're going to use a wine bottle.
This is clever.
How and what?
So what we do is you want to fill your wine bottle up with some water, and then you're just going to do a quick flip.
Wow.
And push it
in there.
Wait,
and so it's
what?
And so what it's going to do is it's like a slow drip, a slow release. And so over your weekend, now don't do this for like a week, but your long little weekend, you can go for it. You see, it's just a really slow drip.
Instead of dumping it in and then
I don't water them.
No.
I don't even water. That's why they never live.
No, you want to water them.
Yes.
So we'll find. And then also you can use an oil. So you want to use that when you get ready to start your plants. You'll obviously bury this with it. And so it's a ceramic dish, and so it just slowly irrigates the water out. It's super cool and obviously super beautiful. Yeah. So, but different ways that you can water your plants, especially if you don't have a sprinkler system.
Okay, what if you have pests? And that's a thing. We have some of those eating away at leaves. What do you do?
Okay, so if you have pests, I only do organic pest control. Okay. So I do use two different things. So one thing is neem oil, so you can spray.
Neem oil? What is neem oil?
Neem oil is just an organic fungicide. You would spray kind of all over the place.
Only for plants, or humans can use it?
Well, it's okay for humans as well, but you just want to just spray a little bit here. And then the other thing you can spray, especially when you have aphids, those nasty little green bugs.
I hate those.
So this is diatomaceous earth. So it's, again, food safe.
Diatomaceous earth. Oh, I see the bag in front. Okay,
so
got
you
it.
just sprinkle some of that.
I like that it's in a Parmesan shaker.
So
that's so fun. It's like delicious. Right in here?
Just right around.
Okay, it's getting another pedicure here between the fungicide now and this.
Yeah, so it's going to be nice and safe. No bugs over here. And then also, when we talk about bugs in the garden, we talk about the good. So those are the bad bugs, but we love things that can attract good bugs. So sunflowers, I love me a yellow flower. Sunflowers attract beautiful bugs like bees and ladybugs, and they're just so beneficial and pollinators in your garden.
So you should actually intentionally bring.
Absolutely.
Now, can I ask you a question? Should you plant them and have them grow, or can you just do what you're doing here?
You would probably want to plant them and have them grow.
You got to plant them. We're going to plant. We have a table. I feel like I'm doing this because I'm like so much taller than you that we have a table here that we're going to plan for fall foliage.
Okay.
Go for it.
Okay, so these are actually sweet potatoes from my house. So this came from my garden. So we want to plant some fall sweet potatoes. So this is the perfect time to start planting for the fall. Okay. So you would take this and you could do one or two things. You could either plant it whole. You see it's already started to sprout. I love it. Or you can just cut it up. And so every time you cut it up, you get a new plant that's going to grow from there.
Wow.
So I didn't know that.
Yeah. So y'all can go ahead and.
So am I cutting this?
Yes.
With this?
With this thing? Scary.
Just chunk off a piece of it?
Yeah. Chunk off a piece.
Delish. I love sweet potatoes.
Here you go.
These are
You can
Japanese
plant that.
potatoes. They're super
So
sweet.
what about this here, what you did? So
what I was showing you here is that, so this one was one literally that had already started to sprout. I'm watching you this night.
You don't trust me, Dominique.
But this one already started to sprout. See?
Okay, it's a lot.
And then, so this is how they look when they start to grow. And you can also eat these leaves.
What?
You can saute them.
Okay, wait, and what about you're planting garlic?
We sure
like
are.
that?
I love garlic.
Of course. So what we'll do with this garlic?
I did not know.
Yeah.
You got to get in there digging.
Yeah, let's start digging.
Well, this is for y'all.
So,
may I?
Yeah, these.
Of course.
Here
So
you
what
go.
do I
This
do?
is
I
yours,
just dig a
Dominic.
little hole in here?
Dig a little hole.
So fun. And then pop it in?
A little deeper.
Deeper? This way I don't have a
And
garden.
does it matter what side is up or down?
It does not. And so what you hold
How's
up.
that?
We need it a little deeper than that. But okay, so we're gonna plant our sweet potatoes, and then again, those sweet potato greens are gonna look like that.
Okay, and you just
then with your
plant
garlic,
just a clove, just like that?
and that one clove is gonna
Thank you.
grow into a whole
More garlic?
Hold up. A little deeper.
How deep?
You'd be bad on a murder podcast. They would find in 2 seconds. They'd be like, it's Hoda.
6 inches. You want to go down at least 6 inches.
I think I got
And
mine 4 inches.
That's okay. You're good there.
Thank
But you want to get your spade all the way down and correct and make space for
Dominic, thank you.
it. Thank you for having me.
Whew, that was a great one.
Get a lot in.
You ain't seen nothing yet, though. Tomorrow on Today, Charlie Puth rocking the plaza.
That's how you close out a week. That's how you do it. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
There are dozens of Chinatowns all across America with interesting architecture, diverse restaurants, and specialty shops. It's no wonder they're popular with locals and tourists alike. They also provide places for new immigrants and for families to create communities. But with gentrification and all sorts of problems from the pandemic, it's no wonder that all these Chinatowns are rapidly changing. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Okay, so it's no surprise. There's incredible food to be found here in Manhattan's Chinatown, folks lining up all the time. But there used to be Chinatowns in cities and towns, big and small, all across this country. In fact, the longest running family-owned Chinese restaurant is in a place you might never think of, Butte, Montana. At the turn of the century, Butte, Montana was a bustling mining town. The invention of electricity leading to a demand for conductors like copper. Mining boomed, the city flourishing. The demand for labor brought thousands of immigrants to Butte. They came from so many different countries, including Italy, Ireland, and China. It was the classic portrait of the American West, with gambling, saloons, even a red light district. By 1914, Butte's Chinatown was thriving, with over 60 Chinese-owned businesses.
Now we're going to prepare broccoli beef. My name is Jerry Tam, and I'm the owner of the Pekin Noodle Parlor.
The Pekin first opened as a tobacco shop and casino run by Jerry's great-uncle, Hum Yao. 2 years later, Hum adding a restaurant, and the Pekin Noodle Parlor was born.
This building has 3 different levels. The top level, obviously, is the Pekin Noodle Parlor. And then the second level on the main street used to be a herbal medicine shop.
That shop was run by Jerry's great-grandfather, Tam Kwang Yi.
And it's crazy to think that, everything came over from China at one time. Like, they didn't make soy sauce in America. The noodles were fried and brought over on ships because they didn't make fresh noodles. So the history of this place really holds true that this is a Chinese restaurant, from Chinese immigrants.
I met up with culinary historian Grace Young to learn more about America's earliest Chinatown. Where was the first Chinatown and how did it get started?
The first Chinatown is San Francisco. The first Chinese came to California for the gold rush, and that was 1848. And they came because America needed cheap labor. And so from gold rush, they ended up doing farming, manufacturing, and then eventually they worked on the Transcontinental Railroad. And the first Chinatown formed because America wanted cheap labor, but they didn't want the Chinese to live with whites. So they were ostracized from white communities.
So talk to me about that first wave of Chinese immigration to the U.S.
The Chinese came from southern China, principally from the area of Canton, and there was tremendous prejudice against the Chinese. They were lynched, and because the Chinese were willing to work for lower wages, they were seen as the reason why Americans were suffering so much. So the blame was unfairly placed on the Chinese.
In 1882, Congress signed the Chinese Exclusion Act into law. It banned Chinese from migrating to the U.S. It marks the only time in American history that an entire race or ethnic group was banned from immigrating.
But the interesting thing about this Exclusion Act was that there was actually exemption for Chinese tourists, students, teachers, and also merchants.
A landmark court case in 1915 classified Chinese restaurant owners as merchants.
And it gave them a way to circumvent the Exclusion Act of 1882.
It was this exemption that allowed Jerry's great uncle to open Pekin Noodle Parlor in Butte, paving a path for more family members to immigrate to the U.S. and help the business. Jerry's father, Danny Wong, arrived in the U.S. in 1947 as a teenager.
Ever since he was 14 years old, he's been working at the Pekin Noodle Parlor, and he just started with the simple roles of washing dishes, and then he learned how to cook, and then he slowly just started integrating himself into, managing it and working with the waitresses and the staff.
Danny taking over the restaurant in the 1950s, spending years turning it into a pillar of the local community.
Well, I've been coming here for at least 50 years. They give me plenty of food. I never walk away hungry.
I love coming to work because of all the people I work with. Like, they choose really nice people. And
my father probably employed over 10,000 people at this, throughout his whole entire life. So it's interesting to know that there's nearly 5 to 6 generations of people that, have worked here.
The menu at Pekin Noodle Parlor hasn't changed much over the years.
We do a thing called chop suey. And what chop suey is tidbits of leftover vegetables that were kind of mixed together in its own gravy and served on top of chow mein noodles. We've been serving it for over 110 years.
Chop suey is in large part why Chinese food became so popular across the United States.
Chop suey was the first time America experienced a culinary craze, a food craze. And it's starting at the end of the 19th century that there are Americans who are venturing into Chinatown. The way they got them to even experiment with Chinese food was to make a stir fry that was actually quite bland. So they used bamboo shoots, water chestnuts, onions, oftentimes there was celery.
For many years, Chinatowns were the only places where non-Chinese Americans could sample Asian flavors.
Americans were going into Chinatown, some were curious, they wanted to experience curio shops, Chinese operas.
With increased tourism, Chinatowns in large cities grew, but it was a different story in Montana. Like many mining towns, Butte lost many of its workers as production slowed in the 1950s.
Once the copper ran dry, then the people just started to pick up and just kind of move on and move back to their families and the bigger states.
As miners left Butte for new opportunities, its Chinatown disappeared. In the early 1900s, there were 7 chop suey restaurants listed in the Butte City Directory. Today, only the Pekin Noodle Parlor remains open.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Jerry Tam runs the Pekin Noodle Parlor in Butte, Montana.
People may know this is the oldest Chinese restaurant in America, but below it is so much history.
Despite Pekin's historic status, Jerry says he was never pressured by family to join the business.
I never learned to cook until I came back in around 2009, because like any Asian American, my parents wanted all of their kids to go to college, so we all went to colleges around the nation and to get a better education, to become a lawyer, a doctor, and what have you. But I went into fashion, and what was great about that is I got to see the world because of it.
In 2004, Jerry even appearing on Bravo's Project Runway. But a few years later, family duty calling him home.
And unfortunately, my mom had a stroke, so my dad needed help, taking care of her and taking care of the restaurant. I think it was really hard on my father because they were in a generation where they loved each other every day, and they were just best friends.
After Jerry's mom passed, Jerry and his dad began operating Pekin together.
He never stopped working, so he was working here all the way until 85, until he couldn't make up the stairs anymore. My father and I spent every day together. I made sure he was healthy all the way till the end, the best of my ability I can do. My father passed in November, and it was really, heartbreaking. He didn't want to say goodbye to my sisters or me or this restaurant or the community. He loved Butte, Montana.
Jerry now runs Pekin Noodle Parlor with his cousin Nelson. Together, they're working to preserve a family legacy and keep a piece of Chinese American history alive in an unlikely place.
I've been asked the question, what is the future of the Pekin? And the best answer I can give you is, let's just keep it the same. Let's not change anything, because that's what people come here for. They need to have their parking spots, they have their booths, they have their favorite place to sit at the bar. I don't think they want any change, because this is a place that feels like home.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? You telling us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicki has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
While New York City is home to America's largest Chinatown, the honor of the oldest goes to San Francisco, and that's where the Far East Cafe is located. It is one of the last remaining historic Chinese banquet halls. After a 2-year hiatus, this celebrated venue hosted the 64th annual Miss Chinatown USA pageant, a Lunar New Year tradition. The occasion marking a triumphant milestone for the century-old institution. Bill Lee has owned the Far East Cafe since 1999. His daughter Kathy working by his side as the manager.
He brought me into the restaurant to kind of understand the roots of our culture. He wanted me to remember that, Chinatown is about community, is about traditions, is about culture.
For many in the community, Chinese banquet halls are more than just venues for special events.
I feel that Far East is kind of like a second home for, a lot of our patrons that come in because they feel so comfortable. So much history and so many memories, A lot of patrons that have been here, they've told me, they're like, oh, my parents had my red egg ginger party. It's very similar to like a baptism. And that was like 50 something years ago.
And that history is everywhere you look at Far East.
The ceilings, like my dad mentioned, the high ceilings, the moldings are all original. And the lanterns were all imported from China in the 1920s. So they're over 100 plus years old.
For the last few decades, there were 5 giant banquet-style restaurants in San Francisco's Chinatown. But with rising rents and gentrification, most have since closed their doors. By early 2020, only 2 banquet halls remained.
The Far East Cafe planned to celebrate its 100-year anniversary with a big celebration. Instead, it's now planning to close its doors.
At the start of the pandemic, the restaurant stayed afloat by cooking meals for senior citizens and low-income residents in Chinatown.
We applied for a PPP loan, and we got over $200,000. We also received money from the feed and fuel program. Then our landlord gave us 6 months of free rent.
Beyond COVID, a different type of virus brought more harm to Chinatowns across the country. Anti-Asian hate crimes soaring by nearly 340% in 2021.
When this started happening, I felt very, very sad and also very angry because I'm like, why is this happening to Chinatown? Why is it happening to our community? For these people to target elderly people, to push them down, to rob them, don't they realize that they have grandparents too, or they have parents that are that age? And if that happened to their parents, how would they feel?
People saw the attacks when they watched the news and heard reports, and they got even more scared. They don't want to go out, even for special events like the Mid-Autumn Festival. We tried to invite them, but they didn't want to come.
We used to be open until 10 o'clock before pandemic. Sometimes we would stay out here until midnight if we had events. Now, we can't do that. We changed the business hours to close at 7:30, because safety is the most important thing.
Business owners across Chinatown still face hostility. George and Cindy Chen opened China Live in 2017.
We've been lucky. We've only had a couple of instances where, people scream anti-Asian slurs. And we're concerned about our employees, coming to work and being harassed. I think that ignorance is very unfortunate.
China Live is a massive marketplace with multiple restaurants. It's in a building that once housed a banquet hall like Far East.
I remember coming to a wedding here when I was in college, and there were, I think literally 5,000 people in like 6 restaurants. But unfortunately, real estate was getting very expensive, so it's not very cost effective if you don't have that business.
But 2 years ago, the couple had to lay off 200 workers. However, with the support of partners, George and Cindy were able to pivot their business on a few fronts.
We did, the ghost kitchen was selling outside our box. So we have 10 locations in the Bay Area, from San Jose to Berkeley, and they can order food from those ghost kitchens.
Ghost kitchens prepare restaurant-quality food exclusively for delivery or takeout.
We sold so many Peking ducks, we didn't know what to do with all the duck fat. So what do? You make popcorn with it. So that's why we have a duck fat popcorn.
As business picked up, China Live was able to rehire 100 workers. Despite an uncertain future, these restaurants remain hopeful that business will rebound.
There's more police presence. People are more, as a community, standing up for ourselves, making sure that we have the buddy system, making sure that we're together and we feel safe, that we're walking together, that we have each other's back.
I mean, dining out is an essential part of life, right? I mean, what more fun is to look forward to having dinner with friends you haven't seen at a new place or old favorite place?
But some old favorites just can't be replaced.
During the pandemic, many restaurants have shut down. Far East is now the biggest restaurant in Chinatown. If Far East closes, there won't be space big enough to host large events for the community.
We were overjoyed having that Miss Chinatown USA event here, a press conference, and just being able to reconnect with the community. It warmed my heart. And my dad was just so overjoyed that people were coming in just to celebrate.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To learn more about the future of Chinese-American restaurants, I went to visit Chef Lucas Sin in New York City. This savvy chef is on a mission to save mom and pop shops from closing and putting a spin on the classics. Hey, nice to meet you.
Good to see you.
All right, can't wait to talk and taste.
Come in here.
Lucas was born and raised in Hong Kong. Growing up, he had never heard of dishes like General Tso's chicken. What was your first experience with Chinese-American food?
Yeah.
And did you go, what the heck is this?
I was here for summer camp, and on Tuesdays at 10 o'clock or so, right before bedtime, this van would pull up in the front of the school, and you could pick between sesame chicken, General Tso's chicken, orange chicken with broccoli and fried rice or white rice or whatever it was. The first thought was that this is ridiculously delicious, where has this been my whole life? And the second thought is that what in the world is the difference between orange chicken and General Tso's chicken and sesame chicken? Why is there so much that I don't understand about this if last time I checked it was Chinese?
Lucas actually studied cognitive science at Yale, but he always had a passion for cooking. His summers spent training in award-winning restaurants in Hong Kong and Japan. After graduating in 2015, Lucas opened his first restaurant with Yale classmate Yang Zhao. Junzi Kitchen is a fast casual chain that serves modern Chinese fare. But Lucas remained passionate about the Chinese American cuisine he first tasted as a boy. So how did Chinese American food, the food that we have become familiar with, how did that develop? How did that happen?
Now, Chinese takeout is interesting, right? Because it's all over the United States.
So these folks come in, they apprentice in a restaurant, they learn those recipes, and
they
then
go
move
somewhere
on
else, right?
to open their own
Exactly.
restaurant.
And then their cousins come from Fujian, and then those recipes are passed on. And there's a remarkable similarity to these dishes.
Despite the popularity of Chinese American food, many family-owned restaurants that once dotted Chinatowns and other urban areas have been closing for years.
Opening restaurants is really difficult, and running restaurants is perhaps even more difficult. These moms and dads open these restaurants so that their kids can go to university and become lawyers and doctors and television hosts and whatnot. And now they're finally able to do that. They don't need to run these restaurants anymore, right? Suddenly livelihoods have changed. That's a good thing.
Lucas and Young hatched an idea to help smaller businesses in 2019. Nice Day seeks out restaurants facing closure, then works with the owners to remodel the space and update the menus. The pandemic stalled the team's initial plans, but the second location in Long Island is slated to open this spring.
It's important to me that these new Chinese American takeout restaurants that we're building called Nice Day work with the previous generation of owners, because they have a lot of knowledge that we don't. They know their customers, they know what sells, they know how to cook these dishes, they have recipes.
You raise an interesting point, Lucas, in that you talk to these retired Chinese restaurant owners. Is that part of the sense of trying to memorialize what could be lost?
Now, preserving recipes is part of it, but the other important part is preserving the way business is done. Chinese takeout restaurants are one of the few restaurants in the world that if they're open from, let's say, 11 to 10, the work hours are 11 to 10. They don't have any prep hours. The same cooks that do the wok stir fries are also prepping during the day. It's ridiculously efficient, and it's got to do with the setup and the way that the kitchens are run, but it's also important to us that we give back to this last generation, and that we can make sure that owners who want to retire can retire well, and that legacy can be preserved in a new type of American Chinese takeout restaurant.
While Nice Day pays homage to popular Chinese American recipes, Lucas has been celebrated for his innovative fusion dishes. In 2021, he was named one of Food and Wine's best new chefs.
We serve a mapo mac and cheese here, which is a variation on that dish. It's fusion-y and it's silly, and it's just an attempt to do something ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. It betrays every chef sensibility that I have, but unfortunately it's delicious and it's interesting and it gets people talking.
Finally, it's time to eat. Lucas showing me how to make his signature dish. How do we get started?
So the mapo mac and cheese, the mac and the cheese elements are rigorously American. This is elbow macaroni,
right?
Cooked halfway, and this is Velveeta. But the mapo element is going to be in the form of a mapo sauce, if you will. The last two elements that really sort of take this over the edge is Chinese sausage.
Oh.
It can function like bacon, and some dried shiitake mushrooms that we've rehydrated. So to start off with, we're just going to cut a couple of things. And this tofu we will then put into the deep fryer.
This concludes the chopping portion of our program. Next, garlic and ginger are cooked till fragrant. Then, spicy bean paste and soybean paste are added to start the sauce. Mushroom broth is added, the mixture brought to a boil so the flavors infuse.
Can I give that a try? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, here you go. So your left hand's on the wok? Yeah.
Yes. I can't get any altitude on this thing. Nothing's coming up. And that's why the pros do it, baby.
At this point, everything's smelling quite good. So the macaroni is going to go in, as well as the soup we just made. Once it's boiling and happy, 2 slices of the best
Velveeta.
Velveeta American cheese. Wait for that Velveeta to melt. And you'll see that that sauce is already beautifully tied together. We like to plate this dish in the Chinese takeout box.
Oh, wow.
Because it's silly.
Why not? It's fun. Boom.
Some fried tofu puffs as croutons go over the top. That's a little bit of texture and the homage to the original mapo tofu. These fresh scallions are actually really important because they cut through the heaviness of the original dish.
Wow. There's a little spice, the creaminess, the crunch of the tofu.
I hope you get a little bit of the Chinese sausage, yeah.
Whoa, you've never had mac and cheese like this. Amid a global pandemic, changing family dynamics, and anti-Asian racism, Chinatowns across America and the communities that sustain them face a challenging road ahead.
Every business that is open right now is still fighting for its life. And I think that the best way to fight the anti-Asian hate is to show our love for the community. Come to Chinatown or your local Asian American Pacific Islander restaurant, store, market, give them your business. We have lost so much during the pandemic, and I think it makes us all so much more conscious that we have to protect what we love.
If you think you know Kim Kardashian from that reality show, Keeping Up with the Kardashians, I'm just here to say you don't know nothing yet about Kim. Kim Kardashian, she's a brand, a multi-billion-dollar brand with nearly 300 million followers on social media. She is the co-founder of a perfume collection, a makeup line, and so much more. But the biggest seller for Kim Kardashian is herself. People cannot get enough of this woman, of her family, her lifestyle, her choices. And while, yes, she is in the midst of a hectic work schedule, and she's also in the middle of a divorce from Kanye West, the father of her 4 kids, she's calmer than she seemed in a decade. She is in a new relationship with comedian and Saturday Night Live cast member Pete Davidson. She just launched another campaign for her shapewear line, Skims, and her famous family, well, they're about to embark on a new chapter of the reality show, The Kardashians. This time it's on Hulu. So what is Kim Kardashian making space for these days? Well, law school aside, she is making space for herself. Kim, it's so great to see you. I'm so happy that you have time to sit with me today. I've got the podcast called Making Space, and I weirdly feel like you're at a moment in your life where everything is slowing down. Everything seems more peaceful and simpler. And I'm not sure if I'm reading into it, but I'm getting this total vibe about your life today, that there's more calm going on. Am I right?
There definitely is a lot of calm. I'd say when you have 4 kids, they'll never really fully be calm. Like ever. And I think when people say, oh, you're so much calmer now, or you seem like at peace now, I was definitely at peace and loving not being calm before. I don't think that there's like the two are pit against each other or that one is better than the other. I think at the phase in my life that I was at for the last decade, I've loved and it made me who I am today, and I've grown and evolved, but it was super spontaneous and so much going on and so amazing. I think I just prefer now I work, really hard and long hours and in school. And I think that what I choose to do with my off time now is just probably a little bit more simpler things. And so I feel more of a sense of inner calmness, but my life definitely isn't calm. I think people around me would be like, do you ever take a minute, So yes, there is a calmness for sure, but I loved every phase that I've been in my life.
Not too long ago, I ended a 8-year relationship and it was not simple. Did you know for a long time that it wasn't the right fit? Were you just continuing, or Was it something that kind of came on?
No, I think that, in life, it's especially, I've been divorced before, and it's extremely difficult. I would say getting a divorce with children is a whole other level of pain and hard times that I just didn't even know existed. But I really wanted to make a decision, and it wasn't a quick decision. It wasn't, it was something I think just over time, spending a lot of time apart and realizing, especially during the whole quarantine time and having to spend a lot of time together after spending so much time apart, you just realize what really makes you happy. And, I think some people might try to think maybe it's a selfish decision because I do have 4 kids and I do want to be mindful of everyone's feelings involved. But I think for once I was I want to really choose my happiness over anything and my peace of mind. And I think something just stuck out to me. My mom used to always cry to me when I was in these, bad relationships and, college and years ago. And she used to say, all I want for my kids and all I want for you is peace of mind. And when I woke up and realized that I didn't have that, that's all I was looking for. And so I think that no matter what, it doesn't mean that, everyone didn't try, and it doesn't mean that I don't wish that it, had turned out differently, and there's nothing more than you'd want for everyone to be happy. But I think it also showed a lot of personal strength for me because I was really a people pleaser and I wanted everyone else to be happy, that I finally was why am I measuring and trying to make other people happy over myself? And that takes a lot of strength to do, even if you know that it'll make your kids upset as well for a time period. I think, one day they're going to grow up and be out of the house and it's just going to be me and I'm going to have to sit there with my happiness. And I saw, my mom stay in a relationship too long when she wasn't as happy. And I just never wanted to, once I knew for sure in my heart and soul, I realized everyone's going to heal quicker if I just make the move instead of not being my authentic self and not finding my inner peace.
Well, there's a great Alicia Keys song I just heard with Brandi Carlile, and it's called I Have a Voice. And it gives me chills when I hear it because when you're a pleaser, a people pleaser, your voice gets squished down. Sometimes it's so silent you can't even hear it. You don't even whisper to yourself anymore. You're just you know what? I'm just going to plod along and go along my merry way. But do you kind of believe that when you are peaceful, your kids will be too? It's almost like they feel your total vibe.
Absolutely. I think when you're happy, your kids are happy. And even if it's hard and they don't understand at the time, I went through it and I understood it eventually with my parents. And I just think there's also, that's just a part of life. And these are also growing lessons and learning lessons for my kids too. And so I think that they will ultimately be better people when they're faced with hard times and faced with real life situations.
It's a can't miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicki has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? You telling us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive.
top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
How do you trust, this is something for everybody who's been in a relationship that didn't work, and then you see something that might work, but then you think, I'm not sure. I don't know. You get gun shy, you get afraid. I don't want to run, you just get afraid. But it seems to me that you followed some instinct in you, your soul or your spirit or something, that said, yes, this is something to try with Pete.
Yeah, I think that, sometimes things happen when you just least expect it. Yeah. It was like the last thing that I was really planning on. And so when it did happen, we were kind of like, oh my God, I wasn't like planning on this. And this isn't even what I was thinking of. And like, it just makes it that much sweeter and so much more fun when sometimes you just can't plan everything out, and you have to be open to it, and you have to I definitely took my time. I took 10 months or something before I dated or talked to anyone, and I just wanted that time to really figure out and go through the motions. Am I making the right decision? How do I feel about this? Like, you'll never know until you're put in situations. And so once I went through all of the motions, I finally was like, okay, guys, I am so ready to meet someone. And I randomly did. And I think you just, Chloe asked me this question once. She was like, how do you know to trust a person? Yeah. Like, how do you know to trust? And I was like, I've never thought about that. I've always been really trusting, and I've never really had a guard up. But sometimes you just know. And sometimes you just know when to trust. And so I kind of go with it. And I feel like everything has happened that could possibly happen that is heartbreaking, in all of our lives. I've seen it with my sisters and my mom, and just we all know someone that's been through a really hard time in relationships, and everyone's been okay, and everyone comes out okay. So you just have to let yourself go and open yourself up to receive something, and just be a good person, and you'll get that back. And no matter what, everyone's going to be okay. That's kind of my outlook on everything with life.
It is. It is. Do you trust yourself again to get married again?
I want to live in the moment. I definitely want to, I do love a relationship. That's the kind of girl that I am. I don't really want to be, dating around and stuff like that, but I do live in the moment, and I do think that I am holding, a little bit more close to my heart on certain aspects of my relationship with Pete, and it feels good just to know that we have this connection, and we have our little bubble of a relationship world that we live in that not a lot of people know about.
I think it's cool, even the little things we do know. You go out for pizza. You're like, oh, everything's just cool and regular and not such a big deal.
We were driving in the car yesterday, and I just looked at him, and I was like, thank you. And he's like, what? And I was like, for running errands with me. This is so much fun, just to go to a doctor's appointment or go to the dentist and just run errands. I'm having so much fun.
It's back to the beginning, back to before everything,
yeah.
Right?
I mean, and again, it's not to say that any amazing big experience I had was not so much fun as well and so worth it. It's just where I'm at in life. I feel like we've worked so hard, and we just want to enjoy, different things. And I'm just so content.
That's a beautiful word, by the way. Okay, if you had a day that was just for you, Kim, you woke up, your kids were all being taken care of, Pete was busy.
Where's this day?
You open your eyes, it's a beautiful sunrise. You have one day for Kim, just for Kim. How would you, and no work, how would you fill that day?
Oh my gosh, I would work out because I love to work out.
Yes.
I would hopefully be waking up on the beach somewhere. Really beautiful, and just lay in bed all day and watch TV and movies and eat in bed. I'm such a homebody. I love to stay home.
I love that you eat in bed. Okay, some people are totally against that.
I have a dust buster by my bed in my side table drawer. I hate crumbs in the bed. So I definitely will put down a towel. I have trays. I have the most comfortable trays. And I just eat on the trays, and my dustbuster is always on deck.
Okay, snack of choice in bed?
Oh my God. Well, I'm eating extremely clean now. I love to just eat my dinners and stuff. But I mean, my favorite snacks ever are like Cheetos and cookies and
Stuff
Triscuits and like so many random little things.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
Do you feel, I feel like your life is full. Are there things that you feel like you are missing? Any puzzle pieces that aren't quite there yet? If you say, I'm just working toward that. I feel like you have so many irons in the fire that it's hard to quantify, but is there something that you feel like needs to snap into place?
Yeah, I really gotta like get it together with law school. It's really hard.
Yeah.
I gotta finish. I have almost 2 years left. Mm-hmm. And I study 3 hours a day, every day, and it is really hard, and I just can't wait. I keep on saying okay, I can't even entertain this business thing or that. I can't put another thing on my plate until school is done. I need to finish school, and once that happens, I will be a different human being.
Do you kind of feel that sometimes you're underestimated when you walk into a room, Kim?
Absolutely. And I've always been the underdog, always. And that's okay with me. If anything, I like for someone to really be unpleasantly surprised and maybe expect less and be blown away when maybe I give them more than they thought that I would ever give them, but that's always just been what people have perceived. And I don't know if that's why I've worked so hard to try to figure it out and to try to show people. I mean, your life changes and what you care about can all change and grow and evolve. And so I really don't mind being the underdog and being thought differently and proving myself, because I think that's what always has kept that fire under me. Mm-hmm. Even if I didn't understand it at the time or couldn't understand certain people's decisions, I applaud people's growth and where they're at, and I really just don't mind being that person and that underdog.
I mean,
people.
Can you just line out, just give me one snapshot of a day? Because I don't think, I know you and I know how hard you work. There's not a person who works harder. Line out your day for me. You wake up and go.
I wake up at 5:40. I go to the gym from 6 to 7. 7:05, get the kids up, get them all ready for school, all 4 of them. Help brush their teeth, get their uniforms on, eat breakfast, get them out the door, drive them to school, come back, start glam, or study. It's like I have that few hours study time or glam, or it's vice versa. Then I film, and then I either go to a Skims campaign or a Skims fabric meeting. And then I'm, relaunching my beauty brand soon. So it's like formulas and products and packaging and, meetings all day. And then pick the kids up from school. Or if I'm in the middle of a shoot or something and I can't, I meet them after school, always have dinner with the kids. And then at nighttime, either do my reading for studying for school or just do all my like Skims content and organize. I'm big on organizing and making sure everything's in place. And then I go to bed I put all the kids to bed, and then I'm finally to bed around 10:30 myself. And then the day starts all over again.
That's a day. Kim started the shapewear brand Skims in 2019, filling a gap in the market with underwear, shapewear, and loungewear for people of all shapes and sizes and skin tones. Today, the company is worth billions. Did you ever imagine that Skims would be a $3.2 billion company?
I did not. I had hopes, obviously. I had such high hopes because I just felt like anytime there's something missing in the marketplace that you're always trying to find a solution for, other people are trying to find that same solution. So when I realized that, in shapewear, there just was not size inclusivity and color tone inclusivity, I just knew that even just like where the seams were and everything that I was changing on shapewear myself and wanting to perfect, I found that creating my own line was just going to be my best bet. And I love every minute of it. I come up with every campaign, every style, every fabric. I'm at every campaign. Like, it's just, even doing the one with my favorite icons, I wasn't supposed to be in that campaign. I just went to go see how they were doing and bring a beignet truck for them as a little treat. And they were like, oh, no, you're getting in this campaign.
You're getting in.
And I was like, oh my God, what? I wasn't prepared, and I didn't get a spray tan, and I didn't, and they were like, who cares? Get in it.
You're in, and you did.
And I did, and it was so much fun, and I'll have that memory forever. But I just have so many fun ideas that it's like my baby. Anytime I work on something now, it has to be like, I'm so obsessed, it's my baby. I can't, wait to just show people what we have coming, and it's so much fun.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, keeping up with the Kardashians, we watched as you bid that farewell. And sometimes when something's done, it's done. You just lock the box and say, that was a good ride. See you later, alligator. But something happened. This thing got another life. It's on Hulu. So what was it that made you decide, maybe we're not done yet?
In all honesty, a bidding war from streaming services came in, and we just were like, okay, how can we worked so hard for so many years, and it was, it's the best lesson, but then it was just a really good opportunity. And we thought, you know what, let's take a year off. let's not film for a year and let's let life happen. And we did. And then we all knew that we were going to miss it. Like, we just were like, it was a bittersweet thing where we just felt like our time on the network was up and our time just together, like that was up. And then just coming together again was so much fun. The first day of filming was so weird. We were just, we couldn't believe that we were filming again, and just like the way that we film is a little bit different. I think the viewer would love to just see, or hopefully they'll love it, just how documentary style it is and just how individual it is, and you see each sister and family member really on their own and kind of separate, and then we kind of all come together, where the last show was like all together all the time. So I think just knowing that it was going to be a little bit different, and that's such a scary thing, like to start over and to, you know, because Keeping Up was so iconic. We're so close to the producers, you know, we loved everyone. And it was like, how do we start over? Are we making such a big mistake? Should we have just left it there? But I think after seeing the edits and seeing how it's shot, and we're so excited, and I'm just so excited for the viewer to see it.
Well, I have to talk about just you and your sisters for 1 second, because I remember, it was years ago, but Kathy Lee and I went because Kendall was in a fashion show. She was walking the catwalk, and when we got there, all of you guys were there. There were no cameras, there was nothing. You guys were screaming like it was the first time you'd seen Kendall on the catwalk.
Oh, I know.
And I said in that minute, that's why the show's successful. Because they love each other. Camera lights on, camera lights off. They're supporting, and they're screaming to her like they had never seen her do it before. And I was cracking up, and Kathy Lee's like, that's how they are, of course. But that's the magic, isn't it? Like, that's the thing that makes people lean in.
Kathy used to say that all the time. She used to say, like, you guys, when we were kids, like super young, she would be like, I was a teenager, and she would say, like, you guys are insane. Like, where's the camera? Like, reality TV was just starting out, and she was like, you guys just have to have your own show. This is insane.
Yeah. She said it, yeah.
But I think that we're the same, you know, cameras on, like you said, cameras off. I mean, there's not one of my friends from high school that can say I'm any different now than I was back in high school. And I think we've just always maintained that. And I feel so lucky that we've had each other as a family to come up together. I mean, to think about it, we all got our first check together. We all bought our first car together. We all got our first play. Like, we had each other. We all ran into our first celebrity that we were freaking out over. Like, we had every same experience together as a family. So it's like just different than one of us moving out here from, you know, a different state and calling the other sister saying, oh my God, guess who I just met? Or, oh my God, guess what I just got? Like, we kind of were able to share every experience together, which I think is pretty cool and has kept us super grounded. But yeah, we support each other no matter what. We fight just like every family. I mean, I think that when we started filming, we couldn't have even imagined half the stuff that was going to happen and go on in our lives filming. I mean, we thought, how are we going to get to a season 2? We have nothing to film about, you know? And so I just feel lucky that we're starting a new journey on Hulu, and I hope that the fans like it just as much as they liked Keeping Up.
I feel like we're rushing 100 miles an hour. And I feel like, you know, they talk about how the top layer of the ocean is very, very tumultuous. But if you go down deep, it's calm and it's peaceful. And up on the top layer, they say it's like it's the things you got to do. I gotta pick up the kids. I gotta go to work. I gotta get to the meeting. I gotta check on the skims. But if you go deeper, it's calm and peaceful. What do you hope to make space for in this coming year in your life?
I just hope to make as much space for my kids, to be honest. I try to spend so much time with them. I actually hope to make space for myself too, just to have, you know, a little vacay without the kids maybe, or, you know, just, I think that's super important, is to always make space for yourself, but to make space for your kids when they really need you, and just make sure that you're there to do homework, and all the little things add up to the big things. So I just, I do make space for that, and I just want to continue to do that.
Yeah, my favorite parenting hack when I'm asking my kids something is, the only thing I say to them is, tell me more. That's it. My only line to them, and then all of a sudden, out comes the entire day.
Yeah.
When I start asking them specifics, they're like, I don't know, nothing. tell me more. And they go, let me think of something. Oh, guess what happened, Mom? And they tell me some beautiful story.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. I'm going to use that.
Yeah.
I'm going to steal that from you.
That's a good one. Kim, I love you. Thank you so much for hanging out with us.
Oh my gosh. Love you. Thank you for having
All right.
me.
You got it. We'll talk to you soon.
Bye.
First of all, it's great to see you, Jeff.
It's so great to see you. Wait a minute. The times I've seen you.
Yes.
Let's review.
Sure. Let's have a drink.
I think
and review.
only at the yes, please.
Cheers.
I think it's cheers. Now, is it incorrect to toast to clink
water
with water?
It is. It's bad luck, as a matter of fact. So we'll have to bring out some hard liquor if you have it.
But I say break the rules.
Let's do it. June 9th is the 29th anniversary of the premiere of the first Jurassic Park movie.
Is that true?
29 years ago in D.C. Does that feel like a lifetime ago? Does that feel like yesterday? What's your sort of perspective on this Jurassic run?
I'll tell you, when Laura Dern mentioned it to me the other day, I had forgotten. As I sit here, I can't really remember. It's the truth of it. Washington, D.C., as distinct from anything else. I don't remember that we were there first. I don't know. It's kind of... Anyway, see, it must be a long time ago, or I'm going dim. Some bridges are...
Well, no, you're forgiven. There were many premieres, I'm sure, to that movie, and it was a long time ago.
It feels a long time ago and kind of recent, you know, and kind of recent. And I don't know that it changed my life. Not like you'd think professionally, I guess, in retrospect. But I don't have a recollection of feeling like, golly, my life has changed. You know what I mean?
With all that said, though,
Yes,
Jeff, what is it like to be back here now in this movie, something that was a long time ago, doesn't feel like it? What's it like to be sitting here back in the world of Jurassic?
Privileged. I feel lucky. I don't take it for granted. It certainly wouldn't have been predictable or expected 30 years ago. When I was a kid, I was hot about the idea of being an actor. And I knew it was a long shot to ever get to do it. And I'm still aware of that. The fact that I've gotten chances to keep doing it kind of not uncommonly, continually over now a longish period of time, is I feel privileged and appreciative of it, and to be in a movie that, if nothing else, kind of gets people's attention, entertains them, and means something to them here and there. You know, it's awful fun. And to work with creative people. Now, that's the thing that I really did focus myself on. I was hot to not only be an actor, but to have this creative adventure. And I had a good teacher, Sandy Meisner, who said, you know, here's a worthwhile way to spend your life. And you can keep getting better at it forever. And so that's been important to me.
And to be back with Laura, and to be back with Sam, back with that team, and conjuring such nostalgia for those of us who loved the first one, to seeing the three of you together. What was it like to walk on set with them?
Fantastic. Fantastic. Great. You know, I'd been prepared in my mind for some months and been working on it. And then we contacted each other over the phone. what is, how's this going to go, and what can we do, and but then I saw them. We all, we were the first production out in the bubble, caused by COVID, and Sam and Laura had found out when I was arriving, and they're stationed on some little balcony, and gave me a very sweet and crazy, hello, and then we embraced it. It was great. And then the first day on the set, the three of us were there, kind of improvising and doing things, and we showed up, and she said that Colin Trevorrow, our wonderful director, took a picture, and she saw the crew, and they were all kind of interested and a little bit, emotional and like that, and made her emotional. And then Colin sent that picture to the great Mr. Steven Spielberg, who said back to him, and he related to us that he was emotional, So it was emotional. What I remember from it was very sweet being with them. But what I remember is that it was a very focused kind of playtime, work time, to kind of get it right. So we went to work.
You went to work, and you went to work well, and you stepped back into a story for people who are getting ready to go see this, where we now find the dinosaurs, I won't give too much away, but we're having to coexist and to live in the same spaces as dinosaurs. So what else should somebody who's going to go out and watch this know about where we find ourselves in Jurassic World?
Yes, dinosaurs are all over the world, so it's kind of an epic in scope little story that takes us all over the place. And the three of us don't have just little tidbits. We're not just a garnish on a sweet platter, but we have nice little parts. So we're all over it, if that interests anybody. And what else? It's a movie that you want to see in the movie theater because it's big and loud. We're going to take our kids, as a matter of fact, for the first time to see a movie in a movie theater this coming Sunday.
Oh, their first ever movie will be Dad's movie.
Yes,
that's
never
cool.
Seen it. I mean, yeah.
Have you seen the movie? Have you sat down and watched it yet?
I've seen it twice. And I had a great experience. I'm not just selling it, but I was kind of very with it and on the edge of my seat. And there are a lot of jumps in it. The dinosaurs made me jump a bunch of times, which is sort of enjoyable. And then, and the characters by that time, and now we've been immersed in spending time with each other doing this publicity. So I was very kind of talking about it. So I was very kind of immersed in the characters and the dinosaurs, and I was even kind of choked up and I was really with it, So I loved it.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
West Homestead.
Yeah. Have you ever been around Pittsburgh at all?
Pittsburgh, yes. I don't think I've been to West Homestead.
It's a little
it's there,
hamlet there,
yes,
off
in the
beaten
suburbs.
path. Yeah.
It seems to me, reading everything I have read about you, you knew so young that you wanted to be an actor in a place that wasn't known for cranking out acters. You were writing in the fog of the mirror, let me be an actor, all that.
Yeah, I was obsessed by it, but that was like in 9th, 10th grade when I took these couple of Carnegie Mellon 6-week summer courses in acting, and then I was,
But where did that come from, that obsession?
I think around 10 that happened, and it was that, my dad had said if you find something you love doing, That might be a vocational guidepost. And then I was in this camp that I loved, that was different than the kids that I went to school with, and I loved it and came alive there. And there was a drama course there, and I jumped on stage, and afterwards they said, well, how'd you like that? They were there, my parents were there, and I went, yeah, I like that, you know, but I kind of kept a secret to myself I wanted to do it.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's thrilling, right? It's a collaborative thing. People clap for you after you do it.
Yeah, clapping is okay. But yes, it was. I remember people laughing during this thing. I played this part, and yeah, it was thrilling. It was. I'll tell you, I was backstage. I remember being backstage in this chapel theater. It was a kind of nicey theater. I remember. I think even now, thinking to myself, I'm not prepared to do this. There's nothing. I mean, I worked on a little bit. I don't know what I'm going to do. How do I know what to do? And I had to actually leap on stage. And I took that leap, and I guess it was even spiritual and psychological and metaphorical, out of nothing, that allowed me to have this thing and experience. And that still kind of means something to me now, this sort of leap out of nothing that for any moment of life is the way to go, you know? I still am kind of thrilled and romantic about it.
And you took a massive leap coming here to New York as a kid. You were still a kid, 17 years old.
Yes.
How did that conversation go with your parents?
Well, okay. Actually, my dad was a doctor.
Yeah.
And I had applied to Carnegie Mellon University, who said, hey, he was good in the summer sessions, he should apply to the regular school. I did a bad audition, I think. I was not prepared. They turned me down, and I hadn't applied any place else. And my dad, I told you, he said, find something you love to do. I remember in 9th grade, in the summer, when I came home, kind of all jazzed up and talking about what I'd learned, whether it was, we were taking a mime course, believe it or not. And I was thrilled about a lot of things. And he said to my mom in front of me, look at that, the kid is stimulated. And I remember the way he said it, I thought, oh, that's important to him. And yes, I get, it was important to me, it became important to me. So anyway, he was okay, and they were okay with it and supported it. And then before long, I started to get jobs and, make a living at it, and there you go.
You're here, you start finding jobs. You were great as freak number 1 in Death Wish, your first movie.
Yes. Yes.
Annie Hall and The Big Chill. Which movie felt to you like, this is my break?
I'll tell you, in retrospect, I suppose we can say, well, it was good professionally, that was kind of a break, but nothing felt like the day after, or hey, I got my break, and I wasn't focused, that's not my sensibility. I wasn't going, I need a break, I need to break into, get a break. I was continuing to learn, happy that, gee, I hope nobody finds out that I'm not an actor yet, because Sandy Meisner, the other side of the coin of this nice idea he had, is I'm not really an actor yet. I'm just practicing and trying to become an actor. So I was happy to, and I think it was lucky that I got little chances to kind of see what I could do. So it was like that. But as we look at it now, yes, all those things kind of led to each other, and then The Big Chill in the '83, and I did 10 Speed and Brown Shoe. Last time I saw Ben Vereen was in this room, believe it or not, when we were playing here. Yeah. Wow. He came, very wonderful guy. And, and then And then that's '83. Oh, The Fly happens in '86, '87.
Yeah. Is The Fly the one, though, where now I know who Jeff Goldblum is for sure?
I know his other
name.
people.
No, other people.
Other people.
No.
Yeah,
I hope you knew it before then.
I know what Jeff Goldblum is. He's a monster of sort. He's a heart, barely human. Yes.
But the success of that movie obviously impacted the way people saw you.
Yes, I think so, and professionally, but still, the main thing for me is that it was a creative landmark, and working with David Cronenberg, terrific, and on that material, gee, I had a juicy and growth-producing time of it, and then, yes, it was nice for me, wasn't it? It maybe had led to other things, but even now, I don't know that I could connect the dots and say that led absolutely to that. If it hadn't been for that, I I don't know. It's tough to measure.
So after The Fly, about 7 years later, comes the first Jurassic Park movie.
That's right. That's right.
Well, there's obviously some work in between there.
Yeah.
But this is a next step. I mean, I know you downplay how it changed your life and all those things, and that's fair, and you don't think about the commercial success of it, but...
Yeah, but it was a big deal.
It was a big deal.
Oh, yeah. Jurassic Park is a very lucky thing. And like I said, well, we've already talked about it, Steven Spielberg and the people with whom you work and doing this stuff. But yes, people coming up to you, how the fans feel about it is nice, and that's a big deal. That's a sweet thing. And yeah, it's a good, nice thing for an actor for me to have had gotten to do. That's true.
Are you aware of the endurance of your line, life finds a way?
I like
you still hear it?
Life finds a way.
Isn't it funny to think you delivered it the way you thought it would sound right 30 years ago, and here you're still seeing it on posts online and people saying it as they go about their lives?
Yes, it'll be forgotten soon enough, and all our activities here will be fleeting, and we'll turn to dust.
Now we're getting real deep.
Eventually.
That's painfully true.
We know that. It's not a secret. But for now, fleetingly, it's sweet that, it's not entirely disposable, and that 30 years, as quick as that really is, and on the cosmic calendar, it's nice and interesting and crazy that, things pop up and, you see things. That's cute.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
People watch you from the outside, and I get to see you up close in a way most people don't. And it feels like you move through life with joy, absent of cynicism. You just sort of appreciate all the things that come through your life. Is that how it really is? Is the Jeff Goldblum we believe to exist the one who is?
Well, I'm not pretending in any way, I try to be authentic, even in my presentation here. Yes. So, yes. I mean, I have moments and all different parts of me that can, chew on some miserable bone, that's fun to chew on for a second. But no, I'm still a humble student. And however it happened, I'm lucky. My life with these kids and Emily, it seems to be full of vitamin A and possibility. But I still, yes, I'm a student of and was listening today to some wisdom of one kind or another about how to be creative and live creatively, and how to live optimally. Is that the word?
Sure.
I want? And that's a good question. And I'm still engaged in it and trying to do today better than I did yesterday with leaping into life and appreciating it, being grateful for it, and seeing what I can give to it, and what's here, which will be gone soon enough, to appreciate.
I think what's special about you as well is your curiosity and your presence. You do seem to, whoever you're with, you're in that moment. Or wherever you are in that moment, in that space.
I aspire to that. And, my life studies overlapped with my acting technology. Sandy Meisner was a good teacher, and like all other good teachers too, he had a particularly effective and interesting way of teaching how to be in the moment. That's what actors talk about. That's the cliche, but that's what you got to do, because you're pretending. So like life, you have to infuse it with a little bit of acceptance of and receptiveness to spontaneity, and then creating the illusion of spontaneity. So you got to be entirely available to hear the other person's line, which you may know in part of yourself what it's going to be, but you've got to be particularly available and engaged in, besides the line, the deeply interesting, mysterious, infinitely fascinating that is the other human mechanism, that is that person over there. Because you're part of the cosmic, the Big Bang is in you. And I don't know everything about you, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then you got to pretend moment to moment. That's the acting part of it. But yeah, that's a little riff on me.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think there's infinite knowledge out there for us to grab onto and know and learn about. So you can't ever just sit back and not pursue it, or at least be curious about it. You're wasting your time.
There's something about here on Earth. We live on a special that we could easily take for granted.
Yes.
We live, it's part of this movie, the Jurassic series. This Earth is pretty magnificent, and the other creatures with whom we share it are, forget dinosaurs, are various and magnificent, and deserve equal safety and liberty as we have, and our wonderful coexistence.
I could talk about this all day with you. They're going to throw us out of here eventually, though. Before I ask you to play a tune on the piano, if you don't mind.
Sure.
The reason we've gotten to see so much more of you lately is because of your reality show. A successful 2 seasons with Jeff Goldblum. How much fun do you have with that?
I did have fun. I did have fun with that. Disney Plus, you could go see the 22 episodes. So I had a good time. Yeah, they were very good, and we made nice little documentaries.
You going to keep doing it? Do another season of it? Or we don't know yet?
We don't know yet.
Yeah.
I don't know what we're going to do. There could be more, but I had a nice, belly full of satisfying portion of it. 22 episodes, can you imagine? We went all over it. It keeps
That's work. Yeah.
Keeps you busy. I know you've got an extraordinary constitution, but it's it's an investment.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
So how does music fit into your life then? You've played this room, by the way, many times.
Not many times, no, for 1 week.
Oh, it was
we
only
played
a week.
for 1 week.
Okay.
It was a special week. It was fun.
And like acting, your love of jazz and your love of music goes all the way back to your childhood, doesn't it?
Yeah, around 10 or so, I forget. There were 4 of us kids. Our parents gave us lessons. My brother played the clarinet. I played the piano. Was bad for the first couple of years. Didn't want to practice. Didn't know what discipline was like then, doing your homework. And then he gave me a jazzy piece, and I was like, I like this. Something about me that just kind of responded to syncopation and something like that. So I practiced and learned how to play that. And then around that time, I had my heart set on acting as a career, but I got it into my head because I didn't have summer jobs or anything like that, to get the telephone book, the yellow pages, and look at cocktail lounges around Pittsburgh. I was 15, and go and cold call them and say, I hear you're looking for a piano player. I started to do that, and in the same vein, I kind of kept a piano with me. I did Broadway musical or 2, and was down in the pit playing with the musicians. I just loved it, loved musicians, and put it in a movie or 2. There's my character in The Fly plays for a second.
Yeah.
And then about 30 years ago, somebody said, it was Peter Weller, in fact, who said, come on, let's play Out and About. And, have a little band. And a core band, kind of, I've kept it up whenever I'm not working. And we made a couple of albums and this and that, and, we've wound up playing. So it's a part of my life, and which is very fun, unexpected, non-careerist oriented, but my daily life includes, before the kids get up, usually always, I work out in the gym and do my little workload of piano. That changes my day, changes my life. Music is a tonic, as you know, and it's great. Thank you to Shirley once again and Harold for giving me piano lessons.
All kinds of gifts from your parents.
That's correct.
Truly.
Yeah, that's correct.
Great. All right, should we play a little music?
Do you take requests when you go to a party, you sit down at the piano, people say, Jeff, please play this? Or do you say, here's my set list?
No. What I like to do is go through, I like to cold read. I like to, a lead sheet, jazz players. So I go through the fake books. I like to play anything like that. I like New York in June. Do you know that song?
Mm-hmm.
How about you? I like a John Williams tune, et cetera, et cetera.
How about the Jurassic themes?
Oh, yeah. Go. Yeah, that's all I do.
What is it like, Jeff, to play a room like this at the Carlisle?
Sweet. Recently we played the Disney Concert Hall, believe it or not, 2,000 seat thing, and we did that in Houston and Washington, which is very nice, but it's particularly delightful to play a nice room like this, and this particular room with this history and lovely, ambiance, and it's great. Have you been here a lot to see people?
Not a lot, but a few times I have. It's the intimacy. I mean, people can't see at home, but it is a tight room, and that's
tight.
great.
It's a little room, and I like to talk to people, and so it's nice. Yeah.
What do you get from playing music, Jeff, that you don't get from all the other interests in your life?
Well, it's overlapping. It's all overlapping. Life itself is musical, and at its best, it's kind of musical, and vibrational, even, and pulse-driven, and breathing in and out. And of course, it's like we talked about, a conversation and a collaboration and a connection to yourself, and musically, there are parts of yourself that can only be accessed through it, through music, I think. And then you reach other people uniquely through music. And like I say, a conversation, when you're playing with jazz guys, particularly for me, they do something unexpected, and it makes you, if you're listening and connected to it, makes you do something in response to it, et cetera. And that's overlapping in acting, as we talked about, and in life. But what does it give me that I don't get otherwise? Well, I've told you I'm kind of non-careerist, as I like to say, about acting, but I still, want to put my best foot forward, and it's still my livelihood. This I kind of is just for fun. I really don't have to try too hard to just have fun without concern just for its own sake.
What will you sit down and play in the morning? Let's say you've just At your personal time in front of the piano.
I would tell you, I'm not going to bore you with that, but I don't need any music now for it. I run through my whole thing. I start with these days. I run through that song and then about 40 other songs, some of which I sing along with, and then I finally get to the bulk of what we did on this last album. So, for instance, this is from that album. And I'm kind of making up this variation. Etc. You know,
it's jazz. Make it up as you go.
It's a little bit of jazz. Yeah, I'm sort of making that up. How I approach jazz, I'm trying to learn how good jazz people approach it. Is I may have a vision or an idea of, and a sensibility and a taste circle that I'd like to hit, and a kind of an idea, and people I love, and parts that I'd like. But really, you see how the waves come in, just like in jazz, and you surf them, and see how you can navigate them.
You don't get to pick what the wave's doing. You just have to figure out how to ride it, right?
You said it much better than I did, unsurprisingly.
I was summarizing. Thank you, Jeff.
You're a great.
What a pleasure.
Man, my pleasure
So much
entirely.
fun.
Everybody, great to be back with you for a brand new Popstar Plus when we're gearing up for that final episode of Stranger Things with an interview with one of the show's stars. And we had the great pleasure of having Steve Carell in the studio. That was just this morning, Studio 1A. We're going to share that conversation with you. And later, we've queued up a fun 90s throwback with Kathy Bates to celebrate her birthday today. All that is coming up, but first, today's Popstar headlines. Chris Martin's first up on Popstar today, from the world's biggest stages to a tiny barroom stage. The Coldplay frontman is proving that he can do it all. He recently surprised a lucky couple when he was visiting the Stag Inn. We'll give him the credit. It's a bar over in the UK. After a quick chat with them about their wedding, Chris just decided to give him a little private performance. Take a look.
What's your name again?
Hannah.
And?
Jeremy.
You getting married in a minute?
28th of August.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
but he is doing the food.
Figurative minute.
And that's
Alfie's piano.
Cause you're a sky, oh you're a sky full of stars. I'm gonna give you my heart.
People walking by the bar like, yeah, the guy thinks he's Chris Martin. What's going on in there?
Yeah.
Of course, if like any good bar, what do? You tweet that video out. And now people stop in there hoping to see this moment. Chris visiting them. They wrote he's a lovely guy. He ordered a Guinness.
Of course
There you go. He's
Please.
the perfect man. All right, next up, Hocus Pocus 2. Kevin Ford and Chris Martin, like same people. Disney just dropped the first teaser trailer for the highly anticipated sequel. It's been almost 3 decades since the Halloween cult classic debuted, and all 3 of the original Sanderson sisters have returned for the next chapter. It's Bette Midler, Sarah Jessica Parker, and Kathy Najimy. They are back to terrorize Salem, get their revenge, and maybe put on one more memorable concert.
Maiden, Mother, and Crone 2. We call on thee with one request. Help our intentions manifest.
Lock up your children! Yes, Salem, we're back!
Hey, it's the Sanderson sisters.
I bet you're looking for the stage.
Always.
I don't know if I ever saw the first one, but that reminded me of Light as a Feather, Stiff as a Board.
Oh, yeah.
Light as a Feather. Did you
So
ever do
scary.
that?
My mom said never play that at
Yeah,
a
but
sleepover.
you did, didn't you?
What is
Maybe
it?
once or twice. You don't know Light as a Feather, Stiff as a Board?
No.
You ever have a sleepover?
It was
They
like the
try and
sleepover.
levitate a friend of
Yes.
yours.
Really?
Yeah, using
Yeah,
powers.
that and the
Hocus
Ouija board.
Pocus 2.
Another
That was
thing,
scary.
never do the Ouija board.
That's right. Until Mattel came out with a game of it, I think. September 30th, Disney Plus, you can see Hocus Pocus 2. Bruce Willis is up next. The actor headed to the big screen in a new action flick called The Wrong Place. Back in March, Willis announcing his plans to step away from acting after being diagnosed with aphasia, a condition that affects a person's ability to communicate. In his latest role, he plays the guy that we love, a former cop on a mission to rescue his daughter. Here's a peek. Call your dad.
Chloe, are you okay?
I'm just at the cabin, and I wanted to make sure that you're still coming. Why do you need to get to my dad?
Fix what's broken. You made a crucial mistake. I'm gonna do what I do best.
Nothing personal, pal. He's just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
See, and I'm going to watch that movie. That's what I do.
Yeah, of course.
Wrong Place. That's going to be in theaters on demand, also on July 15th. Next up, America's Got Talent in a preview for tonight's audition round. 23-year-old opera singer Marissa Beddoes wowed the judges with her ability to hit high notes. Not only that, but also doing some impressions of some pretty famous voices. So what she did is she gave Heidi Klum like a die. It had different names of singers on and asked her to call for various impressions while she was singing Somewhere Over the Rainbow.
Wow.
Stevie Nicks. Someday I'll wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds are far behind me.
Celine Dion.
Where troubles met, like lemon drops, way above the chimney tops, and that's where you'll find me.
Siri?
Birds fly over the rainbow. Why, then oh why can't I?
This is funny, too.
Okay, that's pretty good.
Okay.
Why, and then there's no golden buzzer?
Yeah,
Right.
golden buzzer time.
We're going to find out what happens tonight. Watch NBC and you can see how it all went. And here's a few more headlines for you, including the movie Barbie that everybody cannot wait to see. We got a little sneak peek for you of the cast. I mean, look at some of these names. Margot Robbie, Ryan Gosling, Kate McKinnon, and Will Ferrell. Some new photos from the set revealing a first look at the superstars and their characters. They snapped them yesterday in Los Angeles. Robbie and Gosling rocking some very bright colors as their characters, Barbie and Ken. In head-to-toe neon, the actors were caught skating along Venice Beach and having a good laugh. Wearing a more muted shade of Barbie pink was actor Will Ferrell, who donned some skates of his own, and according to The Hollywood Reporter, Will is set to play the CEO of a toy company in the movie, but we're gonna have to wait a little while for this one to see it. Barbie slated to be released next summer. And finally, Taylor Lautner. We've seen him land crazy stunts on the big screen in movies like Twilight and Grown Ups 2. Well, it turns out that Taylor doesn't need a stunt double. In a new video, the actor's showing off some serious action moves straight from a wedding reception on the dance floor. Check that out.
With all the force of a great typhoon, with all the strength of a raging fire, mysterious as the dark side of the moon. Time is racing.
These guys are into it, man. That's a heck of a wedding. Talk about a dynamic duo. Well, unfortunately for Taylor Lautner, that suit wasn't made for extreme dancing at weddings, and he did rip his pants. Everybody had a good laugh at it, but it looked like it was worth it. And there you have it, your Popstar Plus headlines still to come. That's why I don't go to weddings anymore. Brett Gelman's going to speak to us about working with Winona Ryder and, of course, all the young stars of Stranger Things.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And welcome back with the final episodes of the hit show Stranger Things, set to be released on Friday. We thought we'd catch up with one of the show's stars. Brett Gelman returns as Murray and spoke to us about working with the cast on this, the final chapter.
I think Murray has very much evolved this season. He found his people more. He's a slightly less isolated, slightly less jaded person than he was in season 3, because he sort of learned what it meant to have friends. So you see that development a little bit, but he's still, he's still a bit of a grouch and a grump. Yeah, a misanthrope, as they say. We love a good critic who calls things out how they are, calls it like it is. So, and I think that that's very much a lot of what Murray's role is in this show.
It's time.
It is the darkest season. And, the approach to Murray, as I play him, I get to know him more and more. So it goes deeper and deeper. But things are always bad. My favorite part about playing Murray is that I get to be sort of the urban character amongst all these rural characters. And then he sort of brings a city vibe to it.
Это может Алиси. А вот наручники на тебе, сволочь советская. Hi, Jim.
That I get to be one of the, a character of somewhat comedic relief in this action, thriller, horror series, which is a kind of character that I grew up wanting to play, and just, getting to be in these amazing action sequences and the intensity of it, while still getting to really delve into who he really is and the humor of it is just the best. Getting to be in the Duffer Brothers world that they created as this character.
What? Do me a favor and move your lover's quarrel elsewhere, okay?
Oh, this? Not a lover's quarrel, pal.
Spare me!
What is your problem?
Please, stop talking!
No!
I can't tell you much about what Murray and Joyce are up to in it, but working with Winona is it's a childhood dream. She's one of the greatest actresses and movie stars of all time, and it's amazing to me that I can call Winona Ryder a friend of mine. That's just it's one of those just bizarre things of pinching myself that this is my life. And we have a lot of fun. We have a lot of fun when we work together. She is one of the kindest people and so funny. And so getting to be working with her on this almost every day that I worked on this show was just an amazing treat.
Scoops Troop, this is Bald Eagle.
I've reached another junction.
This is what?
The fourth junction.
All right, so if memory serves, this is right after the My Little Pony thesis.
We went left, so he has to go right.
Fly right, Bald Eagle.
Fly right.
Roger that. Flying right. Little
Seeing the teens' growth has been amazing. They're really just a great bunch of people. Really just so incredibly talented and nice and professional and fun to be around. So to see that they haven't become disaster people, it's nice to see that has not happened and that they've all stayed grounded. it's amazing. I'm really grateful that the Duffer Brothers wrote me more stuff in the show, and that they made Murray's characters, Murray's involvement in the show grow. And it's insane. You forget it, because when you're working on the show, it just feels like family, that we're just all, cast and crew. It's like we're here to do a job and get it done and have a good time together. When you step away and you are reminded just how massive the show is. I am the most excited for people to see me, just do amazing acting in this season. It's really remarkable, and I think that people will really, really enjoy my performance in a way that they haven't ever before. So that's very exciting to me. I'm really excited to. I just really, this season, I think it's the best season, and I think the other 3 seasons have been amazing. But I think this is everything, like the up to the millionth degree. It is scarier, more action-packed, and funnier than previous seasons, and there is such an amazing balance of all of that. It's just like it's really awesome.
Thanks to Brett for hanging out with us. And again, Volume 2 of Stranger Things, Season 4 drops on Friday. All right, coming up, Steve Carell, a.k.a. Gru himself, fills us in on the latest word from the world of Minions.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
And welcome back to Pop Star Plus. Steve Carell's back as the voice of the villainous Gru in the new Minions movie, The Rise of Gru, and he stopped by Studio 1A to tell us all about it.
Well, we are back, and check it out. Our plaza has been taken over. We've been minionized, and we love it. But what are they without the big boss himself, Gru? And we are joined now by Steve Carell, who returns as the supervillain in Minions: The Rise of Gru. But this time, Gru is 11 3/4 years old and just meeting our yellow friends for the very first time. Take a look.
When you guys tracked me down and responded to my help wanted ad, I was like, who are these tiny tater tots? And where did they get so much denim?
Steve Carell, good morning.
Good morning.
We meet again.
I know.
Can you believe that this has had such staying power? It started with Despicable 1, then 2, then the Minions movie. This is, I think, is this the 5th in the franchise?
Yes.
Would you have ever thought this would be the one?
Not until I saw the first one.
Yeah.
Honestly, because it takes like a year and a half, 2 years to do the voice and, you know, all the animation. They animate to the voice. And I thought it's a good script. It's really fun. I love the people involved. But then when you see the final product and what the animators and directors, producers do to it, incredible.
When they first were like, we're gonna have these little yellow guys that wear denim overalls. They've like, some of them have one eye. They speak a language no one can understand, but everybody kind of understands. Were you like, oh, that's gonna be a hit?
Exactly. Yeah, I was like, well, good luck. Good luck with those minions. That's an ace idea. And yeah, they were geniuses.
Is it the minions that is the secret to the success, or let's be honest, is it Gru?
It's Gru.
Yes.
It's mostly Gru, I think. No, the minions, and they've been described as Twinkies or tater tots, little pills. You know, it's sort of incomprehensible to me that it became what it became. But people love them, and I think it's because they're equal parts obnoxious and endearing.
They are, and mischievous. I mean, I love them. That's the funny thing about it. It's like grown-ups like these movies too. You were telling me even your kids who are now young adults wanted to come to the premiere.
Oh yeah, they were so excited. And my son, after the premiere, pulled me aside and said, "Dad, seriously, you know, all kidding aside about this, you know, in a kid's movie," he's like, it was really good. Like, and I love it because he's an aspiring film student. He's like, I love the shots, I love the composition, you know, all of the editing, the timing. Like, he really was into the movie as a movie. And it was fun to see. The first one came out when he was like 4 or 5, and now he's 18, and so he has an appreciation in a different way.
That's high praise, especially from a teenager.
Yeah.
Like, just to say anything nice about anything a parent is involved in.
Yeah.
Like, good on you. So let's talk. This is Gru's origin story.
Yeah.
I love that it takes place in the 70s because that's just a magical template for them to work on. The outfits, the cost, the music, all of it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the music. I mean, it's all a big part of what the nostalgia of it. I think is what's going to appeal to the adults. There is one joke in it about the length of time it takes to dial a rotary phone.
Yes.
That's maybe one of my favorite parts of the movie.
It's incredible. Gru is 11 3/4 years old, which made me think about you in the 70s at 11 3/4 years old.
Yeah.
What kind of kid were you?
Well, I was really cool.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like no nerdy, anything?
No. I had it all dialed in.
Were you a bully kind of too?
No.
Just kidding.
No, I had long hair.
Yeah.
And we called them flares.
Oh, like bell bottoms?
They were bell
kinda?
bottoms, yeah. I had like purple striped ones. So I was kind of rocking the look. Remember Fry boots?
Yeah,
I used to wear Fry boots.
Oh, yeah. And were you like a ladies' man? Did the
yeah.
fifth graders just like you?
Clearly. And still am.
Yeah, I know. Oh, I know. Other than you've been married for like 50 years. How many years have you been married?
We've been married 50 years.
I know, which is odd because you're 60.
27.
I know. Oh, 27 years. I know. Your beautiful wife, your kids. I was thinking about, though, like you really got big. You were in your late 30s, almost 40. And I was just thinking about, that's a long time to be trying to make it big, to be a journeyman in this business.
Well, I wasn't really trying to make it big. A journeyman was great for me.
Yeah.
I was happy making a living. That was the aspiration, just to make a living at acting, and the rest of it was just sort of gravy, really.
What's the best job you ever had? We just had Kevin Ford on. He didn't miss a shift in 27 years, which is so sweet. What's of all your jobs that you've had?
The worst one pops to mind.
Oh, what?
I worked in the produce department of a supermarket.
Oh.
And I had to wrap fruit in cellophane. I don't know why they did it at that point. To keep it fresh, I guess?
It was the 70s.
Yeah. Exactly.
You were 11 3/4.
Yeah, that was a tricky time.
Yeah, and the boxes get all soggy there in the produce department. I know.
And I was terrible at it. At one point, I was stocking popcorn on the shelves, and I accidentally poked a hole in the bag. So I took one of the labelers to put the price tags on, and I sealed up the hole with like 18 prices. And then my manager said, "What's this?" And he peeled it off and popcorn over the floor.
Clean up aisle 5.
Yep. That's exactly right.
Thank you so much. It's good to see you. The movie is a delight. And it's because of you, Gru. It's your origin story. It's all about Gru.
You're just saying that.
No, I'm not. I love you, Gru. And I love the Minions. It's from our parent company, NBC Universal and Illumination. But we'd be saying this no matter what, because it's a fabulous movie and the kids will love it. Thank you.
Thanks.
A Day Made Better by the great Steve Carell, and having the Minions here. So much fun. Be sure and check out Minions, The Rise of Gru from our parent company, NBC Universal and Illumination. That hits theaters on Friday. Coming up, a 90s throwback with Oscar winner honoring her birthday, the great Kathy Bates.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The talented Kathy Bates, who turns 73 years young today, has played so many terrific roles in her career. And in her honor, we're taking a look back here to 1998 when she spoke with us about her characters in Titanic and Primary Colors.
So this has been a great time for you,
It's
hasn't it?
been a great year.
Well, first
really
of all, we
has.
should probably
Well,
introduce
this is Griffin. This is Griffin. I brought him with me. He's my sweetheart. He's my boy. So thanks for letting me bring him.
You
on
rescued
show.
him a couple years ago.
A couple
is that right?
years ago, we
he's
rescued
very
him.
fascinated by our interview. You're not allowed to yawn, Griffin.
So, and I brought him to New York for the first time. He's more of an LA dog, so he's still getting used to the trucks and the traffic and the people and everything.
And you get to follow him around with a plastic bag.
That's right.
A whole new
pink plastic
experience.
bag on your hand.
Oh boy! All right. Well, let's get back to the movies, shall we?
Yeah.
Tell me about how excited you were with the Titanic's incredible sweep of the Oscars.
It's amazing, isn't it? I mean, so many people worked on the film. It was just an amazing experience. I think the most incredible experience was working in the dining room, you know, going and being in that scene there and sitting down at your place, and you'd see a plate that was an exact replica of what they brought up from the debris field, and the silver had all the White Star insignias stamped on it. It
Even
was
the
just
cards
amazing.
that had the menus.
Amazing.
I mean, it was just all so meticulously done, wasn't it? Did that make it eerie in a way?
It was eerie. You know, Ken Marshall, who did the illustrated history of the Titanic, came and he was there the day we shot the dining room scene, and he just stood there with his mouth open, and he said, it'll never be done like this again. It was as though he stepped into one of his own paintings.
Yeah. Were you surprised that Titanic did so well at the Oscars?
No, I think everybody expected it. You know, you go and meet kids who've seen it like 8, 10, 11 times. And I get so many young kids, you know, coming up to me for autographs, but I realize it's not for me. It's because I was on the boat with Leo. I mean, let's face it, you know, their eyes just glaze over.
That is so amazing. I guess he's this generation's Davy Jones or whatever, whoever was my David Cassidy, I'm not sure. But it's crazy, isn't it? Isn't it a bit insane?
It is insane. He's such a talented. I fell in love with him when he did Gilbert Grape.
What's Eating Gilbert? Was he not magnificent in that role? And I thought, wow, this guy is so gifted.
He's amazing. He's amazing. He's a real phenom. He's a chameleon. You know, and lovely to work with.
Really sweet, isn't he?
Yeah.
Before we talk about Primary Colors, which I think is one of the main reasons we're here, I have to ask you about Molly Brown. How did it happen? You play, of course, the unsinkable Molly Brown in Titanic. How did it happen, Kathy, that she just happened to have a dinner suit that fit Jack perfectly. You know, that required a little more suspension of disbelief that I was capable of.
I know, it's true. Well, we figured out that maybe, you know, she was shopping in Europe and
it was for her son.
Right, she was bringing it back for her
like,
son.
Sure.
You know, it's like,
why did you
well.
say change that, huh? Did you think that was a little far-fetched?
It was a little far-fetched, but you know, it's the movies. So.
Yeah, you're right. I guess I shouldn't take it so seriously. Well, let's talk about primary colors because I confessed to you during the commercial that I haven't seen it yet. I'm really looking forward to seeing it. But from what I hear, you steal the show.
Well, it's a great part. It's a plum part. I play Libby Holden, who's one of his political operatives, and from the moment I read it, I knew it was a terrific part. It's
Why?
It's the best part I think I've had to come down the pike in a long time.
Better than Misery, or?
Well, it's as good as.
Yeah.
I think.
What
certainly.
makes it so good?
Well, because you get to do the whole thing. It's the whole arc. She's crazy. She's funny. She's but she's also profound,
outrageous,
and
isn't
she's
she?
outrageous. But she's also got a lot of depth, and she's. You got the pathos as well as the comedy, you know, and it's everything. It's the whole ball of wax, and to work with somebody like Mike Nichols, who, you know, is great taste and smart, and Elaine
He is
Mason,
so smart, huh?
he's just amazing.
And not to mention John Travolta, and Emma Thompson, who I adore.
Yeah, she's
Talk about
great.
smart.
I know,
mean,
she's so supportive too. When we had our first rehearsal, we were sitting next to each other, and there's like a big long aria at the end that Libby has, and after I did it, she kind of reached over and grabbed my hand and was real supportive and friendly, and it's just great working with everybody. I think the film also has some more profound things to say about the political process. It's not just about a Clinton-esque family. I think it has to do with how we do elect our leaders and how we feel about that whole electoral process and what someone has to give up in order to become elected.
right,
You know?
which is certainly very much in the public discourse these
Yeah,
days.
it is.
Well, Kathy Bates, I'm really happy for all your success. Congratulations
Thanks.
on everything.
Thanks, Katie.
Great to see you.
He's
Griffin
gone for
was
his nap.
fascinated by everything we had to say. Anyway, good to see you.
Thank you.
Very cool. And of course, we are wishing a very happy birthday to Kathy Bates. And there you have today's Pop Star Plus, everybody. Thanks for being here. Hope to see you again tomorrow. Until then, make it a great one. Today, all day. See you soon, folks.
Well, hi, look at our friends from Today All Day Land, and guess what? It's your favorite day of the week.
Friday, baby.
That's what they call it.
It's your favorite, too.
Yeah.
Welcome to Today in 30. This is our half-hour wrap-up of everything from the show this morning. One major highlight, the amazing Charlie Puth rocked our plaza. Epic concert. We're going to hear from him in just a bit.
But we are going to start with that breaking news out of Japan. The country's former prime minister shot and killed while he was in the middle of a speech at a campaign event. We're going to have more on the investigation straight ahead.
And then we actually have some good news for drivers, something we have not been able to say in quite a while. After months of record highs, gas prices finally starting to come down. We're going to let you know what's causing the decline and, more importantly, whether it's going to continue through the summer.
And then on the fourth hour, we are chatting with one of Hollywood's hottest stars. Her name is Lola Tung. It's a name you won't forget because everyone is talking about her new binge-worthy show, The Summer I Turned Pretty. It was her very first television appearance with us ever.
Okay.
So all of it's coming up on
Today in 30.
We are going to start this morning with that breaking news out of Japan. The former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe shot and killed overnight while in the middle of delivering a speech at a campaign event. The shooter has been caught, but they still don't know what the motive is.
Yeah, Abe, of course, Japan's longest-serving prime minister. He retired for health reasons back in 2020. While in office, he formed close relationships with Presidents Obama, Trump, and President Biden. Secretary of State Antony Blinken speaking out just a short time ago at the G20 meeting in Bali.
We really deeply mourn a loss for his family, a loss for his friends, a loss for the people of Japan, a loss for the world.
With gun violence headlines front and center right here in the United States, we should point out incidents like this are extremely rare in Japan. There were only 10 reported gun incidents last year, and that left just one person dead. So for the very latest this morning, we go to NBC's Janice Mackey-Frayer. She's been covering this shooting for us since it broke overnight. Hi, Janice. Good morning.
Hoda, good morning. Former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe died after being shot in the chest and neck. Japan's longest-serving leader in history. His death is profoundly shocking for Japan, a country where gun violence is almost non-existent. The suspected gunman was tackled at the scene. He's said to have a military background. The assassination was all captured on video. A warning, it's disturbing.
This morning, a shocking attack with ripple effects across the world. Former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe shot while giving a speech in Western Japan. Video footage from broadcaster NHK capturing the moment it happened. 2 shots hitting Abe in the chest and neck. Another angle showing smoke billowing. Abe was airlifted to hospital with no vital signs. Doctors say they tried resuscitating, but Abe passed away at 4:03 a.m. Eastern Time, profoundly rocking a country unaccustomed to gun violence. The suspected gunman was tackled by Abe's Secret Service detail. Police named him as 41-year-old Tetsuya Yamagami and seized what they describe as a homemade shotgun. Japanese media report the suspect told investigators he was not motivated by political beliefs, but a, quote, dissatisfaction he felt toward Abe. Gun violence is exceptionally rare in Japan. Its gun laws are among the most stringent in the world. Though some guns are allowed for hunting, very few people go through the process of getting one. A person needs to pass through 12 steps, including a gun safety class, a written exam, doctor's sign-off, and an extensive background check to buy and own a firearm. Abe is also a political giant, the longest-serving leader in Japan's history, with important ties to several U.S. presidents. He stepped down in 2020, citing health reasons.
He is still one of the most visible, if not the most visible, Japanese politician. I mean, there's a reason he was out on the campaign trail.
The U.S., among other leaders, expressing condolences and alarm.
Profoundly disturbing in and of itself. It's also such a strong personal loss for so many people.
So it's obvious, Janice, how present and visible he was even after he stepped down as prime minister. But I'm wondering, how does the country feel about this? How big of a loss is it for Japan?
Shinzo Abe was a political giant, the country's longest-serving prime minister, and in many ways still prominent after stepping down. He was credited with invigorating the economy, also reinvigorating diplomacy, meeting with dozens of world leaders. He golfed 5 times with President Trump and took President Obama for that deeply symbolic visit to Hiroshima. As a politician, Hoda, his views may not have always been widely popular, but as a figure, he was. And that Abe's death was by gun violence will deeply impact people in Japan. I don't think that point can be overstated.
All right. Janice Mackey-Frayer for us. Janice, thank you.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
welcome back to you today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Feels like a good time for a boost.
I think it's always a good time for a boost. Don't you? Here we go. A group of young guys were hanging out by a lake in Texas. One of them found himself in a tight spot, so he got stuck on a rock. And he couldn't reach the land without getting soaked. How he got there, nobody knows. So while bystanders, including an entire restaurant full of patrons, gathered to watch, he took off his shoes, and here's how it went.
3, 2, 1.
Ouch.
Oh! Wait. Okay. Was he a long jumper back in the day?
Can you picture him? His pals were there to grab his arms, pull him up. That's called teamwork. And sneakers stayed dry.
Wow.
Wait, what? Let's see it again. Oh!
I mean, that looks like it's like 12 feet at least.
I think you're right about the long jump.
Yeah, I mean,
we need to sign him up. Wow.
That could have gone another way. So we're glad it did. That's a good boost.
This morning, tributes are pouring in for Hollywood legend James Caan.
The Oscar-nominated actor, best known for his role as Sonny Corleone in The Godfather, died on Wednesday.
Yeah, that was some surprising news. He was just 82 years old. Harry Smith is here with a look back at his 60-year career. Hey, Harry, good morning. Good to see you.
Well, since we heard the news yesterday, we've been running in our mind.
Yes.
Oh, I love that movie. I love that movie. I love that. We use the words legend a lot in talking about Hollywood folk. James Caan was an actor who absolutely deserved it.
James Caan ran hot.
You got to get up close like this. Bada bing, you blow their brains all over your nice Ivy League suit. Come here. Mwah.
As Sonny Corleone in The Godfather, he was an unmistakable force on screen. Volatile.
My sister again, I'll kill you.
Combustible.
Hey, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here.
But for many of us, our first memory of James Caan came from a made-for-TV movie, Brian's Song.
I mean, I know perfectly well what's wrong with me. Gail, I think I'm pregnant.
Based on the true story of Chicago Bears running backs Brian Piccolo and Gail Sayers, played by Billy D. Williams. One with a fatal disease, the other destined for the Hall of Fame. The 70s were Caan's decade. Cinderella Liberty with Marsha Mason.
Taylor, I don't even know you. Well, that won't take long.
A Bridge Too Far.
Colonel, if you don't look at him right now, he's going to die.
Dead now.
And Thief.
This is payday. It is over. You will pay me my money, $185,000.
In real life, during the 1980s, the hard-charging Caan seemed destined to self-destruct. He didn't work for a half-dozen years. Went to rehab. The 90s, though, brought misery.
I want my pain to go away, Annie. Please, make it go away.
From the Stephen King novel, directed by Rob Reiner, with Caan and Kathy Bates.
I know Rob did this on purpose. He said, I'm going to get the most neurotic guy in Hollywood and put him in bed for 15 weeks.
A cable favorite we can't not watch.
I love you.
I love you, too.
Honeymoon in Vegas is also a fave.
I raise 8,000.
Tommy, I thought we were playing for fun.
This is fun.
And Elf.
Dad!
Oh, how we love Elf.
I walked all day and night to find you.
You look like you came from the North Pole.
From Godfather to Elf. They said, we're sending you a script called Elf. I said, no, you're not.
Caan's all-business demeanor versus Will Ferrell's inexhaustible exuberance has made it a Christmas standard.
Who sent this Christmas gram?
What's a Christmas gram? I want one.
I think we should call security.
Good idea.
I like to whisper, too.
Bringing the talent of James Caan to a whole new generation of fans who are remembering today the actor and his legendary career.
Oh, Harry.
Wow.
Faves?
I was just going to say, I was going to ask you what your fave. What do you love?
You know, when I heard the news, because as a kid growing up in Chicago, I was a Chicago Bears fan.
Oh, you love
Brian
song.
Piccolo
Yeah.
and Gail Sayers story, because especially back then, that these guys were friends.
Yeah.
A black player and a white player, and they were like this.
Yeah.
That had so much resonance with me.
I'll see your Brian song and go other end of the spectrum. And Elf.
Oh, wow.
Because it's just shows his range. How about you?
Elf is a class. Elf is these are by the way, you guys both mentioned my two favorites.
Yeah.
I loved Brian's song. I remember weeping.
Yes.
Like a baby.
Yes.
Watching Brian's song. And the fact, I forgot it was a TV thing. I
Made
didn't
for
remember.
TV movie.
Made for TV.
Looking at all of these pictures here
I
on the
know.
wall. I mean, you talk about a life well lived.
Yeah.
It's remarkable.
And he was a New Yorker through and through to the core.
Well, and he tells the story, right? Because his godfather runs.
Yeah.
There were people his whole life who thought he was an actual mobster.
Oh, really?
And he's a Jewish kid from Queens. And they're like, are you a made guy? What's your deal?
What's your deal?
Right.
Harry, that was fun. Thank you so much. This morning on today's Consumer Confidential, something we haven't been able to say in a while. Are y'all ready for this? We got good news for drivers. So after months of record highs, gas prices have finally started to come down.
National average now about 29 cents below the record high that was set back on June 14th. And NBC's Aaron McLaughlin joins us with more on why this is happening and what we can expect over the next few weeks. Hey, Aaron.
Hey, good morning, guys. That's right. The national average is now 12 cents lower than just a week ago. It might not seem like much, but this is the third week gas prices have gone down, a sign that maybe the worst of it could be in the rearview mirror.
At the height of the summer driving season, Americans are finally catching a break at the pump.
We just got to adjust to what the new normal is. And the new normal is gas prices are coming down.
Oil prices have dropped as fears of a recession take hold, while some drivers may be intentionally using less gas than before.
The two key factors contributing to these lower gasoline prices are the price of oil, which has come down in the past couple of months, and there's been less demand, and that may be because fewer people are driving right now.
80% of gas stations in the U.S. are now charging less than $5 a gallon.
Has this made a difference so far?
It's made a slight difference, yeah. Every little bit counts.
Prices are lowest across the Southeast and highest out west. In California, where about 12% of Americans live, the average gallon is still above $6.
I haven't noticed. It's still the same for me, it still burns really fast.
And even in the state with the cheapest gas, drivers are still paying $1.38 a gallon more than they did at this time last year.
Because stations are probably sitting on thousands and thousands of gallons of gasoline that they bought at a far higher price. So they're going to want to sell through that. Then they'll get access to some of the lower prices.
While people may be cutting back on their day-to-day driving, AAA says many families are still hitting the road for summer vacation, with a record number of travelers taking to the highways over the 4th of July week.
You'd think with these high gas prices, folks might have chosen another way of traveling. But it also came at a time where people are also looking at the issues with the airlines, with the long lines, delays and cancellations. And they may have figured, you know what, forget about it. I'm just going to go in the car.
In March, 75% of people surveyed told AAA they would definitely change their driving habits or lifestyle when gas hit $5 a gallon. This morning, those changes may finally be making a difference.
Hopefully we'll get out of needing gas someday.
Finally, some good news, Aaron McLaughlin. Slightly less pain at the pump. So, if prices continue to drop, how low are they expected to go? Do we know?
Well, according to Gas Buddy, we should see gas prices dropping a few cents a day over the next few weeks. And some analysts expect a drop to $4.50 per gallon nationally. It just might take a little longer than we'd like. Guys.
All right. Well, at least it's starting. At least it's starting.
You know what? Sometimes you don't notice small increments, but we're going to pay attention. I think this is good. Finally, just the fact that we just said good news and gasoline in the same sentence,
We'll
Aaron,
take it.
made us feel good.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? You telling us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it.
This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves.
They're pushing the gates open.
Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The City Concert Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
Our next guest has been rocking and getting people on the plaza to sway all morning long.
Charlie Puth, Grammy, Golden Globe nominated singer and songwriter, 15 billion streams, 8 multi-platinum singles.
A lot. He has a new album coming out in October. It's called Charlie, and he's with us this morning. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
I told you I feel like a proud auntie.
Yeah?
We co-hosted together how many years ago?
I know we did. I'll never forget that day because attention went straight to #1 after.
Oh, really?
Right when we had
Can I get a royalty check? Just kidding. But you're right. But no, his parents were here, whatever, and now you're all fancy. So how does it feel, though? I mean, seriously, you've had a journey.
I have had a journey, and it doesn't feel like work when I come here anymore. It does feel like very family-oriented. I think this is my 7th time.
That's
awesome. 7th time on here. So
You're like the house band now.
We'll take it.
You know, I've always wondered about it. I've always loved your music and everything. It's like everything you put out, it's just so catchy. It stays in your head. You write a lot of songs for other people, too.
I do, yeah.
So how do you decide what to keep for Charlie and what to sell to a friend?
It all depends on the artist. There's by the Kid Laroi and Justin Bieber, I did the same thing.
You did that?
Yeah, I wrote that song with a couple of friends.
I would have kept that, Charlie.
No, well, so everybody asked me, why didn't you keep that? It was never my song to begin with. I had been listening to a lot of Chicago records from the 80s the night before, and when you slow that piano part down, bum, 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 if you slow down, dum, 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 it sounds like sugar, whatever. And I was like, I'm going to make something like that. So I went to my keyboard, and Leroy walked in and started singing the melody that I was playing. And usually, with a complex melody with a lot of notes, you want to counterbalance it with like a little amount of notes. You know.
Yeah, I'm like, sure. I did play the clarinet.
I was like, yes, I know.
But he made that song his own. It was never my song. I just did a little drum.
Yeah.
And then, bam.
So what's going on with you and BTS? Right? I'm looking at videos last night, and I said, who's that guy? Right?
Right. Well, with Jungkook, he's featured, he sings the song Left and Right with me, which I performed not too long ago out there. And I always want my collaborations to be with those that I've performed with before or have some sort of musical vibe with. It's not like a record label thing, like these two would work great together.
I thought that's how it worked.
It sometimes works, but not for me.
Yeah.
And I produced the record in mind with somebody like singing it with me, and I thought, why not Jungkook? I've had this musical history with him. I've been to South Korea before, and there's us in the music video. Awesome. He's wearing all pink, and that's us doing a really complicated neck shot.
That's kind of classic. I feel like Mama, I've made it when you do one of those like circular shots. You know, it's interesting because I am a proud auntie of yours. I remember when you started hanging out with your buddy Elton John.
Right, yeah.
And I was like, man, that's pretty cool.
We're neighbors. That's the coolest part.
You really are?
Next door neighbors. We were working on, I started off his album with him right during the pandemic, and he gave me his address, and it was walking distance. The Google icon for driving didn't even show up. I just walked right across the street.
Awesome. But he tells you at one point your music
sucked.
Harry was trying not to use that word, but it is.
Well, I said it for him. Well, he was not as harsh as I make it out. He was just very honest with me, and I really appreciated that because nobody had been honest with me. Because there's sometimes a time where you don't want to step on the artist's toes. But
Charlie,
well, listen.
Thank you.
Yeah, you are a delight.
Thank you.
We're so happy for your success. Charlie's new album, it's out October 7th. You can pre-order it today. That's what we want.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Okay, everywhere I turn, people are talking about the hit Prime Video show, The Summer I Turned Pretty. We cannot wait to catch up with its breakout star, Lola Tung.
Okay, Lola plays Isabel, a teenager navigating a drama-filled summer with childhood crushes, beach bonfires, and the occasional dip in the pool. Take a look.
1, 2, 3.
How's the water?
Guys, I hurt my ankle. Come on.
Good to go, girl. Lola, hi! We should point out, before we get started, this is your very first acting role. And is this your very first television appearance?
It is, yes.
Wait, what?
Wow. Very excited to be
How
here.
do you feel in this moment that you're in?
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I'm thrilled.
How
I'm excited
happy are
to be
you
here
that
with
I'm
you
here?
guys.
It's really the question. You must be over the moon. That's great.
Well, Lola, we're so excited for you. So every now and then, like, a moment happens in your life. You're busy going to college, doing your thing, and all of a sudden, in a minute, your life changes. What happened?
Yeah, I mean, I was in my second semester of my first year of college at Carnegie Mellon in Pittsburgh, and I had just started working with my manager, and she sent me this audition and was like, I think, you know, you'd be really right for it. And I sent in tapes, but I, was very focused on school and my
What were you
education.
studying?
I was studying acting.
Acting.
So,
Okay,
you know.
good.
But yeah, I was very focused on school, and I sent in these tapes, and then I heard that they wanted me to test for the role and to read for the role, and I was like, oh my God, this could, really be something possibly.
Change your life, I feel.
Yeah.
How jealous were your freshman classmates that you got an Amazon show? I have to imagine they were furious.
Everyone was so supportive and so
happy.
wonderful. Yeah.
I watched the show.
Yeah, tell me.
I have to say, it made me feel young. I felt like I was in camp, like it was like high school summer. I mean, I want to ask, shooting it.
Yeah.
Had to do, feel as fun shooting it as it felt to watch it.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. And everyone in the cast is amazing and wonderful, and we had the best time on and off set.
Well, by the way, it's two hunky guys are fighting over you. That's kind of a cool role to be in.
Yeah.
Tell me about that part.
Yeah, I mean, both Chris, who plays Conrad, and Gavin, who plays Jeremiah, are wonderful people and so easy to work with and so much fun to just be around. So I feel very lucky that, we had such a wonderful friendship, and it worked out great. I think.
And you think everyone would want to date on the show after?
Well, that's the thing.
I mean,
really fun.
Yeah,
right?
well, sometimes it can get, But, you know,
That's what I want to know about. See, that's why you're so good. What happened backstage, like behind the scenes?
We all just hung out together, and we really, like, I made some incredibly close friends who I think I'll be close with for a really long time.
I was just imagining what your folks might say or think. Your mom is here. She's actually in the building. She's downstairs. What does she think of this turn of events? And were they all for you leaving college and taking this role?
Yeah, both of my parents and really my whole family has just been so supportive throughout the entire thing, and they know that I love it and that I'm passionate about, you know, acting and about the show, and so they were incredibly supportive. And
by the way, this show, which I've never heard of this happening, got a second season pickup before it even aired.
How was that possible?
I mean, I don't get it.
You know, Jenny Han's incredible. You know, writer, showrunner, creator. She's amazing. And
so you're in acting school and you're learning all the things that actors need to know, and then you get tapped in the middle of acting school to actually go act. You have to memorize the lines. And I don't know, do you have a photographic memory? How do you remember lines?
I mean, I think it's just a matter of running through them, and we usually get new sides, or I mean, you know, sides every morning, and you kind of work on those in the morning.
Do you have a technique that you use?
I feel like not really. Nothing's but yes. I do like to juggle to help me memorize.
Okay, so tell me how that works in your brain. So you are juggling and
I don't know if it's just like the repetition of it that sort of helps it.
Show me how you do it.
Oh gosh, okay.
That's okay.
Oh, now I'm nervous.
I know. No, there's no pressure. Okay, this is amazing. You're very, very good. You're very good. I can't believe the lights.
No, but yeah.
So you're thinking of the lines as you're doing
Yeah,
it?
usually I'm kind of just in my trailer, just going over the lines, and I don't know, maybe it's just
Do people
kind of...
watch you when you do it, or are you like
Not
private?
usually. It's
I
kind
would
of
think
just
private.
Yeah.
I'm so excited. By the way, this is such a fun moment in your career, and we feel so lucky that we got to have your very first television interview.
Thank you so much.
Well, we're so proud of you.
It's a great show. You're
Congratulations.
fabulous on it. Very likable. You know, you watch her, you like her.
You can tell right
now.
here in this moment. The Summer I Turned Pretty is streaming right now on Prime Video. Be sure to join us Monday. We're going to kick off another big week. So much to discuss.
Have a great weekend, y'all.
Bye.
This morning on Today Food, it's another edition of Grillin' and Chillin' with us, the Dailies. This is where Siri and I combined two of our greatest passions. It's not our children. It's cooking for you. It's music for me. Our kids are a close third, however. But that's neither here nor there. Should I start with my cocktail first?
Yes. This is called, what do we call it?
This is the red, white, and bourbon. We're just going to get a little ice. We're going to take a healthy dose of bourbon.
Just
We're
a
gonna
splash.
Take a little OJ, just a splash of OJ, a little lemon juice, a little lime juice.
You're doing so good.
A little bit of simple syrup. We're going to mix it up. Craig Melvin is a big bourbon guy, too, so you're going to mix that up.
Made you a mocktail, Jenna. Yes.
We're going to mix this. We're going to pour it over some ice. And then I'm going to top it with just a little bit of grapefruit soda.
And then the cute star fruit.
I wouldn't do the star fruit, but
Oh, come on.
sick as TV.
It's 4th of July.
There it is.
Yeah.
So what are we cooking?
Okay, so next we're gonna do some hot dogs, and we like to soak our hot dogs in beer.
Yeah.
So first I'm gonna cut like little slits, kind of diagonally in the hot dogs. That's gonna let the beer really soak in, and it's gonna give the hot dogs a nice char when you grill them. So put them in the beer.
This is something that my mom did when I was growing up.
Yeah.
I've carried it over ever since.
And
Any
it's
beer, darker beer is usually a little bit better, but any beer will do.
Person makes the best hot dogs, and I swear it's because of that. Now next we're gonna grill up some toppings, and we're gonna make them in foil, cook them in foil on the grill. So it makes like clean up a breeze.
Yep.
So I've got onions, peppers, Over here, some mushrooms, bacon, garlic. All you have to do is drizzle with some olive oil.
Woo!
And salt and pepper. Hey, where's my red, white, and bourbon?
Yeah, right here.
Salt and pepper, and then I'll show you how to grill this up. Why don't you work on the dogs over there?
This is a dog shot, too, if you want to go ahead
don't
and
do
this.
that. Don't do that. Oh!
I mean, the dog's like cooked, got the beer. Oh, that's delicious.
So then you're going to take the short sides and fold, and then the long sides and fold. And just make sure you have a little bit of space so that the veggies will vent. Plop that on the grill, like how easy, about 20 minutes.
Johnny, get in here. So this is how the people ask, why do you cut the hot dog? Like, do the juices run out? It's not a burger where you lose the juices. These slits, as Siri said, they create a little bit of that char there. And I swear the beer gives it just a little bit of more of a ballpark plump feel to it.
Don't you think?
They get juicier.
Dad used to slice the hot dogs.
Yeah, you can. It's okay. You like it?
It's a great dog.
How's the
Another
bourbon
cocktail. This is fantastic.
All right, good.
Why you been
Here are the
holding back?
toppings. Yeah, exactly. And I like to add like cheese, jalapenos, avocado, whatever you want. But it makes it so easy to clean up afterwards. There you go.
Yeah, it's fun to just put out a bunch of toppings and let everybody kind of pick
We're
whatever
really
they want.
into like burger bars, hot dog bars, baked potato bars, anything
Right.
where guests can assemble
Any sort
their
of
own
bar,
food.
really.
Regular bar. Okay, so this is super fun. We're gonna grill popcorn. And we do a lot of like popcorn over the stove at home.
We've never done this.
But this, that is not true. Okay, so we have a pie.
We've never grilled popcorn.
Popcorn. Fight.
It's just, I can't fake the fun, dude. We've never grilled popcorn. I love the idea. How do we do it, Siri?
Disposable pie pan.
Yep.
A little bit of veggie oil, like 3 tablespoons.
Yep.
And then you're just going to wrap it in foil again. We're all about
This is a foil thing,
cooking.
okay.
We were probably
Exactly.
traveling.
What's with the s'mores
A little,
stuff? Does that
so
go
now
into
we're going to
popcorn?
turn it into s'mores popcorn
Nice.
because grilled popcorn isn't enough.
Really pop on the grill?
Yes. So you just put it on the grill.
No, we've never
like,
done it, but
listen
we're
to
hoping it does.
And you want to take these and kind of shake it up a couple times on the grill, but it pops just like it would pop on the stove.
I love the salty and sweet.
Yeah, so then to make it s'mores popcorn, break up some graham crackers. This is like the easiest thing ever. We have some melted butter.
Wow.
Hershey's.
The butter is key.
We should make this for the kids. They would love
That is a healthy amount of
Would
butter,
love
too.
it.
I like that.
Yeah, you got to have the butter. And then the marshmallows. Like, how fun is that? And a little bit of salt, because again, the salty sweet is like
It's good
my
to
favorite
soak
thing.
this in beer, too, just a little bit to help pump up the popcorn a little bit. We'll just
Yeah,
toss
there you
this.
go. Toss it. Toss it with your
How does it
beer.
all taste, guys?
It's so
Is that
good.
good? Is that a good
It's
snack?
fantastic.
What are you doing for the 4th of July, Kristen?
4th of July, well, I'm going to be working.
Okay.
But then, watch the fireworks.
You gonna watch fireworks?
Watch the
Grill?
fireworks, for sure. And now I'm going to try and make this popcorn. Why not?
You guys got plans? I mean, everybody's going
What
to
are
be
you
grilling.
doing, by the way?
And people always trying to overthink the barbecue. Like, what protein am I going to go with? I got to do something fancy. These hot dogs are just great. Burgers,
love the hot dogs.
It's simple.
Hot dogs. It's just the way to
Make
go.
a complex cocktail.
And this is a strong
funky
drink.
popcorn. Yeah.
Especially for
how we roll.
Yeah, fair point.
All right.
Well, happy 4th of July, everybody.
Siri,
Thank you.
Cheers.
You always class up the
Thank you for
joint.
experimenting.
Cheers. Cheers. Great to see you.
And if you want these recipes, by all means, come on over to the house. We live on Long Island. Stop
Chill and grill with us.
Go to the website, today.com/food.
To help us make a Fenway Frank, we are joined by Boston-bred celebrity chef and owner of Buttermilk and Bourbon, Jason Santos. Jason, I've got my kitchen set up and I'm so excited to cook with you like this.
I feel like I'm at the stadium as we speak.
That's
Not
why
so
I've got
much.
my Red Sox gear on. So
Great, representing.
Absolutely. And we are starting with, I guess, the relish, right, for the hot dog?
A Fenway Frank is like super traditional, old school. Everybody loves them. It's a beef hot dog and a split top bun, some mustard, some onion, and a great pickle relish on top.
Okay, so let's get started on the relish.
All right, so I have a cucumber here. We're gonna cut it in half. So we'll just scoop out the seeds here, and then I'm gonna small dice it. So when you're done, you have this kind of clear little boat, because the seeds get real watery. We don't want to water down the brine that we're gonna make. Okay, small dice. And then to my right here, I have a pot. So it's just some vinegar, some sugar, and some salt. And that's sort of like a basic pickle brine.
Apple cider vinegar.
Yep, apple cider vinegar.
Okay.
Sugar, salt.
Salt.
Ready?
Sugar.
So, and then we have celery seed and a little mustard seed.
Mm.
And that's going to sort of give it that flavor that everybody loves. So all we're going to do is we're going to just bring that to a boil. And once that's to a boil, we're just going to add the vegetables to it. So cucumbers we're going to add right to our pot.
Okay.
I have poblano pepper here. So a little different than bell pepper. It's just a touch of heat. It's going to really add that great wow factor to it. and then some red bell pepper. So this comes to a boil. We simmer it 5 minutes, give or take. We just want to take the rawness out. And then once that's done, we just basically will take it off the heat, let it cool down. So once you have your relish, we're going to steam the hot dog. So you steam your bun 30 seconds. You can actually wrap it in a wet paper towel, throw it in the microwave for 10, 15 seconds. You get the same result. Got hot dogs here and steam them. You're going to cook that 5 minutes tops. Again, we just want to warm it through. The most important thing that we're doing here is we're not overthinking anything. It's just a hot dog, and we're just going to make it delicious. We'll just take our hot dog, and we're going to add it right to our bun. Beautiful split top Boston, some ballpark yellow mustard, some diced onion, and then you take that beautiful relish that we already chilled.
Oh, this looks delicious.
It's just a super simple dish, but the fact that we made the relish homemade really helps cut the fat of the hot dog, the spicy mustard, little touch of the onion. It's like sitting in Fenway Park. You sit back, you watch the Boston beat the Yankees, and you just eat a hot dog.
Cheers to that.
It's so good.
It's so good. All right, so the next hot dog you're going to show us sounds so fancy, but you say it's actually pretty simple.
It's super simple. My wife is Vietnamese. We eat tons of banh mi's, and they always use some sort of cured pork product or meat. So we're going to swap it with the hot dog, and it's super refreshing. Very simple. Just have like some crusty French bread or baguette. And I like to pull some of the guts out of the bread. It just adds for a little bit more toppings. So we're going to just take some mayonnaise and just kind of smear it all inside.
Okay.
And then we're going to use some soy sauce and some Worcestershire. I'm just going to literally drizzle a little bit in. It kind of catches the mayonnaise. We take our hot dog. I like to personally either grill or griddle my hot dog. Same thing, about 5 minutes. Take our beautiful griddled hot dog.
Awesome.
Right in the bun. And then now we're just going to start putting the toppings. So we have these pickled vegetables that I made earlier. It's daikon, radish, a little bit of carrots, some rice wine vinegar, some sugar. So you don't put that vegetable right on top.
Okay.
Okay. Then I have some sliced cucumber. And I like mine spicy. I like that kick. So I'm going to do some fresh sliced jalapenos. And then lastly, some whole sprigs of cilantro. It's going to add some vibrancy. And then you have this amazing like hot dog banh mi with all these different flavors, really unique for summer.
All right, I'm going in. This is not going to look good on camera.
But it tastes good. That heat, that cilantro, it's so good.
I've never had a banh mi before. These are flavors I've never had together. It's amazing. Jason, thank you so much. This is delicious.
You are welcome. Glad to cook with you this morning.
I'm glad to cook with you too. And for this recipe and more, head to today.com/food.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong.
Elegant and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicki has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's summer, so what are we waiting for? Let's get this party started.
And just because the weather is heating up doesn't mean you have to.
We've got some no heat, no cook entertaining ideas from food and lifestyle expert Alejandra Ramos. Hi. How are you? So excited. We promised Robin a beverage or two.
Okay, yeah, I might have a drink over there. So yeah.
Okay, tell us what we have.
All right, so frosé all day. So this is watermelon frosé.
Nice.
So you puree watermelon with frozen watermelon, a little bit of Campari adds a little.
Can I try
special.
one?
I would love for you to try one.
Yes.
So that one's super fun. It's really fresh and cool for a summer party.
Can you do this without the alcohol?
You can absolutely do it in alcohol. You can
Is it good?
Oh my God, it's so good.
You can do like a non-alcoholic drink with that too, so you can enjoy.
Yes.
Then we've got two versions of my mermaid limeade. This one has some coconut rum in it, a little blue curacao. It's very tropical, very fun. And then because I wanted you to be able to party too,
there you go.
we have our virgin mermaid limeade, and this one is made with coconut soda, which is like really like a coconut seltzer.
Oh wow!
And then it's got limeade, so it's got all the same flavors and just a little bit friendly for everybody. The kids, everyone can enjoy.
I love
good.
that.
That's really good.
Okay, so now we're moving on to all of these dishes. Do not need any heat.
No oven,
How is that possible?
stove, no grill, no microwave, nothing.
That's great.
Yeah. All right, so here's what we do. This is the no-cook menu. We're going to start off with some no-cook couscous.
Which I didn't even think was possible.
I know. I didn't until recently, and now that I know about it, I'm obsessed.
It's changed your
So
life?
the thing about couscous is it's actually, some people think it's a grain, but it's actually a tiny pasta. It's made from semolina.
A pasta?
A tiny
I always
pasta.
thought it was a grain.
So what's in the box is already, it's cooked and dried. So all you have to do is rehydrate it. What we're doing here is we're doing a dressing. So you add the dressing. This has some lemon juice in it. It's got a little bit of olive oil. We add some fun flavors. I've got some lemon. I've got some garlic.
Yeah,
all
those
sorts
are
of
great.
good stuff. A lot of garlic.
It smells good already.
Yeah, it
It smells good, and then you can really have fun with all the other fixings. So over here we've got some chickpeas. This makes it a great, like a vegetarian entree.
Yes.
You want to help push
Sure,
all those
happy
in.
to.
We've got all this onion, tomatoes,
Cilantro.
some feta cheese. Actually, that's mint. Some feta cheese. So it's got kind of like a Greek salad sort of flavor, but honestly, you guys
can see,
see how it's starting to absorb that dressing? Pop this in the fridge for like an hour or two. It absorbs the dressing. You can even make it the day before, and it's ready. It's good to go.
This is a
This is what it
fun
looks
summer
like.
salad.
How gorgeous is that?
Yes.
Don't you guys have forks over here?
I know. We need some more tasting.
know.
These you can kind of grab and go. So these are chicken Caesar salad tacos.
May I?
Yes, you
please
can.
do.
I didn't have breakfast.
I love when people
go
eat my
ahead.
food. So these, you get that rotisserie chicken from the grocery store, toss it with some greens, your favorite salad dressing. So easy. The taco shell makes it crunchy and perfect for a party. Not messy at all, right?
And this is a roast beef, but
so these are my like little, it's like a twist on doing a little skirt steak sandwich. Instead we're using roast beef. One of my absolute favorite kind of tips at the grocery store. I mean, it's steak, right? It is roasted beef, but you don't have to cook it.
I never eat roast beef.
Get it at the deli counter. I put a little chimichurri on top. That's a green herb sauce. So good.
Okay.
Amazing. Now this is great if you got friends that are keto, low carb, they want something healthy. You take a cucumber.
This is cute.
So simple. You can use a melon baller or you can just use like a teaspoon. You scoop out the center and you make a little cup. There we go. Make a little cup with it.
Yes.
And then you can just put whatever you want inside. We did some guacamole, we did some
nice.
hummus,
Nice.
salsa, anything you want. It's so fun, so easy, really cool.
Let's move down to my section.
This is for you.
Yes.
This is my favorite part too. So DIY ice cream sandwich bar.
Oh my God, they're so cute.
What is this?
Kids would love this, right?
Kids would go crazy for this. Instead of cookies, you could do watermelon with sorbet. You could do like Rice Krispie treats with some kind of delicious thing inside. Banana bread.
Nice.
I mean, just raid the pantry, raid the grocery store, put everything out, let everybody have fun with it.
I'm gonna try these watermelons.
Oh my God, please do. And then you can have fun toppings. So I love these like that little
Like,
crispy
I want
cereal.
all of this.
I know.
I want all of this. Right?
I mean, I would love for you to just take this and
Yeah,
just
thank you. I'm going to take this for the road. All right, thank you so much, Alejandra, for these ideas and recipes. Head to today.com/food.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
Okay, we are back with Today Food and our good friend, Wolf's mother, Valerie Bertinelli, who always delivers great recipes, and they're chock full of flavor, but we just like having Val on.
Yeah, we do. She always makes us smile. Valerie Bertinelli is, she's also there to help when things aren't going as planned in the kitchen. Take a look at her experience with Hoda on an upcoming episode of Valerie's Home Cooking.
Okay, so now we're going to take our lemon.
Okay, cut it in half.
And then you just juice that right in.
This is awesome. This would be great.
Isn't it great?
For our cocktails.
Now you're going to do the same thing with your limes.
Do the same thing.
So what you want to do is when you put it in the juicer, take your cut side and put your cut side down where the holes are.
Oh, dude.
That's what you do.
No wonder it went everywhere.
Yeah, there you go.
This is amazing. No wonder why it was oozing out everywhere.
Have we ever seen Hoda cook?
No.
I was just about to say, you just got Hoda to cook.
Now we know why.
Valerie, you're the perfect
She can
person.
cook.
You're the perfect
She's
person.
a great cook.
How you been,
Good
by
morning.
the way? How
Morning.
you been? How's it going out there?
Very well. I'm very well. I'm a big super rock fan now. I'm the mother of, that's my favorite title.
I love it.
Wolfie's mom. So thank you, Carson.
Yeah, so by the way, while we're on the topic of Wolf, is he going on tour soon, A? And my follow-up question, Val, is the tattoo, is that new on his wrist? And what do you think of it?
Yes, he just got the tattoo a few days ago. And I'm very excited for him. He's so proud of it. He loves it. A lot of his band members got the same tattoo because they're all staying at his house right now. They're all rehearsing. They're going to be going on the road in 3 weeks. Ooh. And of course, I'm going to be at the first show.
It's going to be
Yay.
great.
Front row.
There you go. Handing out pasta salad to everyone.
It's the band's emblem, like their logo on his wrist. Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. All right, let's talk about
let's eat.
this pasta salad.
You got it. So it's a really easy summer pasta salad. During the last break, I put the broccoli in with the pasta water just so that it would just come to a nice little beautiful color. See how nice and bright green it gets? Yeah, so now we're going to take this out and put it into a big bowl over here. Oh. And you're just going to put it together, and it's so great because it's got no mayo. It's got ginger. I'm going to make the dressing right now. So it's got miso.
Okay.
A little bit of ginger goes in. And then we've got some soy sauce. And some lime juice. And a little rice wine vinegar.
Wow.
Over here. Some canola oil. And for a nice, bright, strong taste, a little bit of sesame oil. And then some sesame seeds. That's going to help break up the miso and the ginger. And then you just give that a quick, big shaky shake, like you're making a cocktail.
Probably gives it a different flavor profile, too, when you think of a typical pasta salad.
I like the approach.
Yeah, it does. It's nice. It's fresh. It's refreshing. It's a little bit different. I'm just going to add some veggies in here. So it's a really veggie-heavy pasta salad, which I also like because then I feel like I'm behaving a little bit, or at least getting more vitamins than I normally would.
There are never enough veggies at a barbecue.
Hot, no, right? And while the pasta is nice and hot, you're going to get that dressing right on, and that is going to help it melt into everything. And there you go.
Valerie, what kind of pasta did you use there? What kind of pasta is that?
This is cavatappi, which I really love because it's got little grooves on the outside, and it's also got it's little tubes. So all of that flavor from the dressing is going to really cover the whole thing. It's really delicious. I wish I was in studio with you so you could try it. It's one of my favorites.
You serve that warm?
Yes, you can serve it warm, you can serve it cold, you can serve it room temperature. I'm also going to give a little bit more to the sesame seeds. I like a little crunch in there.
Good idea.
And then you can really just top it with some chives for some color.
So
a little bit more
without
onion.
mayonnaise or anything in there, I mean, this is a salad that could really just sort of sit out the whole day, huh?
Yeah, it travels really well if you're going to somebody's cookout. It's just a nice little break from all the ribs and the burgers and the hot dogs that, I don't know about you guys, but we loaded up on that over the weekend.
Tell me
Chili and all that stuff. Yeah.
Before you leave us this morning, I know you have something else to share. You're coming out with a book. Can you tell us about it?
I am. I'm so nervous about it, though. I mean, it's a very, very personal book. It's about, oh, boy. It all started on your show almost 2 years ago. My journey has taken me from, I just don't want to beat myself up anymore.
Yeah.
And I know so many women my age, younger, older, that we're so busy beating ourselves up that we just don't find the love and the wonder and the grace that are really within us. So I wrote about the past 2 years, grief, happiness, joy, finding joy, and I hope it touches some people's lives. It was a really challenging write for me, but it was cathartic.
Well, it's
There's
a great
also a lot
title.
of recipes in there because it's for me.
It will definitely touch people's lives for sure.
Enough already. That's
Yeah, enough already with beating ourselves up, right?
Yeah, that's a perfect title for that.
Cheers
Val. We love you. Thanks for pasta salad.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We have 2 refreshing recipes to beat the heat. So today, nutritionist Joy Bauer is going to make us a simple summer salad and a cold treat for the grown-ups. Joy, we say it every time, wish you were here, but good morning. What do you got today?
Hey guys. So we're starting with a quinoa summer salad, and it has all of those fancy pants elements that we love in a restaurant grade salad, but it's crazy easy. So the dressing goes first. This is extra virgin olive oil, a little bit of lemon juice. I'm adding in red wine vinegar, but really you could do apple cider vinegar or champagne vinegar, any vinegar that you have on hand. You whisk this together. Okay. And while I was making the salad, I went ahead and I cooked my quinoa and I let it cool. Now, the quinoa is the star of the show. This is a nutrient-packed seed, and it's got a lot of protein in it. And it cooks up just like rice. 15 minutes to make this quinoa, guys. That's it. You could boil.
Could you mix farro instead of quinoa, or does it matter?
Harry, I tried it with farro, and it works beautifully. And so the key is you want to start with 1 cup dry, which yields about 3 cups cooked. Okay. Next, we add in some chopped tomatoes. I have here, this is an English cucumber that I chopped up because it doesn't have that many seeds, so it works beautifully. And for some creamy crunch, pistachios. And so we mix this together, and you get it all sort of like marinated in that yummy dressing that we made.
Yeah, so fresh.
And then comes our greens. We have arugula, we have basil and mint. And really, Harry, I always tell them, you're the boss of your sauce. You can use any kind of herb that you want. And then
I think I'm going to make that my life mantra.
You're the boss of your sauce.
Once this is all mixed up, the only last thing that you do here is some shaved parm. And it could also be Yes, and it could be feta as well. This is on repeat now. You've got to try it, Janelle. You're going to love this.
So and with all, I feel like herbs are going out of control in people's little garden pots
in
now,
the gardens.
So it's such a good way to use them up.
Yeah.
Right.
Yum.
I love that mint working in there too, right?
Yeah.
That just is a game changer.
Oh, look at that.
Every single bite is packed with nourishing deliciousness.
All right,
This
so
is
what's
really,
for
really
dessert
good.
there, boss?
Oh boy. Okay. We're going to get the party started. We are making sangria pops.
Okay.
These are juice. I did.
Yeah, Harry got so excited that he brought some for us. This is my favorite color.
They're juicy, they're fruity, and they are gently boozy. And guys, if you could imagine, they're 25 calories a pop, so you could have 2,
This
3,
is only 25
4.
calories?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, this is so good.
It is good.
So I'm adding in 1 cup of wine. I'm using red wine, but really any wine that you have opened works. 1 cup of fruit juice. You mix this up.
What kind of fruit juice is that? Just fruit?
Any 100% fruit juice. I think that it works best if it's either with a grape juice, a cranberry juice, or an apple juice, or any of those blends. But you do want to look for 100% fruit juice without any added sugar.
Okay.
Then this goes into your ice pop molds, and I have all this fruit over here, and you're just going to drop the fruit in. What I like to use are little bitty fruits. So I'll slice purple grapes in half, and I drop those in. And then I also have sliced strawberries and blueberries. And for people that don't have an ice pop mold, you could also make them in little Dixie cups like this, little paper cups. And what you do is you fill up the cup, you add your fruit, you put some tin foil on. I like to stash it in the freezer and let it sort of get semi-solid, and then you take your popsicle. Whoops! Oh my God! Look, I'm making a mess over here.
Man, will you guys marry me?
So Joy,
then,
we're having these.
Let me show you this.
We're all. It's the rave, right? It is a rave.
First of all, these pop things are amazing. Too.
Look at that.
Look, awesome.
Cheers,
Look at that. There you go.
Joy, we've got them here.
Cheers, guys.
Amazing.
This is yummy.
It's really good.
Summer treat.
Andrea says the only thing, maybe a little tequila to go with.
Ooh, yes, Andrea.
Hey, that works. That works.
All right, thank you, Joy.
Just ask your kids, they'll tell you no 4th of July menu is complete without dessert.
Or ask me. Today we've got some delicious red, white, and blue ideas and a pop of patriotism for your Hollywood table from Parents Magazine contributor Anna Helm-Baxter. Hi.
Hi, thanks for having me.
How are you?
I'm good, thanks. So I think every holiday should start with a good drink.
Yes.
So we're going to start with 2 refreshing drinks that are both twists on an Arnold Palmer, which is typically half iced tea and half lemonade. The first one is a slushie. So we've added an extra twist, which is with orange juice. It really rounds everything out. So you're going to freeze ice cubes.
This is non-alcoholic.
No alcohol in there.
Okay.
And you're going to just throw these ice cubes that you've made with the iced tea, the lemonade, and the orange juice into a blender. And if you want a fun twist, this is pineapple stars.
Oh, that's
and
cool.
cut out and frozen, a little cocktail stir.
So you freeze the ingredients into different ice trays and then
put it into a blender,
blend them up.
and you got a nice little slushie. Okay, so then this one, I don't know about you, but lemonade is one of those things. The first 2 sips are great, and then it's too sweet, and then your ice melts. It's all bolted down. Okay, so we've done unsweetened iced tea ice cubes.
Okay.
And these go in, and you're going to top it off with lemonade, and that way, when the ice cubes melt, it's just going to cut through the sweetness without watering it down.
It sort of makes an Arnold Palmer eventually once it melts.
Not
Right.
yet.
Oh, that's smart.
So we're just
But if you're outside for 5 minutes, it will be.
Right.
Yeah, and then if you want to add a little tip hole to this, Willie, I'll let you do the honors here with a little vodka.
Is that
That was
vodka?
really great. Yeah, that one's for you.
You know what the Arnold Palmer becomes? A John Daly, they call
There
that.
you go. Is that what
Arnold
it's
Palmer
called?
with a little booze in it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Okay, so I really love to make my guests work a little bit for their treats.
Yes, why not?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is a watermelon dessert pizza, which is essentially just a really creative fruit salad, right? That's what it is. I like to use a baby watermelon because I find that it slices easier than the big kahunas. And we're just going to put some cream on the top.
Okay.
And then this is where you get your guests
Fun.
involved.
It's like it's a do-it-yourself.
And you can
DIY.
really go creative with the toppings. Chocolate chips are great here. We've got toasted coconut and berries. Empty out your pantry with all those little extra bits. of goodies.
Also, that's an easy eat, too. You just grab that little
Totally
slice
easy.
and hit it.
And you know what? You can freeze watermelon too.
Yes.
Freeze
Also
watermelon
very
for a
good.
delicious treat.
I like where you're going
Oh, I
with
love
that.
an ice cream sandwich.
Me
Okay.
too. I love an ice cream sandwich. They were always my go-to as a kid.
In
An ice cream cake is a lot of work. So
Yes.
we're taking a major shortcut here, and we're using ice cream sandwiches.
Okay.
These are layered with whipped cream and a raspberry puree filling. You could totally cut a corner and use
Look
a
at this
frozen whipped
ice cream
topping.
cake.
Yeah.
That's genius.
Oh, my
Yeah.
gosh.
So, Jenna, I feel like you're sending me good piping vibes here. So do you want to try this?
I don't know. I don't know where that's coming from.
This is a fancy way. You're going to squeeze down there. There you go.
Okay.
And let go.
Oh, that's good.
that's cute.
Nice, Jenna.
And this is just like a fancy little touch.
Look at you.
Yes, I can do
Perfect
Nice
little
touch.
rosettes. Okay.
Oh, this is so great.
So what are you putting the sandwiches on top of?
So this is a cream and raspberry puree.
Oh,
if you want to
okay.
cut a corner, you could do frozen whipped topping. Would also
Okay.
work there.
Yeah.
And then you get these beautiful layered
Oh,
slices.
that's beautiful. Just freeze
And
it up
this
for a
is an
while.
ice cream sandwich cake.
Ice cream sandwich cake.
Okay, I love it. We're gonna eat.
Yum.
We're gonna
Yum.
move on to the next.
I don't usually like to mess with a classic, but this one's too good not to share. So this is a s'mores mess. So in the bowl we have whipped cream with Greek yogurt, and then we're going to add all of the toppings that you would put in a classic s'more. So we've got some chocolate chips, mini marshmallows, everything without the campfire, and some graham crackers. This all gets mixed together. I love
Wait,
to add a
this
little
is
chocolate
so
sauce.
cute.
Yep. Fill it into waffle cones, and then again, make your guests add all the extra little
Drizzle the
toppings
hot
on
fudge
top.
over the top?
Absolutely.
Oh, that's so
This
smart.
is really great. And
Cool.
finally, we'll just
Oh,
end
yum.
with these really cute party favors.
These are just stars cut out of Rice Krispie treats. A nice little sparkler without the fire.
Thank you
Brilliant.
so much. These were great ideas and delicious. To get the recipes, go to today.com/food.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today, contributor Elizabeth Heiskell joins us now from her home kitchen. I'd love to be there.
Hey,
Good morning to you.
Hey, how are y'all?
I'm doing great. I have to tell you, when we talk about the State Fair, some of the best memories of my life, the Kansas State Fair. So
have you ever going down that midway and you've got all those incredible trailers with all that fried food, honey? I mean, if it ain't fried, we don't want it
There
when
she
we're at the
is.
State Fair. And so that's what we're going to start with today. These are fried apple pie corn dogs. Yes. They could not be simpler. All you do, you literally take an apple pie that's frozen, pre-made. All you have to do is go pick that up, get all of the outside crust off of it. You don't want that. And now we just have this frozen center. We're going to wrap it in a pastry dough, and you can buy that at the grocery store as well. It comes in just like one of those rolls. And then we're just going to kind of fashion this. It's supposed to look like a corn dog. So you want to kind of go ahead and cut it, mold it, and then we're going in that oil. Wow. So the good news is that when you're frying, you want it to be about 350 degrees. Take a little piece of dough to test it. Put it in. If it starts to bubble and sizzle, you know it's true. It's right where it needs to be. Wow. All right, so here's one that I did a little bit earlier. So now we've got the filling in there. It's been fried. We're going to take one of these skewers, which I've hidden from myself. Okay. There we go. We're going to stick that in the bottom of this. A little bit of powdered sugar. Ooh, you could do some caramel sauce on top of this. Ooh. Absolutely unbelievable. And then look. So I'm going to cut this just so you can see.
Oh, come on.
Hello.
Elizabeth.
Have you ever in your life, I mean, that is the easiest thing in the world. Now, we could not have a fair without a blueberry pie. I mean, the pie contest is, is so iconic. This one has balsamic that I've already added in here, a little bit of cornstarch, and we've beaten up a few of these blueberries with the back of this wooden spoon. Now we're going to add our cinnamon. We're adding some sugar, just a little. We have vanilla. We also have some honey, which is going to be incredible. So we've got that sort of acidic balsamic. We've got that nice honey, a little bit of salt, and then I'm adding a little bit of black pepper. Really? Oh. And you won't, yes, it will be that thing that you kind of go, wait, what is that? Like, what is that? You won't be able to put your finger on it, but you will certainly know it's there. Here are the rest of our blueberries. We're going to add that wonderful cornstarch, balsamic honey mixture to it. And then we'll mix it up just a bit. And then this is going to go right into our dough. Now, the recipe, which you'll see at todayshowfood.com, for that pastry dough is super simple. We used a food processor. Okay. So you put all of your ingredients in it, whiz it around. Once it forms a ball, you just put it in the fridge, let it sit for a little bit, and then we're going to roll it out. Look at there. I mean, can y'all see that?
Wow.
Look at those blueberries. Wow. I mean, and this is the season. This is the end of the fruit season. You know, we're going to be working into fall apples and all of that pretty soon. So let's go ahead and, really get into it with our berries.
Oh, my goodness.
Because they won't be here long.
Elizabeth, what does your house smell like right now?
Oh, honey, it smells like 4 dogs. No, I'm kidding. It smells... You want the honest answer? No, it smells absolutely incredible. I'm telling you, there's nothing like this. And, I think people are taking time now to do some baking. So seriously, try, something like this. I was really sad. I've always wanted to enter a pie at the state fair, and this was going to be my year. I was going to enter this, and so I know. So I just decided to have the contest by myself.
There you go.
And
Thank
guess
you for
what?
sharing.
Guess what?
Yes.
I won.
You won.
I judged it. I won.
Congratulations.
Blue ribbon. Yes, I know. Isn't that fantastic?
You're at the dollar store.
Here
That's for me.
I think you took first and second with those two. That's amazing.
Elizabeth, and honorable mention.
It's always a pleasure. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Hotty toddy.
Y'all take care. Woo! There we go, Willie. There we go.
There you go.
Hotty toddy,
To get these recipes, go to today.com/food.
Joy Bauer is here to show us how to sneak superfoods into 3 sweet summer treats. Somehow you did it. And I can't wait to eat it all.
So the first superfood is the raspberry. And I love raspberries because they're one of the highest fiber fruits in town.
I didn't know that.
8 grams of fiber per 1 cup. That's a huge amount. So fiber aids in digestion, it keeps you feeling full, and it also enhances heart health. And interestingly enough, the plant compounds within raspberries also can boost memory.
Nice.
So what we're going to do is we're going to make a no-bake dessert pizza. Look at this beauty.
So pretty.
So all we do is we start with our watermelon. You slice it just like that. You make 4 different quarters.
Easy enough.
I'm going to add on a little bit of yogurt.
Nice,
and Dylan,
just Greek yogurt?
put on some toasted
just put on
pecans. And of course,
I
dark
went right for
chocolate
the
chips.
chocolate.
It needs some chocolate chips.
Yes.
It's a dessert. And this is some toasted coconut.
Nice.
And so it's so fun. It's really easy to do. And you could really put on whatever toppings you want. Let's put on a little.
If you have friends over and you present that, how cool is that?
They think you are so clever, and it's very simple and delicious.
Like my jam. What is this?
So the next superfood is a peach.
Okay.
Peaches are great. They are juicy. They're refreshing. They scream summer, and they're more than 85% water, which means they're super hydrating. They also have plant compounds that have been shown in some small studies to reduce the occurrence of breast cancer.
Really?
Yeah. So we
Really?
have to keep on top of that.
Thank you.
What are we going to make with a peach? We are going to make
peach cobbler.
a southern peach crumble.
How do you make a healthy peach cobbler?
And I did it.
Crumble.
There's way less sugar. So
Okay,
here,
okay.
I skipped a step, and I'm actually using frozen sliced peaches, and I mix it with some vanilla
doesn't taste
extract, a
healthy at
little
all.
bit. It is.
Really?
I do add a little bit of maple syrup in here, but not too much, and I think all the other flavors, the peaches are what's shining through.
Right.
This went in the oven for about 30 minutes, and then you have the crumble. The crumble is ground flax seeds.
No way.
And it's
Really?
almond flour and oats, so it's gluten-free, and it's actually vegan as well. And then
Wow.
you just pop this in the oven, and you get
This
a
is-
delicious southern
And the peaches
peach
are
crumble.
so sweet this time of year that
Exactly.
you don't need that extra
And you
sugar.
can use the frozen peaches in the
Really?
winter as well.
This
yes.
is amazing,
delicious.
Joy. Okay, we have one
So
minute left.
this you're gonna love.
Is this a milkshake?
This is all about lime. Lime is great. It's packed with vitamin C, which is wonderful for the complexion. It also helps to increase plant-based iron, which is important because a lot of people are eating vegan meals right now.
Right.
So what do you do when you have a key lime? You make key lime pie milkshake.
Never heard of it. That sounds amazing.
So it with no added sugar.
Right.
So what we have here is almond milk with dates. Dates are going to puree and give it a nice natural sweetness, and we have vanilla extract and some ice cubes.
Okay.
And then we're going to add a little secret ingredient. No, we're not even gonna. We're gonna fake it. You can take this off. We're gonna add cauliflower. We're gonna add lime zest
That's
and lime juice, and then we're gonna garnish
Why
it
does this
with.
blender have a child lock on it?
I know.
Okay.
Okay, wait.
Put
Here we go.
cauliflower in my smoothie.
Here we go. There.
Are we
You're not
ready?
gonna taste it.
Try
Taste
it.
that thing.
Really?
This is lime juice. Lots of vitamin C. Is that good?
Wow, that's
I
refreshing.
like it.
It's
that's
thick
delicious.
and it's creamy
This
and
woman
it's
just
good
put
for you.
cauliflower in a drink.
I would,
Cheers.
who even thinks of doing that?
I
That's
do.
wonderful. Joy, thank you so much for these
You got
recipes.
it.
Go to today.com/food.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
It's a can't miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. Mel, do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
What is is a party without ice-cold sweets to cool you off in the sizzling heat. So if throwing a backyard party has been on your bucket list this summer, we've got the ultimate summer dessert.
Oh, we sure do. And here with the lesson on making her famous ice cream sandals and a couple of other sweet treats is Kristen Tomlin, CEO and founder of Cookie Dough Confections. Welcome, girl.
Hi, Kristen. How are you?
Okay, these ice cream sandwiches are going to make you forget about every ice cream sandwich you've ever had.
Okay, wait, first of all, let's start with the cookie dough.
Cookie dough.
We can't eat raw cookie dough, but you've created a raw cookie dough that we can.
Yes, this is totally
It's
safe
genius.
to eat. So we're swapping out the egg in this recipe, and then we're actually using heat-treated flour.
Heat-treated?
Heat-treated flour because it's going to kill any potentially harmful
So
bacteria.
how do you heat treat? What do you do? How do you buy it heat treated?
So we sell it heat treated, ready to go.
Nice.
You can also learn how to heat treat it in my cookbook. 165 degrees is what you want to do it. So you could do it in the microwave or the oven. Make it easy for yourself. Cookie dough first, always number one, and then you're going to add some mini chocolate chips.
Okay.
Yes, which is also my nickname.
I love that. Is that true?
No.
She just threw that in there. Okay, so then we spread this baby out.
Exactly. You're going to make it as flat as possible. The key to making sure that you're going to get it out of your pan easily is lining your pan with parchment paper. Dividing this dough into 2 equal portions, one for the top, one for the bottom, and then stick these in the freezer, get them nice and hard before we add on some ice cream.
I mean, we know that this has been sitting out there a little bit because it's melted, but how before do you take this out?
So I would say 15 to 20 minutes. Get it out. You actually want it kind of soft like this because you want it to be able to be spreadable and make an even layer. So it's okay that it's melty. And you can use whatever your favorite flavor is. So we've got vanilla today. My favorite, of course, is cookie dough ice cream. But you could use
cookie
chocolate.
dough on cookie dough. That's brave.
Yes, you're going to spread this out. Use the entire pint.
Here, I'll help you.
Yeah, you can get to work here.
And can you put toppings, like other toppings besides or does it have to be all in the cookie dough?
No, I mean, you can do whatever you want. This is your dessert, your ice cream sandwich, your party.
Get in there.
Is
there rum in this or bourbon?
You can put some.
Okay.
We might.
Yeah.
Okay. After you have all of these layers ready to go, you're going to put this layer on top.
You're such a good cook.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Wait, you put this on top, so how do you do that?
So you're going to just take it out.
Oh, look
See,
at her.
because of the parchment paper. Yeah.
Let her do it.
Because of the parchment paper, you're just going to go right on top.
Oh, okay, right on top here?
Yeah,
Michelle, you got
exactly.
it. Michelle, you got it.
I got this.
This is the hard
You
part,
got it.
too.
Yes!
Oh, that's easy.
See? It's easy.
And then what do you do? Pop that back
Pop
in?
that back in the freezer.
Okay, cool.
For a couple hours,
Okay.
and then we're ready to go. You're going to just cut them. Just like this, however big or
But this
small.
could also be a beautiful birthday cake.
I agree.
Absolutely. You don't have to cut them at all. You could just throw some candles on here. You've got your ice cream sandwich.
Oh, yum.
You can add some toppings if you want. Look at how
Thank
look
you.
at
I'm
that.
going to taste it.
Nice.
Okay, let's move down to these really cool, like, charcuterie boards without the charcuterie. Just
So
the ice
this
cream.
is a dessert treat board. If you're having a party, you have to serve all sorts of fun treats, cookies, cookie dough popsicles, or ice cream sandwiches. You can add some toppings to it. You can have a lot of fun.
That's so
These
smart.
little balls are adorable.
Cookie dough truffles.
And what happens when it starts to melt?
Well, then you just have to eat it. You have
Eat
to
it
call
out quickly.
everybody over and say, time to eat.
Awesome. Thank you so much
course.
for these cookie dough recipes and for all of the treats. Go to today.com/food. Our friend Maureen Petrowski is mixing up some summer sips straight off the pages of her new book, Zero Proof. Drinks and more.
Maureen, first of all, it's hot as can be.
Yes.
So
we need a cool drink.
We need weekend. Yeah, we need a cool drink. So we're talking about mocktails, but you can make them as you like, right?
Exactly. You can have a zero proof drink or you can have a full proof, however you like it. But like Jenna said, not everybody wants a booze-laden drink or a hangover the next day. We've got a nice long weekend, and alcohol-free drinks have never been as delicious or as much fun as we're going to show you today.
Awesome. Well, let's start off with what you're going to show us, something you call the Gunner. Is that right?
Yes, it's called the Gunner cocktail. This is really popular in Hong Kong. It's an expat drink. It's really simple. It's just a few ingredients. We've got here some ginger ale, some ginger beer, some bitters, and some lime juice. Now, I'm using a sweetened lime juice. First, I'm going to put my bitters right in the glass.
Wait, you know
this
what?
One's easy.
Guess
You
what?
build it right in the glass.
We're making it with you.
too.
Is this real ice? Yeah. Oh.
All
Okay,
right, you
how
have all
much
your
ice do you
ingredients?
put in?
So I like to fill the glass with ice.
Fill
because
it
you're
up
going to build
to the
this right
top.
in the glass, and then you're going to just pour it in your ingredients. So first,
Okay.
I put my bitters in.
Bitters?
Do you have your bitters?
Hold on.
Yes,
a
ma'am.
couple
How much do
dashes.
you use?
Bitters, the whole thing?
A couple dashes.
No.
A couple of what? Dashes?
A couple of dashes.
dash.
Yes.
Okay.
Bitters.
One,
A dash.
2. 3.
And then the next thing I'm going to add is the lime juice. So
lime juice.
You can use fresh lime juice. And again, this is also just a dash.
Just a dash.
So a little bit
Don't dump
goes
it.
a long way. And then we're going to add half ginger ale and half ginger beer.
Half ginger ale and half ginger beer.
Half ginger beer.
Now,
and
Maureen, if you wanted to add alcohol, what would you put in this?
So
beer?
this is, it's got that nice ginger, not beer, no. So ginger beer is actually non-alcoholic. But if you wanted to add alcohol, this goes great with bourbon, a nice sweet bourbon.
Oh, bourbon.
Just think about that.
Okay.
Ginger and bourbon is a great cocktail.
Our
and you
friend,
mix it up
friend
and you
here
give it a
said
taste.
beer because I think it's kind of like a shanty. Is that right, Rope? No?
Well, a shandy is a beer that's mixed with fruit usually.
Yeah.
So this is using ginger
We know
beer, which is
nothing.
actually just, yeah, ginger beer is ginger ale without the sugar, basically.
is
It's
it?
a little bit more gingery, if you would.
Wow,
What do
I
you
might
think?
have overdone the lime.
Taste mine.
Mine went wrong.
Taste mine, taste
mine. Something was
Taste
wrong.
Okay. How did Hoda do?
Oh. I like it.
Hoda's is better than mine.
Yeah, but I like both of them.
Did it get better?
Yeah, it's not
And I
bad.
thought that
This is
I
real
know that
good.
you
It's
like
refreshing.
Moscow Mule. So if you like a Moscow Mule, this is a gingery, non-alcoholic version kind of that. So
Okay,
That's
and then
really
the-
good.
talk to us about a shrub.
Yeah, what's a shrub?
Okay, so this sounds a little bit weird, I know, but a shrub is a building block that can be used for all zero-proof drinks, but also all full-proof cocktails as well. It's basically the foundation, and it sounds strange, but here I've got lemon peels in sugar.
Okay.
And then you add to that some vinegar. I know, vinegar sounds like something you don't want to drink.
No.
But basically what happens is you let this all sit and then you strain out the lemon peels and you add in some freshly squeezed lemon juice and lime juice. And you've got this delicious shrub that you can keep in your refrigerator for up to 6 months. But the beginning of the book starts with shrubs and syrup. So that's the building blocks. I've got a strawberry balsamic shrub. I have a cherry shrub. And then this is a pineapple mint shrub. So basically, this is the beginning of your flavors, and then we can build tons of zero-proof drinks from that. And I'm going to show you a couple more right here.
Yeah,
All
the
right.
spicy watermelon.
This sounds yummy.
So this is perfect for the 4th of July weekend. We've got that red color. In my shaker, I already have some ice. I'm going to add some fresh watermelon juice. And I'm making a bigger batch then. Yes,
What
it's so
else?
delicious, right? It is so hydrating on a hot day. So then I've got here some chipotle. This is a can of chipotles. This adobo sauce is what you want. So we're going to add this
Chipotle?
right in.
Wow.
I know, that's your spice.
That's the spice, but it's real spicy.
That's the spice. It gets that smokiness.
Okay.
Think about pairing this with barbecue. It's going to be delicious. And then this is the lemon lime shrub. So again, I know that vinegar sounds like a strange thing, but vinegar adds the acidity to the drink. And that's what actually makes your mouth water. It makes you want to have more of it. So we'll get this nice and chilled. You want to give it a good shake.
Okay.
And then since this is a spicy watermelon sip, we're going to put a spicy salt rimmer. So I take my glass
Yeah.
and just a fresh lime wedge, and
Look
it's
at that.
spicy. So I'm only going to put it on half of the rim, just like that. That's enough. Now, if you love really spicy, you can go ahead and add the whole
So you
rim.
just pour that in
but
there?
in this case, I'm just going to pour this right in here. That watermelon juice, it's so easy to get watermelon juice. If you don't have a place you can buy it, you simply just use the flesh of the watermelon. This is nice and chilled now.
Maureen,
And you
this
can
looks
see
so
that.
yummy. I know that there are so many more in your book, which
Yes.
we will tell everyone to get to, but for these
Yes.
recipes and more, and Maureen's book, you can head to today.com/food.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
No better time to do a little dining with the dailies.
Yes, this has become one of our favorite segments. Carson and Siri joining us from the home kitchen, the newly renovated home kitchen, it would seem. They're going to be whipping up one of their favorite summer combinations. Good morning. Take it away.
Good morning, guys. Thank you very much.
This is a really simple summer salad. It's actually in my cookbook, and you can really
the book. Good.
right there. And you can modify it with really anything that you have in your own fridge. So yes, we have some romaine lettuce right here. Also some iceberg, because you guys like iceberg a lot.
Yeah.
You guys meaning you in graphics department.
I like the crunch.
We're going to start with some homemade croutons, which is the easiest thing to do. Just take some day-old bread, cut it up or rip it up.
I'm just going to have a little wine. Go ahead.
Save that for the sangria, dude.
I will.
Add some olive oil and salt and pepper, and then just throw it in a 350-degree oven. Just make sure you kind of watch it, because bread can burn very easily. So we will do that. And of course, yep, so there we go.
When we started the quarantine, I don't know how it was for you guys in your house. Dinners were easy and they were big and robust. Breakfast was what it was. Most people are fasting. Lunch became the first couple of weeks, like with the kids, it was pizza, deli sandwiches. It were like kind of full meals. And after a while, I was like, I got to slow down on the lunch thing. So we ended up buying these bags of salad, and we'd kind of pump them up a little bit. We'd add a little protein to it. We'd use a homemade dressing, and they became delicious. So this is sort of inspired by that, too.
Yes. So now on to the dressing. This is balsamic vinegar. This is the easiest homemade dressing that you'll ever make, and you'll make it a lot. I like to make it in a mason jar, because then you can store it in your fridge easily. Lemon juice, some mustard, and Carson is going to shred some chicken, because we like a little protein for the salad. You can roast a chicken, also a recipe in my cookbook, or you can buy store-bought rotisserie chickens, which are very easy and convenient.
Graphics, get in here.
So salt and pepper in the salad. And
I don't know if you're seeing this, but this chicken is this series recipe. Literally, it's an hour and a half of a chicken in its own juices, baked off. And then I take 2 forks and I kind of shred this, and this will be the protein that we'll use into the salad. But this is a really simple, delicious chicken recipe. No olive oil needed, like really nothing else but the chicken. So I'll take some of this, pull it apart, and we'll use that for the salad.
Yes.
For the sake of time, I will just do a little bit.
Okay, this olive oil is coming out like a tiny little drizzle. So imagine I put a half cup of olive oil in there. And then for the salad, what I like about salads is texture, color, flavors. So I like to do some cucumbers for like a crunch, tomatoes.
Jack on top.
Yep, garbanzo beans. Now here are the homemade croutons by the magic of television. I have some already done. All right, here we go. I like to add queso fresco, but feta, goat cheese, anything would be
enough
great.
of the salad. Let's get into, this is a white peach sangria. Sangria, like a margarita, very powerful, or pina colada. This is the type of drink that is transformative. It'll take you out of the misery of your own life and put you right into a happy place. So we're going to do that. We're going to take an entire bottle of Pinot Grigio.
Right, no, but first add some fruit.
Okay, well, it doesn't matter what order you do it in.
Okay, we just don't want the fruit to get like...
Okay, we got some grapes.
Green grapes, cantaloupe, which you can make into little melon balls if you have time, but I didn't have
and then
time.
Beautiful white peaches. These are lovely, aren't they?
And then, yes, a whole bottle of either Pinot Grigio or
right,
Moscato.
Let's do 30 seconds.
Okay, and then you're going to add lemon juice, peach nectar, and brandy.
And then I also use a little carbonated soda. This is what flavor is this? Grapefruit.
Grapefruit.
Anything with fruit.
Yeah, if you can find peach, great, but if not.
All right, we're going to stir this up, guys. Then you got it. I mean, it's a very simple salad using whatever you have in the house. A little sangria. Look at that. Graphics, you got that? Not lovely in there, buddy?
You're not allowed to drink that graphic, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's not good. All right, I'll pour these off, guys.
Ooh, I'll have this one that has the little wine topper.
Carson, Siri, thank you. Jack Daly, thank you as well. I love to see Jack's Battlefield promotion as well, from graphics to camera operation.
What can't Jack Daly do?
When you think of 4th of July grilling, what's better than biting into a big, two-handed juicy burger.
Okay, how about washing it down with a chocolate peanut butter milkshake?
Yes. You know it's going to be good because Sunny Anderson is here. She's the co-host of the Food Network's The Kitchen and just one of our favorites.
I just like to eat, and I'm glad that you guys like to have me on so I can eat and cook. What's up, Maria?
It smells so good.
You ready for this?
I'm ready.
We're going to make some
She
burgers.
knows a burger.
I know a
well,
burger. I like a
California.
burger.
I mean,
Yeah.
how many burger places are there? You know what I mean? So I'm going to show you how to make like a classic burger.
Okay, so what do we have?
Yeah, we've got some good old chuck. That's 20% fat, 80% meat. We've got the iceberg. We've got the tomato. That's beef steak. Everything is super typical Americana. We've got the ketchup, the mayo to mix together with the relish to make that fabulous sauce. That's what I'm going to do right now. Okay. Just get them onto the grill. Now listen.
Smells good.
When people make burgers, usually the people that are like aficionados, it's just salt and pepper. I would like for you to upgrade with one more ingredient this 4th of July.
What? Yes, ma'am.
Worcestershire sauce.
Yes.
So check the recipe. It's at today's show on the website. Now this is going to go on the bottom bun. What I like to do with the Worcestershire sauce with the salt and pepper is like a really nice dry marinade. So I'll mix it into the chuck. I always do about a teaspoon of salt per pound of meat. And then from there, I just add in the Worcestershire, let it sit as a patty,
But your
and then put it
secret
together.
sauce looks pretty good.
You know, I stole this. It's like a Million Island sauce.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of that before?
I sure have. So you're going to put the burger on that.
Yeah, burger right
How
onto
about that? I figured that out
You
all by
did,
myself.
Maria.
It wasn't even in the cue card.
What's your favorite burger type to
Just
have?
plain, I actually just like a plain burger. I like onions.
Do you like it with cheese?
Like a little bit of cheese?
No, I don't really like cheese that much, but everybody else does, yeah.
Maria, that's okay, because, you know, you're fitting into them jeans.
Yeah, that's
You know what, Jenny? You know who's
This
not
looks
fitting
good.
into the jean and going to take a bite of your cheeseburger?
Let me know what you
Look at
think.
that.
All
Look
right, so
at
that's
that.
the classic. I've also got my Tex-Mex burger here, and all the recipes for my burger bar are online, so you can get all kinds of different toppings and flavors for your burgers today.
Let's move on to fries.
All right, so
There's
fries.
that girl that takes the bite.
Are you
and
gonna do it?
No, I'm not going to do it.
I just was that girl, and it felt really good.
It was beautiful. I'm going to be that girl in about 2 minutes.
Okay.
All right, so fries, right? We got the burger, you need the fries. Who's doing the double fry method in the summertime? It's way too hot. Just put these freezer joints into the actual oven. Now,
Freezer
a trick,
joints?
if you're going to bake them and not fry them, a little bit of cooking spray. Yeah. Put it in the bag, and then just kind of shake it around. That's going to allow it to crisp up a lot better. Now, your face says, I don't want crisp fries, and that's okay.
I love extra crispy.
Do you know what my face says?
This is what's going to make any kind of fry. It could be soft potatoes. It could be crispy potatoes. It's a mixture of just garlic, parsley, and some Parmesan cheese. You chop it all together on the board.
Those are kissing fries.
So it really kind of comes together.
You're going to kiss somebody
Hit it
with
with
those fries.
just a little bit of salt, lots of pepper. You know, you man got to have a little
She's
bit of
doing
garlic
the
in
thing.
them
She's
too.
eating over there. He
Yeah.
doesn't pay attention.
Then you're going to get it into the fries fresh out of the oven so that cheese kind of just starts to stick to it. Toss it, and you're good to go.
You know what else?
Yeah.
Goes with fries?
My chocolate peanut butter shake
Your
with
chocolate
jelly.
peanut butter shake with a little jelly.
Yeah, I'm
What
just trying
about
to.
straws for 4th of July.
Yeah, so you're going to take chocolate ice cream, some peanut butter, blitz it together, add in a little bit of strawberry jelly or any kind of jam.
I mean, you have to taste this.
OMG.
America, get pregnant and eat.
Yes! To get these recipes.
Oh my God, this is good.
Go to today.com.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Food.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What better way to celebrate warmer weather than a backyard party? Today, contributor Elizabeth Heiskell's here. She has some quick and easy ideas to help us entertain. No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it. You know, the thing is about summer entertaining that makes it so easy and fun is that, you know, you don't have to do it inside. You're going to go outside. Mother Nature's already decorated everything for you. You don't have to worry about dust bunnies under your couch.
I like a paper plate, too.
Yes,
Can we just say amen to a paper plate?
We've got amazing paper plates. So we're going to start with burgers. And these aren't just your average burgers. Honey, we are going to stuff these with pimento cheese. Two of my favorite things in the entire world.
By the way, you're speaking the Southerner Genevieve.
I know. Please look at them. They're so excited. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead and give them
But they want the pimento.
And the pickles.
She wants the pickles.
Don't forget the pickles.
One of the best days of my life.
Other than the children.
So now the thing you need to remember is that you don't want to overstuff this. I mean, you want to because we love it so much, but if you do too much,
wait a minute.
It's just going to ooh and goo everywhere.
It's ground beef.
Yes.
Okay.
I guess I should have started there. Okay, I got excited about the pimento cheese. So it's onions, it's ketchup, it's a little bit of egg to help bind it, salt and pepper. Okay. We're going to add that in here. So you can go ahead and start that. Why don't you do that?
I'll do that.
And I'm getting to my part that I'm so excited about.
Okay, me too.
And then we're going to take our other patty, we're going to put it on top. Now you just want to press and seal. Press and seal.
Okay.
Make sure that you get that really, really sealed because otherwise, when we get over here to this pan, it's going to turn into a mess.
So you used a melon scooper, not an ice cream scooper. A melon scooper is the right amount of cheese.
It really is. It really is.
All right.
Okay, now we want to make sure we got to get this pan as hot as the hinges of hell. I mean, it has got to be so damn hot because otherwise, it is not going to get that beautiful crust.
All right.
Let it sit.
Check.
Let it sit.
Yes.
Don't start bothering it with this spatula. Leave it alone. I always see people in there scraping.
Yeah,
and
I like to do a nice
scratching.
press down.
No, you don't know. You press down and you lose all the juices. The juices stay in.
Okay.
So now we have our gorgeous burger.
I stop doing that?
Yes.
Okay.
We're going to build this burger.
But wait, the hot pan, isn't it going to get burned on the outside? How do I make sure it cooks through?
No. You want that caramelized crust. I mean, that's what the burger, that's the best part of it. So it's perfectly fine. We're going to go about 7 minutes on each side. That'll be done and ready to go.
Got it.
Now, we're just going to add bacon. We've got some bread and butter pickles. You don't need to go mucking this up with a bunch of stuff.
What about sauce? Like
you can.
A dry bun?
If you want that, you can have it. A little bit of mayonnaise is fine. A little bit of ketchup. But you've got all that good pimento inside. You don't need
Okay, wait. Let's get a verdict from the taste tester.
You could put a little more pimento on top.
You could put pimento on top.
There's never enough pimento.
Absolutely.
Right?
Now, this is our cornbread salad. I mean, I'm telling you, it will make potato salad look like a fool. It is the finest thing. And I know it sounds strange.
It looks so pretty.
But kind of think croutons. Think cornbread croutons is where I'm going with this. And then you layer up all the good stuff. You've got cheese, you've got bacon, you've got ranch dressing.
Yes.
Honey, there ain't anything better.
Say amen.
I mean, seriously, we've got a little bit of fresh corn, layer, and then let it sit. Let it all that goodness soak in.
Was there a trick to making it look so pretty and getting a layer like that?
Well, no. I mean, it's super simple. You can start with your cornbread, and then you add all of your other things, and then continue to layer it up, and it'll be that pretty.
All right.
Now we're getting to my favorite part, and that's a cocktail.
Yeah.
Woo! So we've got some watermelon mojitos, but look what we're gonna do. So you have your watermelon. We got to cut it out anyway. So why don't we just save it? I mean, let's leave this. We're going to pull this, and then we're going to make this fabulous little cooler. Is that not adorable?
Yeah, we'll show that in a minute.
And you can even get a bigger watermelon if you want. We're going to keep. You want to keep scooping?
Sure.
Okay, we'll let you scoop for just a second.
Sure.
So all we do is we do a simple syrup with sugar, mint, and water. We're going to cook that down, let it cool.
What do you mean cook?
We're going to boil.
Like put it,
we're
going to heat this up?
Yeah. Oh. No, I'm sorry. We're going to make a simple syrup first when we're making the drink. I'm going to go back to talking about the drink.
Okay.
So we have our water, we have our sugar, and a little bit of mint. Let that cook it, let it melt, and then we're going to cool it.
Okay.
And then we add that to our frozen watermelon chunks. Once we take this out of here, we want to put this in the freezer, let it freeze, and then we're going to put it all in the blender and blend it up. So it's a frozen cocktail. We'll top it with a little bit of club soda. Here is our absolutely beautiful watermelon.
This is so cute. So you just scooped it out and made an ice bucket.
Exactly. And now look, the thing is though, is that you want, I love this. This is it's a gift to bring to your hostess. You want to know how to be a good guest so that you can invite it back. I mean, if you were raised holidays, right, you know to bring something.
Of course.
And so this is one of my favorites. It's paper plates, adorable paper plates, and then the little tag says, "Oh, let me do the dishes." So you bring that, you've got the paper plates. Isn't that adorable? And there are lots of really fun ones. Like, look at the ones they've got. So they've got these wonderful bamboo plates.
Love bamboo.
You can throw it away. Nobody's going to be in the kitchen cussing because they were left to do all the dishes.
So, but I didn't even know you were doing this paper plates thing, and that's the first thing I thought of. If you're outside, paper plates.
You've got to.
Yes.
I mean, it really does make it so much more simple. And that's what summer's about. Summer is easy, laid back, and fun.
Did y'all taste that drink?
It's got
So even the mocktail is good. I don't know how you did it. Elizabeth, thank you. Recipes@today.com/food.
Laura Vitale is a cooking sensation who's stirring up a lot of buzz for her popular YouTube channel called Laura in the Kitchen.
That's right. She's also the host of Simply Laura on the cooking channel, and today she is making a classic dad favorite. I think it's everyone's favorite.
I was gonna
Burgers and
say.
fries. This is a crowd pleaser.
It's really easy, so versatile, no deep frying, but all the crispy deliciousness.
We love this, so let's get to it. What do we need?
So in here, you've got to have your suspects for a good burger. You've got good ground beef. I like to use a little steak seasoning, Worcestershire sauce, and this is my secret, grated onion and garlic. So if you want to add all that in there, if you don't want to use beef, we can use turkey or ground chicken. If you have a vegetarian in your family, take this stuff, add a little oil, and substitute for some portobello mushrooms.
Sprinkle a little salt on there?
Yes, please.
Yeah, my mom loves the portobello burger.
Yes, and it's so good. And then you would use a really good Swiss and be perfect.
And you gotta stir this around, you just kind of mush it,
I would do it with my hands, but I don't want you to get dirty.
Okay, okay, cool.
So what you do is you form them into patties.
Do you have a trick for patty making?
Yes. So basically what you want to do is you make your patty, right? But this is the trick to get a really good flat burger. You take 2 fingers and you make an indent in the center.
Yeah.
And then you pop them on a really hot cast iron skillet or even on your outdoor grill. And as they cook, they pop up in the middle. So they're flat. You don't have that dough.
Oh, I love that.
Yes.
Cool. Pop that on the grill.
Pop
Do you
that
do it on
it.
both sides, the finger thing?
You can really just do it on one side and it's fine. So in here, I've got some mayo and I like to use some whole grain mustard. You mix that all together, right? And then when you come to building your burger, you're gonna put your cheese on there. It'll sit nice and melty. Throw a couple of ice cubes in there. It creates steam and it really melts the cheese.
Ooh, I like that. This is like your special sauce.
This is like special sauce, and it's just good quality mayo and some good quality whole grain mustard.
I'm stepping over here.
That's it. Yes. And then you just build a burger. You've got your bun with your sauce. You've got your cheese. Burger, delicious. I like a little lettuce, tomato.
I like to put a little salt on my tomato.
That's
Kind of nails it. Yeah.
That way you can really season
Brings it
each
out.
layer.
This is good. And us Texans like a little avocado.
What about French fries?
I do like that.
I
So
feel intimidated by making a French fry.
fries, these are really easy. The recipe will be on the website, I'm sure. But basically what I do is I take regular russet potatoes, I soak them into some cold water, pop them in the microwave for a few seconds, and then throw them, once you dry them up, with a little oil and seasoning in a hot oven at 425, and they get crispy.
Laura, you can do it all.
I can do it all.
Thank you so much. This is a perfect recipe
The fry
for
and the
Dad.
special sauce is good, too.
Oh, really? I should try that. So to get these recipes, go to today.com/food.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/plan your vote today.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are firing up the grill in our series Today Table, sponsored by Walmart.
Matt Abdu, huge friend of the show. He's also the owner of Pig Beach Restaurant in Brooklyn and Queens, New York, and author of the new Pig Beach Barbecue.
Out today. Out today. That's
book
right.
is released today.
My friend, good to see you.
Great to see you.
All right.
Thank you for having me.
So you're doing the backyard staple, a barbecue,
that's right,
a burger.
Pig Beach barbecue burger.
And it starts with
the sauce. So the first thing we need is a little bit of mayonnaise. Al, you want to help me out here?
Sure, you bet.
All right, in our bowl we have a little mayonnaise.
Okay.
Pig Beach barbecue mustard sauce, which is what gives us that sort of like unique flavor to it all.
Okay.
Some ketchup, chopped pickles, and a little bit of our all-purpose barbecue seasoning. So these chopped pickles are also the pickles that we're going to be putting on the burger that we've done ourselves.
So delicious.
Yes, and we make them. They're amazing. They're light, crisp, bright, vibrant, just amazing.
Okay, what was the last thing you just put in there?
A little bit of all-purpose barbecue seasoning. We put it on our ribs. We put it on our pork shoulders. We put it basically on everything. It's going to be on that corn that's going to be down at the end of the table pretty soon. All right, so now we got a burger sauce made. You're going to put that in a non-reactive container, put it in your fridge. It'll hold for about 2 weeks, no problem. Pull it out whenever you want to dip a burger, hot dog, anything you want into it. It's delicious.
Okay. That's the secret sauce.
That's the secret sauce.
That's
the secret sauce.
Not so secret.
All right, so next we got to cook up our burgers. I love using a blend that's like brisket and short rib, chuck, but whatever you can find, cook it up. It's delicious. Then we're going to season it with a little bit of my pepper. It's a little bit of salt, pepper, and a little accent. That accent helps give like a nice umami flavor to that burger.
Basically like an MSG.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Which gets a bad rap.
It gets a bad rap. And, I mean, it's a little bit is delicious and goes a long way and won't do any harm to you.
Salt your burgers.
You
right?
season everything. You always got to season them first because that's going to get all that flavor out of the meat. We're going to go out of our grill, nice and hot heat, get it cooking. I like to cook my burgers still, about a medium, but whatever you want to cook them to, they're going to take probably around 5 to 8 minutes, depending upon the thickness of the patty that you're using. Okay. When they get finally cooked, you're going to last couple of minutes, you're going to put a piece of cheese on it and melt them down.
What kind of cheese do you like?
I'm an American cheese guy on my burger. It melts perfectly. It's the best cheese out there for a burger, in my humble opinion.
A big mistake people make, pressing down the burger.
Don't ever press. Don't ever press down the burger because you're going to squeeze out all those natural juices
So
and flavors.
tempting because you want to feel like you're doing something.
I know, but don't, because it also flares up the grill and you're going to get really bad smoke flavor on the meat. We love smoke, just not that kind of smoke flavor.
And then final?
Next, let it rest on the tray. Let those juices just kind of naturally come out so they don't soak out your bun. And then we're going to put our burger together, a little bit of that secret sauce on the bottom bun.
And these pickles are...
Are you eating it already? We're going to put some of our cured quick pickles on top of the burger.
I like the potato bun, right?
I love the potato bun. For me, that's the perfect soft, sweet, squishy burger bun out there.
My favorite burger.
That's all we want it to be. Top it off and dive on in and enjoy it.
Your corn, the
Mexican
corn.
street corn. Well, while we're getting on Mexican street corn, a huge shout out to my co-author and friend, Super Chef Shane McBride. Amazing. He's the best. So he co-wrote this book with me, and I couldn't have done it without him. And also the famous Katie Stilo. Katie! Somewhere in the back over there. Her and Anthony Contrino had great. They helped us style the food for the pictures of the book. So a huge shout out to them. Ken Goodman, Judy Choate, all the people that helped us write this book. So Mexican street corn. In this bowl over here, while you guys are manjing, I'm going to put some sour cream to some mayonnaise.
This is so good. This burger is everything I love about a burger.
A little bit of chopped cilantro, some chopped garlic, and then we're going to add some lime juice. This is the simplest thing in the world, but this sauce on corn, I promise you, is like the most delicious thing in the world. And it's my favorite way of eating corn in the summertime. Grill it off, get a nice char, good flavor. And then after it comes off the grill, we're just going to take it. That's okay. We're going to take it, brush it with some of this delicious sauce we made with that mayonnaise and that sour cream. Finish it off.
So why are you making noises? You cook it right on the grill. You don't.
Is it that good? Wait, Craig is making noises. I'm like, okay, let me try it.
What is in that?
What noise just came out of your body?
Sauce that we just made with the sour cream, the mayonnaise, the garlic,
and
then there's the cilantro and some lime juice. And then there's some cotija cheese that we'll top it off with.
Oh my God.
And then finish it again with a little bit of all-purpose barbecue seasoning on top. And there you have some great. It's my favorite way of eating corn. Cook it the whole way on the grill. Take those husks, pull them back like that. It makes a beautiful display for your friends, family, and loved ones.
Abdu, ladies and gentlemen,
amazing.
you're the
I
man.
love you guys.
It's a guacamole crunch burger with a kicked-up mango salsa.
I like it.
And here to show us how it's done is vegan chef Chloe Coscarelli. Chloe,
Hi.
We love when you come because sometimes when we have a vegan chef, we don't know if we're going to love the food. We always love your food.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, if you want to eat more vegetables, but you don't feel like salad, we're going to make burgers, sliders, and meatloaf. All vegan.
Wow.
So we're going to start
Or I
with our
guess it'd be
patty. We're
meatless
making it from scratch.
All right.
So here we have an onion. We are going to caramelize it. Al,
if you want to throw our onions right in the pan.
Okay, and is this just a regular olive oil in here?
It's a little bit of olive oil, and we're going to slow cook it for about 20 minutes until it gets sweet and juicy and caramelized.
Yeah.
Look what happened.
Because in a normal beef burger, you have a lot of animal fat.
Sure.
So we want that moisture and that juiciness from our caramelized onions.
Okay.
Let's move over here. We are going to add our caramelized onions to black beans. If you want to go ahead and add all of these in.
So is sweet potato?
Roasted sweet potato,
Roasted sweet
brown
potato.
rice, some breadcrumbs, which you could use gluten-free if you would like.
Is the brown rice cooked or?
It's cooked short grain brown rice, and
Cooked,
that's going to
okay.
bind our veggie burger together because we're not using any eggs or cheese.
Okay.
Some salt, a little sriracha for a kick of spice.
Now, are those beans cooked? Did you cook those?
The
or?
black beans are, it's actually 1 can of black beans.
so
So
canned
it's
is fine,
super
okay.
easy, economical. You're going to mix it together. If someone wants to put gloves on, we can mix it actually with our hands.
What?
Roker. This is a
Get
great way
involved.
to get your kids involved. Everyone can form their own patty. And I love sweet.
Maybe they should have been the large.
We can use a spoon. Yeah, you don't have to use your hands if you don't want to.
3 hours later.
All right, so these are the patties that we got it. Yeah, just okay. I'm gonna scoot over here. We're gonna throw. I'm so sorry. We're gonna throw our patties on a nice sizzling olive oil. Getting that char is really gonna help you with that meaty flavor. A little bit of crispy. About 3 minutes on each side.
Okay.
Let's talk about some guacamole.
Yeah.
Hoda, if you want to make this,
What
you
do you
can
want
use
me
a
to do?
fork
You want some gloves?
to mash the avocado. Super simple, a little lime juice,
love
and we're
lime.
just going to give it a little bit of salt.
That's it?
If you want to use store-bought guacamole, that's a great time
No
saver.
judging.
Okay, so mush.
Mush.
Mush,
All right,
mush.
let's add over. We are making a mango
you.
salsa. This will make it like fresh and sweet
Do you
on
have
top.
a tip for how to peel a mango? Because
I
it's just
do.
such a
Look,
pain.
watch this.
So we
this
are
is
gonna
the surprise.
score it.
Look, watch.
You can also buy diced mango if you do
I do this
not
with
want to
Haley.
deal. Oh, you do?
Yes, watch. 1,
Amazing.
2, 3, pop.
Oh!
And then
the
you just
pop.
shave it off,
Yeah.
and we are going to mix
Isn't that
it
good?
I love that.
Yeah.
with some jalapeno, lime juice, and a little agave for extra
This is
sweetness.
So this is the mango
Go
salsa.
ahead and
Mix
toss it
that up.
together. Al, come on over here.
Yeah.
Let's
Okay.
build a burger.
Build a burger.
Build a burger. All right. You can go crazy however you like it.
Okay.
Use the toppings you like. We have some crispy tortilla strips to put on top, some avocado. The mango salsa will give it
Goes
a
on
little bit
top.
of spice.
Okay.
And no one's gonna miss the meat with these.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, there's so many components. I think sometimes veggie burgers get a bad rap if they're kind of simple
Yeah.
or bland, but I like to pack in lots of flavor, and these are really easy to make.
Wow.
You can also make the patties ahead of time, keep them in your freezer, and just
I want to try a
cook
bite
them
of
off.
one
Yeah,
of these.
please.
Okay,
Do it
then
again.
sliders.
Tell me what you guys think. Now we also have some pesto parmesan sliders
The pesto parm.
made with pesto, cashew mozzarella,
Oh.
and then we have a holiday cashew nut roast. So it's like a meatloaf, but with no meat and a country
isn't that
gravy
good?
That's
on
fantastic. Really great.
That's really good,
Chloe,
Chloe.
thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Happy New Year.
Delicious.
To get these recipes, go to today.com/food.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. My name is Lester.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
First of all, Alex is glowing.
What happened?
You
you
look
have
gorgeous.
Good hair, and you got good. Everything's happening.
It's the hamburgers. We also want to just say that you're the host of Food Network's Supermarket Stakeout, and she's here with a decadent burger, and by decadent we mean a big baby.
This is
a big
huge.
burger.
So wait, what are we doing here, Alex? What's first step?
Well, I'm making a cheese sauce. Would you throw this in?
Cheese
Parmesan and a little cheddar. And what? Okay, I like your style. My tip was going to be add your cheese slowly so it doesn't clump.
Oh, no.
I love
Alex,
you.
Alex.
Go ahead, add that
Slowly?
parmesan nice and slowly.
Nice.
New York City style.
Yes.
Dump it in.
Okay.
And you stir it, a little mustard, a little hot sauce. We just add a little bit to just
So
a little warm cream.
That's going to be the sauce on top of the burger. Is that what you're talking about?
this
And
is
the
like-
donkey
Or a dippy sauce.
dip sauce.
Yeah, I mean, you could literally make this cheese sauce and then just
Do
Put
whatever.
chips in it.
potato chips or whatever.
Okay, so now the big Mongo
moment.
burger.
The big moment is we're doing a triple-decker burger with the cheese sauce, okay? We're going all out.
You really are.
What are you doing to us?
For summer,
I know.
but you said I look all
Yeah,
glowy.
you
It's
do.
all the
You
hamburgers.
do.
So this is just a mix, right? 85-15, we want short rib and sirloin. Those are the
Wow.
good cuts. We form our burgers nice and thin for the triple-decker.
I like that
Do you
because
like that
there are
idea?
3 burgers.
Now,
so.
do you put anything in there other than
You
the ground
just
meat?
keep it that?
You know what? I'm glad you asked. People are always working their
Yeah,
burgers.
yeah.
It gets tough, the meat.
Oh.
Just make a little patty. Be gentle.
But you don't want to add spices in there. You put them out. You put just salt
it's
and
just
pepper at
plain
the
meat
end.
with some salt and pepper.
That's it.
You're a classic.
Yeah,
did not know
exactly.
that.
And then we just drop them in a hot pan and you just get them cooking.
Is there oil on that?
Yeah, a little bit. No oil on the burgers themselves, but just pop them right in the pan like this, right?
But what's in the pan?
Just
Oil.
a little hot canola oil.
Oh, okay.
That's it. We keep it really simple. You could throw these on the grill. When you're done cooking them and you have these lovely burger juices, that's where we make our onion topping. We go right in the same pan. Ooh, and pickle juice.
Pickle juice.
In with the onions because it's like zingy,
Yeah, I
vinegary.
kind of like that.
I love this
It's a-
idea. You're using the meat juice and
And
some pickle juice.
And it's sitting in your fridge in a jar of pickles. You have one lonely pickle, like, help me.
Get it.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Throw
What are you
that
going to do with
Dump
it?
it in there.
Salad
I heard that if
dressings.
you have cramps, you should drink pickle juice.
Is that true?
I'm not sure.
I think that if you have Memorial Day needs for a triple-decker burger, it's good too.
Yeah.
Let's throw that in there.
Okay, what are we making here? What is
So
this?
we're
A side
making
salad?
a little topping,
Oh, topping.
with a little oil, vinegar, a little
Wow.
lemon, a little.
I feel like that
tomato.
takes it up a notch.
Well, here's my other little tip: is instead of doing slices that slide all around
Yeah,
with the
yeah.
tomatoes, we cut them up so
Yes.
they don't fall out.
Look, to
as
put
much.
a little beautiful salad on your hamburger.
So, so you toast your bun.
So you do? Yeah, I toast my bun.
Are you a toaster?
Yes, of course I am.
Yeah, let's toast it up.
Sorry, Hoda.
No, you like. You know what? For a hot dog, however, I don't.
Because you want that.
I want that mushy New York
Yeah,
I get
dog
that.
vibe.
Okay, so
that's
here's
your-
the cheese
ooh.
sauce.
So this is how we built a little
Look
of
at
those
that.
pickly onions, a little bit of that cheese sauce, and we just build, right, that nice mix.
And then another patty on top?
Yeah, we do that, and then we
Wow,
cheese sauce. please.
3 is
Dr.
This is-
cheese sauce.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
who is
ma'am.
this is like humongo.
This is America.
Yes.
This is Memorial
Yes,
Day.
more,
Yes.
one more bun.
Less is more.
Oh, we gotta try them.
Yeah, let's get it.
Oops.
It's a lot.
Love it. Perfect.
That I think 3 might be too many. Just saying.
Yeah, no, you can.
Now,
go
can you
2,
put
can
ketchup
go
on this,
1.
or you're not for that?
You can totally put ketchup.
I don't think mine has cheese sauce.
I can't work.
Oh,
with it.
that's
we're
yours.
switching. We're switching.
Oops.
Give me that.
And then just a little potato salad to go with that. You could do 2 of these. Just clean and oil your grill and get it good and hot, and you will have great results. Keep it
Love it.
simple.
So yummy.
The last moment of this segment is just people chewing. I think this is a testament to the fact that people have got to
This
sit down
potato
with this.
salad.
Potato salad is basically has relish in it and mustard.
It's no mayo. It's just a little olive oil and mustard to keep it light for
Olive
the
oil
burger.
and mustard, that's it?
But
Yeah,
there's
a little bit of
pickles.
vinegar.
What are
Pickle
these
juice?
And
pickles?
chopped up pickles and pickle juice.
and pickle juice.
I put pickle juice
Pickle
in
juice is
everything.
it.
Yeah, Alex, you're the best. So to get this recipe, head to today.com/food.
If you're celebrating a weekend or you just want a great barbecue during the week, I have got the menu for you. And it's all gonna come right out of your pantry and your fridge. I just have some pancetta on the stove, just bubbling away and cooking up. Now you could use ham if you wanted to. You could use bacon if you wanted to. I actually had the pancetta in the fridge. This is nice and crispy, and I wanted it this crispy because I'm putting it in my favorite can of baked beans. Here is the trick. I am gonna make the most amazing sauce. The same sauce I use on my ribs, which are gonna be spare ribs, pork ribs, and a beef rib, is what I'm gonna put in my baked beans. You need to start off with your favorite barbecue sauce, a little bit of that, and a lot in this bowl, because this is what's gonna cover your pork ribs. Then to this, I'm gonna put molasses, just a little bit of sweetness. If you don't have molasses, you can use brown sugar. Hot sauce, I like it a little hot and I like it a little spicy, so that's gonna go in both of these. And then I'm gonna use some Montreal seasoning, and I put that in both of these. And I'm also gonna use this on my beef rib. So I'm just gonna roast it in the oven like that, and just spread it around. Give this a stir all together. Look at how dark it makes the canned beans. It makes it look like it's from scratch. And all of those beautiful, crunchy little bits of pancetta really kick up the flavor a lot. And then that goes into the oven. You only need to bake this for about 30 minutes. And I promise you, these are the best baked beans you are ever going to taste. Okay, go in here, stir this up. I'm putting this over my pork ribs and just kind of work it around. And of course, I have lined a baking sheet with aluminum foil. This is kind of sticky, and I don't think you want to deal with the mess after the fact. Now I'm going to take a very, very, very little amount of this and then put it right on my beef rib. Just a little line, not too much, just enough for flavor. That is going to be sticky and caramelized and crunchy, which I absolutely love. And then you're going to have the gorgeous barbecue beef ribs. Now these will go into the oven. Again, low and slow. I'm going to put the beans in when those are 30 minutes away from being done. Look at those. That is a beautiful thing. Look at that. Beef ribs, pork ribs. They were in there about 300, 325 degrees. This is just about 2 hours, sometimes just a little bit longer. Look at this. This is a delicious meal. Let's talk about dessert, and then it's cocktail time. We love them as kids. We still love them today, and they become great, cute, easy little crafty snacks. This is just icing out of a container, and all I'm going to do here is take the icing, put it in a plastic bag, snip the tip off just so it's a small little hole, and then I'm going to pipe some sandal strings onto my cookie like that. Everybody has a great pair of flip-flops, and these are my flip-flop cookies. A little red candy, a little yellow candy. You can even do some sprinkles if you have them. Aren't those the cutest? And so easy. I love them. Now it's cocktail time. You get to celebrate life with this cocktail. It is a pineapple tropical rum punch. And it's gonna start off with a concentrate. This is just a punch concentrate. Then what you wanna do is you wanna add just a cupful of water to this. 1 cup of lemon lime soda, and then you get 1 cup of rum. Now, if you are not a rum fan, it doesn't matter if you drink vodka in this, or if you like gin in it, or if you want tequila in it. Just put something in it. Then just some pineapple juice would be delicious in this. And finally, I am going to put in chunked pineapple. I do save the rings for the glass. And then give this a stir. Pineapple tropical rum punch. Now, if you want to get down with your bad cocktail time self, cherries with the stems. And look at how pretty. That looks like a summer day. These are fantastic pantry perfect recipes and a pantry perfect party, right? Why not?
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's summer, so there's no reason not to get your grill on. And here to help us all out, we've got one of the kings of barbecue, Rodney Scott. He's a James Beard award-winning chef and pitmaster and co-owner of Rodney Scott's Whole Hog Barbecue restaurant in South Carolina and Alabama. And he's cooking up some ribs. Hi, Rodney.
Yes. Good morning. How are you?
I love your shirt, and I love some ribs. But I have to say, I'm intimidated by cooking them or grilling them. What makes a secret to a good rib?
The secret to a good rib, you want to, sorry.
No, that's okay.
The secret to a good rib is you find a rib of your choice. In this particular situation, we have the spare rib. So our spare rib is one of the inexpensive cuts. And we have Rodney's Rib Rub. So follow me if you will. You would take your spare rib. Once you've taken the membrane off, and you're going to sprinkle it. You just want to
sprinkle it. I like it.
Yeah, just a nice sprinkle.
So how do you know when you've got enough rub on the ribs? When do you stop sprinkling?
You will stop sprinkling around about 2 tablespoons, or when you got a nice generous coverage like such.
Okay, cool.
You don't want to leave too many bare spots. Once you do one side, you want to flip it over. You want to do the exact same thing. Again, you can see that the membrane has been removed.
So how hot do we get that grill to put
You
that?
want your grill at about 200 to about 250. You don't want to get too hot too fast. And another secret you want to always do with that is take this little flap. So that spot doesn't look like it didn't receive any love.
Yeah, that's good. Let's give it all love. Let's give it all love.
And once you get your slab all seasoned, you don't want to rub it. You don't want to put it in. Rodney's Rib Rub is very, very potent. You don't want to rub it all in, okay?
So now you put that
technology again.
It's okay.
We'll get one ear.
Now you're gonna. Can you still hear me? You want to put that baby on the grill?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Good.
We already have one smoking for you.
Oh, look at that.
That you can see.
Yes.
So when the bones start to stick out just a little bit like such, and you get that nice color,
yeah,
a little bit of char.
Good.
Yeah.
You turn the
but
baby over.
Before you flip it, always want to be sure and mop it first.
Mop it?
This is what we call mop, flip, mop. Right?
Okay.
This is how we instruct our guys. You want to put your sauce on.
Wow.
This is Rodney sauce. If you prefer your own, that's your choice, but I prefer Rodney's.
We prefer yours.
Yeah.
All right, can we get to the corn? We just have about a minute, and
All right.
Let's get to that street corn.
Our street corn has already been grilled a little bit. You want to take a little mayo.
Mm-hmm.
You want to make sure you got your mayo on there.
Yum.
And we call it King Street corn because we're located on King Street in beautiful Charleston, South Carolina.
Yes.
And we have some crumbled cheese here, some Rodden's pork skins.
Can you use any cheese, or what do you?
Any cheese of your choice, as long as it's a little dry and crumpled.
Yep.
And you want to add a little chive. This is for that neighbor that thinks your food never looks good.
Yeah, I was gonna say, put that chive on
Yeah.
there and impress everybody.
Yeah.
Delicious.
We have some previous here.
Well, Rodney, thank you so much. I hope you enjoy that delicious food. We wish we could smell
right.
it. It looks good. Thank you,
Thank you.
Rodney. To get these,
Thank you.
Thank you. To get these recipes, head to today.com/food.
We are back with the greatest. Don't you love Valerie Carson? Valerie Bertinelli's back. She's got one of her special recipes.
Family, we call it family.
Oh,
That's right. These are recipes that are light. Excuse me. I had my own little surgical issue on Monday. These are light dishes, and Val, in the summer, like nobody wants to cook heavy.
Yeah. Right.
But we don't want to substitute, flavor for that. Either.
And you are not going to substitute flavor with this because this marinade does two things. It's also going to marinate your chicken. It's also going to be a great sauce for the chicken thighs.
You love chicken thighs. That's
I do.
Me too. Me too.
They have so much flavor. So we have a little sesame seed oil.
Yeah.
We have some rice wine vinegar, and we have some soy sauce. And in there, we also have some grated ginger and some grated garlic and some vegetable oil. So we're going to give that.
That's it.
A nice, this is going to be your sauce. So you could dip gyoza in this, you could dip egg rolls in this, you could dip salmon, anything. You could put it on anything.
Is it
We're
a
gonna put it on
marinade
chicken.
and a sauce?
Yes. So by this, it's the sauce. Then we're going to take 2 tablespoons, put it in here, and they've already done this for me. I love the culinary crew.
Yeah.
And then we're going to add some more to really heft it up a
What's
little
that?
bit. So we have some veggie oil.
Could you put this on fish too?
Yes, it would be great on fish. Salmon, anything. That's rice wine vinegar again.
What's that?
And this is more soy sauce because we're
soy.
hefting it up. And then we want some spice in there. So this is some sambal oelek. That I was introduced to by
is
Mrs.
that?
Van Halen.
The boys are eating
spicy.
Oh, spicy.
Oh, you guys are already eating.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
not
waiting.
Your chicken thighs with skin with the capers.
Yeah,
it's a go-to.
We still talk.
Oh, this is going to be another go-to. And then you can also put it on fish. You could put it on shrimp. Okay, so we have our. Then what we're going to do is take our chicken thighs, and these are boneless, skinless.
Skinless. How come?
Because you really, I really like to get the marinade in there. We're going to sit this for about 30 minutes.
Okay.
You could do it with bone in. That's fine.
Yep.
But this is easier to eat.
Do you season those too, or is there enough seasoning?
We're not going to season these until right before we put them on the grill.
Okay.
So you let that marinade, get the marinade all over it. That's about at least 30 minutes. You can do longer if you want.
Okay.
So then you're going to take them out, and you're going to wipe them off a little bit, just dry them off, and then get them onto a nice hot grill pan.
Everybody likes
do that?
Yeah, definitely. Let me do
get it?
something here. I'm standing around.
Yeah. So get them on the grill
Also,
pan.
this looks like you could do this for tacos too. Like you could cut these up and make fajitas.
Oh,
or...
that'd be great.
Oh.
Yeah. Get a nice a slaw on that with it.
yeah,
That would
yeah,
be good.
yeah,
But I've
yeah,
got
yeah.
potato salad that we're going to show you later.
Okay.
But it's not potato salad. It's fake potato salad.
Okay.
with
How long do you cook
cauliflower.
that?
So you're just gonna
So
grill
you're
it
going
up?
to let that go for 10 minutes. The chicken will tell you when it's ready to be taken off. You don't want to rip it up or anything. So just
Right.
let it sit there for 10 minutes, and then once it starts to give, then pop it around
So
to the other side.
Don't jerk it off the
No,
stove.
no, but this is the chance for you to also season it. So you're going to get your pepper on there, and you're going to get your salt on there, and then when you flip it, you're going to season the other side.
Okay.
And then
Oh,
we get
it's
to
yum.
this, and this is when it's done.
Okay.
And I think we have a plate for you guys. We have a
So
plate
then
over
do you
there.
put, and then you just put this on top?
Yes,
Is that
you
what
want
you
to
do?
drizzle the sauce on top.
I want more of the sauce here. Let's
or you
put
want
more
to
on.
dip it in.
Dip it here,
So
Chris.
good.
Dip it,
Yep.
dip it.
What's the story on the cauliflower salad here?
You got
That
it.
is it's a classic potato salad, but made with cauliflower.
So
you
what
got
do you-
your hard-boiled eggs in there, your mustard, your mayo, your dill, your chives. It's delicious.
So it's a potato salad. Wow.
So it's not potato salad, it's cauliflower salad.
Potato salad.
Potato salad.
Potato.
Yes, exactly.
Valerie, tell us about your cooking shows. What's happening in that lane?
So I think,
Incredible, by the way.
isn't it great?
It's the first chicken I've ever had where I actually don't want the skin on it. It almost would have been in the way.
Right, I agree.
Because the meat is so good.
It's so flavorful.
Sorry,
Yeah.
it's delicious. How are the
we-
cooking shows?
Well, Valerie's Home Cooking is still on the weekends, and then we filmed another 10 more episodes that'll be airing, or 13 episodes that'll be airing next year, and then I don't know. I don't know what's
Wow.
up for me after that.
Wow.
'Cause who knows what's going on? I don't know.
This is good.
Maybe I'll take a long break. Maybe
Nice.
I'd do another sitcom. I don't know.
Oh, do another sitcom.
Would you do
I would
another?
love.
You're wide
I
open.
would love to do a sitcom. I just
You
shot
would?
one with Jimmy Burrows in March, but it didn't get picked up. That's okay.
Wait, you
Stuff
shot
happens.
with Jimmy Burrows, who we just did the story
Yes.
In March, yes.
Oh my God.
I love him.
He's the best.
He is the best.
Yeah,
he
I think
literally
we
is the
need
best.
more Val.
This is the best.
This is really good. Valerie, thank you. You're going to come back and visit with us
I am.
again on the 4th hour. Recipes, of course, on today.com/food. Be sure to catch new episodes of Valerie's Home Cooking Sunday mornings on the Food Network, or you can get it streaming on Discovery Plus.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
All right. If making dinner is the dread of your daily routine, don't worry, we've got some help.
Yeah, I need it. We called in our friend, today's show nutritionist Joy Bauer, for one of her delicious one-and-done meals, and she's got a pineapple chicken recipe.
By the way, two beautiful things that belong together. All right. So what do you need? What ingredients, Joy, do we need for this recipe?
Okay, guys, this is what you're having for dinner tonight. It really checks every box. So we need 1.5 pounds of either skinless chicken breast or thighs, 1 red onion, 1 red or yellow or orange bell pepper, 2 cups of fresh cubed pineapple, teriyaki sauce, and honey. That's it. And I'm telling you, this is like the ultimate one and done. It's packed with nutrition. It's totally addictively delicious, and it comes together fast.
Okay, so Joy, we all have that moment where we get a pineapple, we think it's ripe.
We don't know.
And it ain't.
Nobody knows. So how do you know?
The easiest way to know if a pineapple is ripe is really to give it a squeeze. You want it to be firm, but it should give a little bit. And then smell the bottom portion. You should get a sweet, fresh aroma. Sometimes it can be ripe, but you don't automatically get that sweet aroma. But if it doesn't have a pleasant aroma, it means it's probably overripe. But that's really the easiest way to know if you're buying the perfect pineapple.
Okay, so we're starting with the chicken. Now what?
Yes. So we have the bowl of chicken. All we're going to do is I have a red onion here. And I'm specifically using a red onion because you know from that vibrant color, the onion is packed with antioxidants, something specific called quercetin, which eases inflammation and also helps to tame seasonal allergies. Now I'm adding in a bell pepper, and the bell pepper is packed with vitamin C to support a healthy immune system. And the star of our show, fresh cubed pineapple, which brings more vitamin C to the table, but also a group of enzymes called bromelain, which helps to aid in digestion and also eases inflammation. So we have this right here. It couldn't be simpler. And now I'm telling you, for the easiest marinade in all of the land. We're taking a 1/2 cup of teriyaki sauce. Bonus points if you could find a reduced sodium. And I'm mixing in just 1 tablespoon of honey. It's going to give it a perfect sweetness. I'm going to stir this up, and I'm just going to pour it right over our concoction over here.
That's it? And you let it marinate for how, you know what, and I have to say, Joy, this is just Hoda's new thing. If you were Hoda making this, she would add a little ginger.
Can you?
Yum. So you can absolutely, you could add ginger, you could add garlic, but really the teriyaki sauce already has some of those things built in. So it's sort of like one-stop shopping, but hey, the more the merrier when it comes to added seasoning.
Okay.
And in terms of letting this marinate, here's the thing. If you have the time, you can let it sit for about 15 to 30 minutes, but you don't have to. Half the time I'm rushing and I don't have the time to let it sit. So then I take my baking sheet. I'm going to mist it with a little bit of oil spray. And you are just going to pour this on top.
That's it? That's so easy.
That's it. Guys,
I mean, come
I'm telling you.
Anyone can do that. Right?
You're so right. And
Joy,
so
if you like your chicken cubed, can you just cut it beforehand? Yeah.
You can use breasts, thighs, or breasts, and you could just chop it up into whatever size pieces you like. I'm using tenderloins here, but anything goes. And what I'm going to now do is I'm putting this, you're going to come with me over to my oven, and I'm going to pop this in. I set the oven at 420 for just 15 to 18 minutes.
Okay, goodbye.
So I'm putting this.
There you are.
15 to 18 minutes. I may do this, Joy, and I never cook anything.
Looks simple.
Jenna, I would be so psyched. I have one done to see you do it, and you know you have to send me a picture.
I'll send
Look
you
at
a
this.
pic for sure.
So this one is
we can
done.
make
that pan is huge.
And you know what, guys? It's
She's
also
just little.
it is packed with nutrition and it's light in calories, so you really could feel good about enjoying this. And now, truth be told, just like this, you can dive in and it's a perfect winner chicken dinner. But we're going to take it over the edge.
Cauliflower
with
rice?
this. No.
What
it's
is
a thick. Let me push this over. A thick, sweet teriyaki glaze, and it's a kitchen hack that I just discovered that I'm so excited to share. So in here, I just have 2 tablespoons of water. That's it. And I'm adding in a teaspoon of cornstarch. Now it could be arrowroot or cornstarch. This will be our thickener, and you just want to let it dissolve, right?
Okay, we
Get out
just
all
have a
those
couple of
lumps and
seconds
bumps.
left. So how do we,
Okay, so then we add in 1/4 cup of teriyaki sauce and 1 tablespoon of honey. And how's about you put that in the microwave for 1 to 2 minutes. Let me show you this.
Yeah.
Look at this.
And you
and then I'm
drizzle that over
very
it.
quickly, because I gotta go for the money shot here. I'm gonna take this.
Yes.
This was our finished. We're gonna drizzle this over the top.
Show me the money.
And then,
That's it.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Joy,
oh,
you've
yeah.
Joy, thank you so much for these recipes. Head to today.com/food. Thank you, Joy. It looks delicious.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? You telling us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong.
Elegant and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong.
Elegant and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We are back 8:51 with our series Today Table, sponsored by Walmart. Joining us this morning to share some of her favorite summer-inspired recipes, Erin French, chef, owner of the Lost Kitchen restaurant in Freedom, Maine, the star of the Lost Kitchen on Magnolia Network. Erin, clearly the table is all
insane.
Yeah.
So delicious.
So you've become quite the Today Show favorite pretty quickly.
Hey, it's easy with fried chicken.
Because here's the thing, the bar with fried chicken for a lot of folks is pretty high.
Mm-hmm.
This looks amazing. So walk us through the first step.
So the secret to this, this is a fennel fried chicken, which is just a little bit of a different twist on things. So it starts with the brine, and that's the real secret. So a brine is just gonna add flavor, it's gonna keep it juicy. So we just brine this overnight. It's got some fennel seed, it's got some black pepper, some bay leaves, some sugar, and then we cook it in the brine just to sort of...
cook it in the
brine? You cook it in the
brine?
brine, you let it sit overnight, and then you cook it.
Okay.
Just because you don't wanna get that raw fried chicken when you're kind of moving along here. So it's already cooked, so you don't have to freak out. So you've got this all flavorful and ready to go. And then all you have to do is dredge and fry it. So Craig, if you just want to add in, this is some ground fennel.
More
you can just
fennel, okay.
Whisk it right in.
All right.
And that'll make it nice and flavorful.
And this is just regular flour here?
Regular flour.
Okay.
And then we're going to start to dredge. So
And you use the whole chicken?
we use the whole chicken, so
Alright.
you can have your butcher break it down into about 8 to 10 pieces, and then you can just dredge it in the flour and the fennel, a little bit of buttermilk.
Buttermilk.
So we just keep adding flavors, you can
Okay.
see, and then we go down to this mixture, and this is just ground cornflakes. I just broke them up.
That's it.
I wondered if
That's
it
it.
was oats or something. It's so crunchy.
That's the secret, and it's really cheap cornflakes. That's really
That's
the
it.
secret. Cheap cornflakes, a little bit of cornstarch, and a little bit of flour, and that's
Okay.
it. So it's nice and dredged, and then we can just drop it right in the fryer. If you don't have a fryer, you can put it in a Dutch oven with 375 degrees.
And you make a really good point about not overcrowding the fryer.
You never want to overcrowd the fryer because then you're bringing the temperature down. And if you want crispy fried chicken,
Yeah.
you have to keep that temp up. So it comes out, look at it, it's perfect.
It's
And then
so good.
So good.
It's so good.
So-
And it's
light.
This is the lightest fried chicken.
So juicy.
And what are you topping that with?
I'm just sprinkling some fennel pollen on top
the
for a little
fennel
extra
is like,
flavor.
I mean, that's the kicker. It's so good.
And not overpowering. It's like a subtle little flavor throughout.
What is it about the fennel, Erin, that you like so much?
I just like that little extra flavor. It's not just plain fried chicken, a little fennel, and it tastes kind of summery.
Taste it.
But then you add this other sauce, and this makes it even more delicious.
It
so
does.
I love rhubarb. I'm crazy about
Rhubarb.
rhubarb.
Okay.
So rhubarb, a little sugar, a little vinegar, and then we add in some strawberries. So you have a strawberry, rhorbarb, sweet and sour that goes with your fried chicken.
And that's what you top it with.
That's what you top it with.
Oh my
You could
gosh.
also put it on
Some
shortcake and make it dessert.
Shortcake.
It tastes so good.
Edible flowers.
And to go with your fried chicken?
This is
You
delightful.
gotta finish with a lemonade. So this is just
You
a
keep
Thai
talking,
basil
I'm gonna eat the
lemonade.
chicken.
Thai basil lemonade. You just make a simple syrup, throw
you gotta
in
get
the
that
Thai
sauce,
basil.
too.
Get the sauce.
I don't
Get
need
the
the sauce.
sauce.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
that's
even
what you
need
think
it.
until you
sauce.
taste the sauce.
Wait, what is that base that you just put in there?
Thai basil lemonade.
That's what it
You
is.
Just top this in, and it's delicious, and
It's
it's just a little
basil.
bit different. Yes,
Erin,
basil.
this is,
Ridiculous.
this is.
beyond.
Need
And
lemonade
my mother's
as well.
fried chicken is, wow. So this is on the menu at the restaurant?
Because
No, she's not watching. This is on the menu.
This is not on the menu, but maybe it should be on the menu.
should
This is
be.
like-
It
this
should
be on
definitely be
everyone's
on the
summer menus.
menu.
Wait, basil
Before-
lemonade. Who knew?
Before we came on, I said, Erin, you've got to open another restaurant in New
what
York
did I
City,
say?
maybe in Connecticut. And what was your response?
No way.
Oh, not no way.
She said, and why did you, I think it's fascinating why you said no way.
Because there's just no way. One restaurant I feel like is enough. I feel like I have 4 children right
50,000
now.
requests a year.
About
And she's only open
50,000
for like 6 months. But what you said was, I'm in it for the love, not for the money.
Aw.
So that's another reason.
Well, we can taste the love.
Yeah.
Erin French, thank you.
This morning on Today Food, it's another edition of Grillin' and Chillin' with us, the Dailies. This is where Siri and I combined two of our greatest passions. It's not our children. It's cooking for you. It's music
there,
for
though.
me. Our kids are a close third, however. But that's neither here nor there. Should I start with my cocktail first?
Yes, yes. This is called, what do we call it?
This is the red, white, and bourbon. We're just going to get a little ice. We're going to take a healthy dose of bourbon.
Just
We're
a
gonna
splash.
take a little OJ, just a splash of OJ, a little lemon juice, a little lime juice.
You're doing so good.
A little bit of simple syrup. We're going to mix it up. Craig Melvin is a big bourbon guy, too, so you're going to mix that up.
Made you a mocktail, Jenna. Yes.
We're going to mix this. We're going to pour it over some ice. And then I'm going to top it with just a little bit of grapefruit soda.
And then the cute star fruit.
I wouldn't do the star fruit, but
Oh, come
for the sake of TV,
It's 4th of July.
there it is.
Yeah.
So what are we cooking?
Okay, so next we're gonna do some hot dogs, and we like to soak our hot dogs in beer.
Yeah.
So first I'm gonna cut like little slits, kind of diagonally in the hot dogs. That's gonna let the beer really soak in, and it's gonna give the hot dogs a nice char when you grill them. So, put them in the beer.
This is something that my mom did when I was growing up.
Yeah.
I've carried it over ever since.
And
Any
it's
beer, darker beer is usually a little bit better, but any beer will
Person
do.
makes the best hot dogs, and I swear it's because of that. Now next we're gonna grill up some toppings, and we're gonna make them in foil, cook them in foil on the grill, so it makes like clean up a breeze.
Yep.
So I've got onions, peppers, over here some mushrooms, bacon, garlic. All you have to do is drizzle with some olive oil.
Woo!
And salt and pepper. Hey, where's my red, white, and bourbon?
Yeah, right here.
Salt and pepper, and then I'll show you how to grill this up. Why don't you work on the dogs over there?
This is a dog shot, too, if you want to go
Oh,
ahead
don't
and
do
this.
that. Don't do that. Oh!
I mean, the dog's like cooked, got the beer. Oh, that's delicious.
So then
How
you're
dare
going to
you.
take the short sides and fold, and then the long sides and fold. And just make sure you have a little bit of space so that the veggies will vent. Plop that on the grill, like how easy, about 20 minutes.
Johnny, get in here. So this is how the people ask, why do you cut the hot dog? Like, do the juices run out? It's not a burger where you lose the juices. These slits, as Siri said, they create a little bit of that char there. And I swear the beer gives it just a little bit of more of a ballpark, plump feel to it.
Don't you think?
They get juicier.
Dad used to slice the hot dogs.
Yeah, you can. It's okay. You like it?
It's a great dog.
How's the
food.
bourbon cocktail?
This is fantastic.
All right, good.
Why you been
Here are the
holding back?
toppings. Yeah, exactly. And I like to add like cheese, jalapenos, avocado, whatever you want. But it makes it so easy to clean up afterwards. There you go.
Yeah, it's fun to just put out a bunch of toppings and let everybody kind of pick
We're
whatever
really
they want.
into like burger bars, hot dog bars, baked potato bars, anything
Right.
where guests can
Any
assemble
sort
their
of
own
bar,
food.
really.
Regular bar. Okay, so this is super fun. We're gonna grill popcorn. And we do a lot of like popcorn over the stove at home.
We've never done this.
But this, that is not true. Okay, so we have a pie.
We've never grilled popcorn.
Popcorn. Fight.
It's just, I can't fake the funk, dude. We've never grilled popcorn. I love the idea. How do we do it, Siri?
Disposable pie pan.
Yep.
A little bit of veggie oil, like 3 tablespoons.
Yep.
And then you're just going to wrap it in foil again. We're all about
This is a foil
cooking.
thing, okay.
Probably
Exactly.
traveling.
What's with the s'mores
A
stuff?
little,
Does that
so
go in
now
the
we're going to
popcorn?
turn it into s'mores popcorn
Nice.
because grilled popcorn isn't enough.
really pop on the grill?
Yes, so you just put it on the grill.
No, we've never done it, but
listen
we're
to
hoping
it.
it does.
And you want to take these and kind of shake it up a couple times on the grill, but it pops just like it would pop on the stove.
I love the salty and sweet.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
the
then
graham
to make it
crackers, the
s'mores
best part.
popcorn, break up some graham crackers. This
Yep.
is like the easiest thing ever. We have some melted butter.
Wow.
Hershey's.
The butter is key.
We should make this for the kids. They would love
That is a healthy amount of
Would
butter
love
too.
it.
I like that.
Yeah, you gotta have the butter.
And
And then the marshmallows. Like, how fun is that? And a little bit of salt, because again, the salty sweet
that
is
is
like
It's good
my
to
favorite
soak
thing.
this in beer too, just a little bit to help pump up the popcorn a little bit. We'll just
Yeah,
toss
there you
this.
go. Toss it. Toss it with your
How
beer.
does it all taste, guys?
It's all
Is that
good.
good? Is that a good
It's
snack?
fantastic.
What are you doing for the 4th of July, Kristen?
4th of July, well, I'm going to be working.
Okay.
But then, watch the fireworks.
You're gonna watch fireworks?
Watch the
Grill?
fireworks, for sure. And now I'm going to try and make this popcorn.
Why not?
You guys got. I mean, everybody's going
What
to
are
be
you
grilling.
doing, by the way?
And people always trying to overthink the barbecue. Like, what protein am I going to go with? I got to do something fancy. These hot dogs are just great. Burgers.
love the hot
Something
dogs.
kind of simple.
Hot dogs. It's just the way to
Make
go.
a complex cocktail.
And this is a strong
funky
drink.
popcorn. Yeah.
Especially for
how we roll.
That's a fair point.
All right.
Well, happy 4th of July, everybody.
Siri, thank you.
Cheers.
Siri,
always,
thank you.
you always class up the
Thank you for
joint.
experimenting.
Cheers. Cheers. Great to see you.
And if you want these recipes, by all means, come on over to the house. We live on Long Island. Stop
Chill and grill with us.
Go to the website, today.com/food.
To help
us make a Fenway Frank, we are joined by Boston-bred celebrity chef and owner of Buttermilk and Bourbon, Jason Santos. Jason, I've got my kitchen set up and I'm so excited to cook with you like this.
I feel like I'm at the stadium as we speak. Not
That's why
so
I got
much.
my Red Sox gear on. So
Great, representing.
Absolutely. And we are starting with, I guess, the relish, right, for the hot dog?
A Fenway Frank is like super traditional, old school. Everybody loves them. It's a beef hot dog and a split top bun, some mustard, some onion, and a great pickle relish on top.
Okay, so let's get started on the relish.
All right, so I have a cucumber here. We're going to cut it in half. So we'll just scoop out the seeds here, and then I'm going to small dice it. So when you're done, you have this kind of clear little boat. Because the seeds get real watery. We don't want to water down the brine that we're going to make. Okay, small dice. And then to my right here, I have a pot. So it's just some vinegar, some sugar, and some salt. And that's sort of like a basic pickle brine.
Apple cider vinegar.
Yep, apple cider vinegar.
Okay.
Sugar, salt.
Salt.
Ready? So and then we have celery seed and a little mustard seed. And that's going to sort of give it that flavor that everybody loves. So all we're going to do is we're going to just bring that to a boil. And once that's to a boil, we're just going to add the vegetables to it. So cucumbers we're going to add right to our pot.
Okay.
I have poblano pepper here. So a little different than bell pepper. It's just a touch of heat. It's going to really add that great wow factor to it. And then some red bell pepper. So this comes to a boil. We simmer it 5 minutes, give or take. We just want to take the rawness out. And then once that's done, we just basically will take it off the heat, let it cool down. So once you have your relish, we're going to steam the hot dog. So you steam your bun 30 seconds. You can actually wrap it in a wet paper towel, throw it in the microwave for 10, 15 seconds. You get the same result. Got hot dogs here and steam them. You're going to cook that 5 minutes tops. Again, we just want to warm it through. The most important thing that we're doing here is we're not overthinking anything. It's just a hot dog, and we're just going to make it delicious. We'll just take our hot dog, and we're going to add it right to our bun. Beautiful split top Boston, some ballpark yellow mustard, some diced onion, and then you take that beautiful relish that we already chilled.
Oh, this looks delicious.
It's just a super simple dish, but the fact that we made the relish homemade really helps cut the fat of the hot dog, the spicy mustard, little touch of the onion. It's like sitting at Fenway Park. You sit back, you watch the Boston beat the Yankees, and you just eat a hot dog.
Cheers to that.
It's so good.
It's so good. All right, so the next hot dog you're going to show us sounds so fancy, but you say it's actually pretty simple.
It's super simple. My wife is Vietnamese. We eat tons of banh mi's, and they always use some sort of cured pork product or meat. So we're going to swap it with the hot dog, and it's super refreshing. Very simple. Just have like some crusty French bread or baguette. And I like to pull some of the guts out of the bread. It just adds for a little bit more toppings. So we're going to just take some mayonnaise and just kind of smear it all inside.
Okay.
And then we're going to use some soy sauce and some Worcestershire. I'm just going to literally drizzle a little bit in. It kind of catches the mayonnaise. We take our hot dog. I like to personally either grill or griddle my hot dog. Same thing, about 5 minutes. Take our beautiful griddled hot dog.
Awesome.
Right in the bun. And then now we're just going to start putting the toppings. So we have these pickled vegetables that I made earlier. It's daikon, radish, a little bit of carrots, some rice wine vinegar, some sugar.
But you don't
have that vegetable right on top.
Okay.
Okay. Then I have some sliced cucumber. And I like mine spicy. I like that kick. So I'm going to do some fresh sliced jalapenos. And then lastly, some whole sprigs of cilantro. It's going to add some vibrancy. And then you have this amazing like hot dog banh mi with all these different flavors, really unique for summer.
All right, I'm going in. This is not going to look good on camera.
But it tastes good. That heat, that cilantro, it's so good.
I've never had a banh mi before. These are flavors I've never had together. It's amazing. Jason, thank you so much. This is delicious.
You are welcome. Glad to cook with you this morning.
I'm glad to cook with you too. And for this recipe and more, head to today.com/food.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It's summer, so what are we waiting for? Let's get this party started.
And just because the weather is heating up doesn't mean you have to.
We've got some no heat, no cook entertaining ideas from food and lifestyle expert Alejandra Ramos. Hi. How are you? So
excited.
We promised Robin a beverage or two.
Okay, yeah,
I
I have a drink over there. So yeah.
Okay, tell us what we have.
All right, so frosé all day. So this is watermelon frosé.
Nice.
So you puree watermelon with frozen watermelon, a little bit of Campari, adds a little.
Can I try
special.
one?
I would love for you to try one.
Yes,
So that one's super fun. It's really fresh and cool for a summer
can you
party.
do this without the alcohol?
You can absolutely do it in alcohol. You can
Is it good?
Oh my God, it's so good.
You can do like a non-alcoholic drink with that too, so you can enjoy.
Yes.
Then we've got two versions of my mermaid limeade. This one has some coconut rum in it, a little blue curacao. It's very tropical, very fun. And then because I wanted you to be able to party too,
there you go.
we have our virgin mermaid limeade, and this one is made with coconut soda, which is like really like a coconut seltzer.
Oh wow.
And then it's got limeade, so it's got all the same flavors and just a little bit friendly for everybody. The kids, everyone can enjoy.
I
That's
love
good.
that.
That's really good.
Okay, so now we're moving on to all of these dishes do not need any heat.
No oven,
is that possible?
stove,
Yeah, I
no
don't get-
grill, no microwave, nothing.
That's
Okay.
great.
Yeah. All right, so here's what we do. This is the no-cook menu. We're going to start off with some no-cook couscous.
Which I didn't even think was possible.
I know, I didn't until recently, and now that I know about it, I'm obsessed.
It's changed your
So
life.
the thing about couscous is it's actually, some people think it's a grain, but it's actually a tiny pasta. It's made from semolina.
A pasta?
A tiny
Yeah, I always
pasta.
thought it was a grain.
So what's in the box is already, it's cooked and dried. So all you have to do is rehydrate it. What we're doing here is we're doing a dressing. So you add the dressing. This has some lemon juice in it. It's got a little bit of olive oil. We add some fun flavors. I've got some lemon. I've got some garlic.
Yeah,
all
those
sorts
are
of
great.
good stuff. A lot of garlic.
It smells good already.
Yeah, it
too.
Smells good, and then you can really have fun with all the other fixings. So over here we've got some chickpeas. This makes it a great, like a vegetarian entree.
Yes.
You want to help push
Sure,
all those
happy
in.
to.
We've got all this onion, tomatoes, cilantro,
Cilantro.
some feta cheese. Actually, that's mint. Some feta cheese. So it's got kind of like a Greek salad sort of flavor, but honestly, you
look,
guys
you can see, yeah.
see how it's starting to absorb that
Yeah.
dressing? Pop this in the fridge for like an hour or two. It absorbs the dressing. You can even make it the day before, and it's ready. It's good to go.
This is a
This
fun
is what it
summer
looks like.
salad.
How gorgeous is that?
Yes.
Don't you guys have forks over here?
I know. We need some more tasting.
know.
These you can kind of grab and go. So
Okay.
these are chicken Caesar salad tacos.
May
We'll
I?
be-
Yes, you
please
can.
do.
I didn't have breakfast.
I love when
Yes,
people
go
eat my
ahead.
food. So these, you get that rotisserie chicken from the grocery
Yes.
store, toss it with some greens, your favorite salad dressing. So easy. The taco shell makes it crunchy and perfect for a party. Not messy at all, right?
And this is a roast beef, but
So
it's
these are, so these are my like little, it's like a twist on doing a little skirt steak sandwich. Instead we're using roast beef. One of my absolute favorite kind of tips at the grocery store. I mean, it's steak, right? It is roasted beef, but you don't have to cook
I
it.
never eat roast beef.
Get it at the deli counter. I put a little chimichurri on top. That's
I love
green herb
chimichurri.
sauce.
You do.
So good.
Okay.
Amazing. Now this is great if you've got friends that are keto, low carb, they want something healthy. You take a cucumber.
This is cute.
So simple. You can use a melon baller or you can just use like a teaspoon. You scoop out the center and you make a little cup. There we go. Make a little cup with it.
Yes.
And then you can just put whatever you want inside. We did some
Hummus.
guacamole, we did some hummus,
nice. Cute.
salsa,
Pretty, too.
anything you want. It's so fun, so easy, really
Now
cool.
let's move down to my section.
Dessert.
This is for you. Yes.
This is
my favorite part too. So DIY ice cream sandwich bar.
Oh my God, they're so cute.
What is this?
Kids would love this, right?
Kids would go crazy for this. Instead of cookies, you could do watermelon with sorbet. You could do like Rice Krispie treats with some kind of delicious thing inside. Banana bread.
Nice.
I mean, just raid the pantry, raid the grocery store, put everything out, let everybody have fun with it.
I'm gonna try these watermelons.
Oh my God, please do. And then you can have fun toppings. So I love these like that little
like
crispy
I want
cereal.
all of this.
I know.
I want all of this. Right?
I mean, I would love for you to just take this. And
Thank you. I'm going to take this for the road. All right, thank you so much, Alejandra, for these ideas and recipes. Head to today.com/food.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Okay, we are back with Today Food and our good friend, Wolf's mother, Valerie Bertinelli, who always delivers great recipes, and they're chock full of flavor, but we just like having Val on.
Yeah, we do. She always makes us smile. Valerie Bertinelli is, she's also there to help when things aren't going as planned in the kitchen. Take a look at her experience with Hoda on an upcoming episode of Valerie's Home Cooking.
Okay, so now we're going to take our lemon.
Okay, cut it in half.
And then you just juice that right in.
This is awesome. This would be great.
Isn't it great?
For our cocktails.
Now you're going to do the same thing with your limes.
Do the same thing.
So what you want to do is when you put it in the juicer, take your cut side and put your cut side down where the holes are.
Oh, dude.
That's what you do.
No wonder it went everywhere.
Yeah, there you go.
This is amazing. No wonder why it was oozing out everywhere.
Have we ever seen Hoda cook?
No.
I was about to say, you just got Hoda to cook.
Now we know why.
Valerie, you're the perfect person.
Cook.
You're the perfect
She's
person.
a great cook.
How you been,
Good
by
morning.
the way? How you been? How's it going out there?
Very well. I'm very well. I'm a big super rock fan now. I'm the mother of, that's my favorite title.
I love it.
Wolfie's mom. So thank you, Carson.
Yeah, so by the way, while we're on the topic of Wolf, is he going on tour soon, A? And my follow-up question, Val, is the tattoo. Is that new on his wrist? And what do you think of it?
Yes, he just got the tattoo a few days ago. And I'm very excited for him. He's so proud of it. He loves it. A lot of his band members got the same tattoo because they're all staying at his house right now. They're all rehearsing. They're going to be going on the road in 3 weeks. Ooh. And of course, I'm going to be at the first show.
It's going to be
great.
Front row.
There you go. Handing out pasta salad to
It's
everyone.
the band's emblem, like their logo. It's on his wrist. Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. All right, let's talk about this pasta salad.
You got it. So it's a really easy summer pasta salad. During the last break, I put the broccoli in with the pasta water just so that it would just come to a nice little beautiful color. See how nice and bright green it gets? Yeah, so now we're going to take this out and put it into a big bowl over here. Oh. And you're just going to put it together, and it's so great because it's got no mayo. It's got ginger. I'm going to make the dressing right now. So it's got miso.
Okay.
A little bit of ginger goes in. And then we've got some soy sauce. And some lime juice. And a little rice wine vinegar.
Wow.
Over here. Some canola oil. And for a nice, bright, strong taste, a little bit of sesame oil. And then some sesame seeds. That's going to help break up the miso and the ginger. And then you just give that a quick, big shaky shake, like you're making a cocktail.
Probably gives it a different flavor profile, too, you know, when you think of a typical pasta salad.
I like the approach.
Yeah, it does. It's nice. It's fresh. It's refreshing. It's a little bit different. I'm just going to add some veggies in here. So it's a really veggie-heavy pasta salad, which I also like because then I feel like I'm behaving a little bit, or at least getting more vitamins than I normally would.
There are never
and
enough
then
veggies
while
at
the
a
pasta's
barbecue.
hot, no, right? And while the pasta is nice and hot, you're going to get that dressing right on, and that is going to help it melt into everything. And there you go.
Valerie, what kind of pasta did you use there? What kind of pasta is that?
This is cavatappi, which I really love because it's got little grooves on the outside, and it's also got it's little tubes. So all of that flavor from the dressing is going to really cover the whole thing. It's really delicious. I wish I was in studio with you so you could try it. It's one of my favorites.
You serve that warm?
Yes, you can serve it warm, you can serve it cold, you can serve it room temperature. I'm also going to give a little bit more to the sesame seeds. I like a little crunch in there.
Good idea.
And then you can really just top it with some chives for some color.
So
a little bit more
without
onion.
mayonnaise or anything in there, I mean, this is a salad that could really just sort of sit out the whole day, huh?
Yeah, it travels really well if you're going to somebody's cookout. It's just a nice little break from all the ribs and the burgers and the hot dogs that, I don't know about you guys, but we loaded up on that over the weekend.
tell me
Chili and all that stuff. Yeah.
Before you leave us this morning, I know you have something else to share. You're coming out with a book. Can you tell us about it?
I am. I'm so nervous about it, though. I mean, it's a very, very personal book. It's about, oh, boy. It all started on your show almost 2 years ago. My journey has taken me from, I just don't want to beat myself up anymore.
Yeah.
And I know so many women my age, younger, older, that we're so busy beating ourselves up that we just don't find the love and the wonder and the grace that are really within us. So I wrote about the past 2 years, grief, happiness, joy, finding joy, and I hope it touches some people's lives. It was a really challenging write for me, but it was cathartic.
Well,
There's
it's a great
also a lot
title.
of recipes in there because it's for me.
It will definitely touch people's lives, for sure.
Enough already. That's
Valerie.
Yeah, enough already with beating ourselves up, right?
Yeah, that's a perfect title for that.
Cheers
Val.
to
We love
that.
you. Thanks
Thank
for
you,
pasta salad.
Valerie.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We have 2 refreshing recipes to beat the heat. So today, nutritionist Joy Bauer is going to make us a simple summer salad and a cold treat for the grown-ups. Joy, we say it every time, wish you were here, but good morning. What have you got today?
Hey guys. So we're starting with a quinoa summer salad, and it has all of those fancy pants elements that we love in a restaurant grade salad, but it's crazy easy. So the dressing goes first. This is extra virgin olive oil, a little bit of lemon juice. I'm adding in red wine vinegar, but really you could do apple cider vinegar or champagne vinegar, any vinegar that you have on hand. You whisk this together.
Okay.
And while I was making the salad, I went ahead and I cooked my quinoa and I let it cool. Now, the quinoa is the star of the show. This is a nutrient-packed seed, and it's got a lot of protein in it. And it cooks up just like rice. 15 minutes to make this quinoa, guys. That's it. You could boil.
you mix farro instead of quinoa, or does it matter?
Harry, I tried it with farro, and it works beautifully. And so the key is you want to start with 1 cup dry, which yields about 3 cups cooked.
Okay.
Next, we add in some chopped tomatoes. I have here, this is an English cucumber that I chopped up because it doesn't have that many seeds, so it works beautifully. And for some creamy crunch, pistachios.
Oh, wow.
And so we mix this together, and you get it all sort of like marinated in that yummy dressing that we made.
Yeah, so fresh.
And then comes our greens. We have arugula, we have basil and mint. And really, you know, Harry, I always tell them, you're the boss of your sauce. You can use any kind of herb that you want. And then
I think I'm going to make that my life mantra.
You're the boss of yourself.
Once this is all mixed up, the only last thing that you do here is some shaved parm. And it could also be, yes, and it could be feta as well. This is on repeat now. You've got to try it, Janelle. You're going to love this.
And with all, I feel like herbs are going out of control in people's little garden pots
in
now,
the gardens.
So it's such a good way to use them up.
Yeah.
Right.
Yum.
I love that mint working in there too, right?
Yeah.
That just is a game changer.
Oh, look at that.
Every single bite is packed with nourishing deliciousness.
All right,
This
so
is
what's
really,
for
really
dessert
good.
there, boss?
Oh, boy. Okay. We're going to get the party started. We are making sangria pops.
Okay.
These are juice. I did.
Yeah, Harry got so
They-
excited that he brought some for us. This is
my favorite color.
They're juicy, they're fruity, and they are gently boozy. And guys, if you could imagine, they're 25 calories a pop, so you could have 2,
This
3,
is only 25
4.
calories?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, this is so good.
It is good.
So I'm adding in 1 cup of wine. I'm using red wine, but really any wine that you have opened works. 1 cup of fruit juice. You mix this up.
What kind of fruit juice is that? Just fruit?
Any 100% fruit juice. I think that it works best if it's either with a grape juice, a cranberry juice, or an apple juice, or any of those blends. But you do want to look for 100% fruit juice without any added sugar.
Okay.
Then this goes into your ice pop molds, and I have all this fruit over here, and you're just going to drop the fruit in. What I like to use are little bitty fruits. So I'll slice purple grapes in half, and I drop those in. And then I also have sliced strawberries and blueberries. And for people that don't have an ice pop mold, you could also make them in little Dixie cups like this, little paper cups. And what you do is you fill up the cup, you add your fruit, you put some tin foil on. I like to stash it in the freezer and let it sort of get semi-solid, and then you take your popsicle. Whoops! Oh my God! Look, I'm making a mess over here.
Man, would you guys marry me?
So Joy,
and then,
we're having these.
Let me show you
and
this.
We're all. It's
Oh my
the
God.
rave, right? It is a rave.
First of all, these pop things are amazing.
Look
too.
at that.
Look, awesome.
Cheers,
Look at
Joy.
that. There you go.
Joy, we've got him here.
Cheers, guys.
Amazing.
This is yummy.
It's really good.
Summer treat.
Andrea says the only thing, maybe a little tequila to go with.
Ooh, yes, Andrea.
Hey, that
Thank you,
works.
Andrea.
That works.
All right,
Thanks.
thank you, Joy.
Yo, today, all day. Pucker up, because up next on Hashtag Cooking, it's all about lemons. Samadada making her favorite recipes with the versatile citrus fruit. Instead of turning lemons into lemonade, try making Sama's pasta salad with a rich and creamy lemon tahini sauce. Then for dessert, whipping up a lovely lemon loaf cake. Check it out.
I love the smell of lemons too. It's so fresh. I feel like I'm at a spa. But I'm making a cake instead, which is better for sure. So, everyone has been telling you to make lemonade out of the lemons that life has apparently given you. But you know what? You don't have to listen to those people. I'm sure they have good intentions, but they don't really know how to hashtag live laugh lemons. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna show you how to make two of my favorite recipes that use lemons, my lemon tahini pasta salad, which is zesty and bright, paired with some zucchini and tomatoes, and my gorgeous lemon loaf cake, which is fluffy and just lightly sweet, the perfect companion to your coffee or tea. Some things I think about. Are we calling a pasta salad a salad just so we can feel better about the fact that we're really just eating chilled pasta? Whatever the case, I'm on board, especially with this lemon tahini pasta salad. It pairs two of my favorite things together, tahini and lemon, for a fresh and light pasta that I guess we can call a salad. I'm using shallots, garlic, some tomatoes for sweetness, and a zucchini in here to make it a lot more flavorful and complex. I'm gonna start by just preparing all of my ingredients because I love being prepared and I love having my cooking process go a bit quicker. So we're gonna start with the shallot. I'm just gonna dice my shallot. If you don't have a shallot on hand, don't stress, don't worry, you can use a red onion. I'm just gonna slice this little end off right here. I'm gonna make little parallel cuts into the shallot. Watch your fingers, you need those. And then I'm gonna make perpendicular cuts right on top of the shallot, keeping this end intact so we can hold on to it. And then I'm just gonna dice. I'm gonna add my shallots back into their bowl, into their little home until I'm ready to use them. Probably doing this the dangerous way, but I'm living on the edge. All right, so I'm gonna mince some garlic. A really easy way to do this, you're gonna put your garlic on your cutting board, use the flat edge of your knife, smash it, and then we're just gonna mince. Yes, I am using a lot of garlic, and you're probably wondering, wow, Salma, that's a lot of garlic. Why are you using so much garlic? I love garlic. The residual outcome is sometimes like you end up smelling like garlic a little bit for the rest of the day, but it's a price we can pay for a flavorful pasta, you know? And now we're going back into my bowl, back into my home, my garlic home. Garlic like ends up being a bit of my perfume. I cook with it for a bit. I promise I still have friends, still love me, even though I have some residual garlic scent. Now I'm just gonna slice my tomatoes in half. I'm using grape tomatoes here, but you can go ahead and use cherry if that's what you have on hand. The tomatoes are gonna add a nice pop of sweetness to this pasta, which uses tahini. It's a very earthy flavor, so we like having that balance. You can totally slice these tomatoes lengthwise, but I'm just gonna do them sort of like a globe because I think it looks prettier. It looks nice. Looks pretty. Okay, adding these back into my tomato home. All right, now I'm gonna cut my zucchini, trimming the ends off. You could also slice it lengthwise and then half it, but I like to do the full rounds here. I'm cutting the zucchini pretty thin because I want it to cook through pretty quickly and get nice and tender. I wanted to add zucchini to this recipe because zucchini is such a neutral tasting veggie. Like, it really absorbs a lot of the flavor of anything that it's kind of cooked with. So that's why this was the lucky pick for my vegetable addition in this pasta. My zucchini, tomatoes, shallot, garlic, everyone is ready. Now I'm just gonna heat some olive oil on my pan and start cooking the shallot. Once the oil shimmers, I'm gonna add my shallot. So my olive oil is ready, and now I'm just gonna add my shallot. I want to cook the shallots for about 5 minutes until they get nice and tender and translucent and start to brown around the edges. You want it to smell really fragrant and aromatic. It's gonna be so good. You'll notice that it's already starting to get some nice color. That's what we want. I wouldn't mind like smelling like a shallot, but somehow it's always garlic. Like, how did I get this fate? So I think what we figured out here is that I'm starting a perfume line. Eau de shallot, eau de garlic. All right, this is exactly what I'm looking for. It's starting to brown, it looks tender, it smells amazing. Now it's time for the garlic. We're going in. The reason we didn't add the garlic in with the shallots together is because garlic doesn't take that long to cook, so we didn't want the garlic to burn. That would be a problem. We want the garlic to cook in with the shallots for about 1 to 2 minutes, not too long, and then we'll be good to go. And don't forget to season with some salt and pepper. A little salt, some pepper. I'm gonna go ahead and add my zucchini. I want to stir the zucchini in with the shallot and garlic so everybody becomes friendly, everything is nice and incorporated. In case anything starts to burn, you can feel free to add a splash or two of water. I'm gonna add just a little splash of water. You'll notice when the zucchini gets a little bit more tender, it looks a little bit more flexible, a little more bendy. That's good, that's where we want it. These are looking nice and tender and translucent, and now it's time for the tomatoes. I don't want to cook the zucchini too much longer because they're going to cook with the tomatoes as well, so we don't want anything to burn. I'm going to add my tomatoes. Look how pretty! We want to cook the tomatoes to soften them, to release their juices, but we don't want to overcook them. I want them to maintain their shape, and if you cook them for too long, they'll break down. We're looking pretty good. The zucchini is really finding its moment. All right. My zucchini is tender, my tomatoes are juicy, these are done. I'm gonna set them aside to cool, and then I'm gonna work on my pasta.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
Now we're gonna cook our pasta. One very important step. Don't forget to salt your pasta water, or I will come find you. Okay. Make sure you cook your pasta according to the instructions on your package. And add my pasta in. While the pasta is cooking, I'm gonna make my sauce. This is a lemon tahini pasta salad, so the base of the sauce is going to be, you guessed it, lemons and tahini. I've got my tahini in this bowl. It's a very earthy flavor, so it's gonna pair super nicely with that bright and tangy acidic lemon. I'm gonna add my lemon juice. A good tip to get all of the juice out of your lemon and to loosen it up a bit is just to roll it before you juice. I'm gonna slice my lemon. Fresh. Now, I'm gonna juice it straight into my tahini. I am nothing without seasoning, and neither is this pasta, so we're gonna add some of my favorites. Got some cumin here. Red pepper flakes for a little bit of spice. Some salt. Then a little bit of freshly ground black pepper. I'm gonna whisk this up. You'll notice that the mixture will start to seize, meaning it's gonna be a bit tougher to mix it, which is why we have a little H2O to save the day. You wanna make sure your water is cold, and we'll just add a little bit at a time until it reaches your desired consistency. See how when you add that cold water, it becomes so much smoother and also helps you get everything well incorporated. You want it to be velvety and rich and smooth. Just gonna season it to taste because that's always important. We want to get it exactly where we want it. Taste a little. So good. Add a little more salt and a little more pepper. My sauce is done. And you know what's crazy? I finished making it before the pasta was even done cooking. I mean, let's talk about saving time in the kitchen. I'm gonna check my pasta. We're gonna be a bit of a helicopter pasta parent. Go fish for one. I can't even see, I'm too short. And you want it to be al dente, meaning you still want a bit of a bite in it. You can bite it or just break into it with your finger to see. Still needs a little bit more time. I'm gonna leave it in there for a little bit longer until it's a bit more cooked through. My pasta is done. Now before I drain it, I'm gonna save a little bit of that pasta water for later. This is gonna help bind and thicken my sauce in case I need it. I've sort of been waiting for this moment my whole life. It is time to assemble the pasta. Got my zucchini and tomatoes here. I'm just gonna add my pasta straight into my pan. Look at that. And just mix this around just to incorporate the pasta in with the veggies. I want to make sure that garlicky goodness and the shallots really coat that pasta well. A rogue pasta, no problem. And now it's time to add my sauce. I mean, look how creamy that is. It's like velvety smooth. See you later. Okay. I'm just gonna coat the sauce in with the pasta really well. We don't want any piece of pasta to feel lonely. It needs to have some sauce on it. This looks good. This looks well incorporated. This looks like everyone has become besties. It's time to plate. So I know this is supposed to be pasta salad, but a little fun fact, you can eat this room temp as well. So I'm gonna serve myself a bowl. I can't not eat it right now. And I'm gonna let the rest chill in the fridge. Gotta get that zucchini, those tomatoes. It looks so creamy, but there's no dairy in it. Isn't that crazy? This looks good for me. I'm gonna squeeze a little lemon on top, just for a little hint of tartness. A little extra. I mean, she looks cute for sure. Time to take a picture. What's nice is that you've got so many colors going on. You've got the bright pop of red from the tomatoes. You've got the green from the zucchini. The pasta's like a nice canvas for all of it to sit on top of. Looks delish. Getting really up close and personal here. I don't think the pasta will mind. Okay, I got the shot, which means I need to eat. Okay, I'm going in. Gotta get a little bit of everything. Little tomato, little pasta. I'm gonna try and do this in a dainty manner. It's probably not gonna work. Okay. I mean, usually think of pasta as something that's pretty heavy, but you've got this brightness from the lemon that allows it to feel super light and refreshing. Tomatoes for sweetness, the zucchini for a little veg moment up in there. This is gonna go in the fridge. I'm gonna transfer it to a bowl, let it chill. Keeps really well in the fridge. It's also really nice to know you've got a little meal waiting for you in the fridge whenever you're hungry or just simply want a delicious pasta salad. Transferred everything to my bowl. I'm just gonna cover it. Now I'm gonna take it to the fridge to chill, and then when I come back, we're gonna make my lemon loaf cake.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/plan your vote today. The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/plan your vote today. The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/plan your vote today.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This lemon loaf cake is inspired by my parents' citrus trees in California. My dad tends to our lemon trees because he's the only one in my family with a green thumb. Or at least he tries to have one. So I wanted to make a really delicious post-breakfast sweet treat for us to enjoy together. I've preheated my oven to 350 degrees, and I've also lined my little loaf pan with some parchment paper. I did this with cute little flaps so that you'll easily be able to lift the lemon loaf cake up after it's done baking. Now I'm gonna get started on my dry ingredients. I'm using some oat flour and some coconut flour. I really like this because oat flour is nice and hearty and coconut flour is light and absorbent, so they make a really nice pair. I'm just gonna add my coconut flour to my oat flour. I'm gonna add baking powder. I'm gonna whisk everything together. Oat flour and coconut flour are both gluten-free, so if you're into that, that's great. If you're not, I promise you'll still love this recipe, but make sure you do check your oat flour package to ensure you're using the gluten-free variety. We want to whisk this until everything is nicely incorporated. Everything looks nice and incorporated, and now I'm going to start on my wet ingredients. I'm going to crack 2 eggs into my bowl. I'm going to beat my eggs until they're nice and smooth. All right, this looks nice and smooth. And now I'm gonna work on my lemons. Our star, the lemon. First, I'm gonna zest the lemon into my eggs. What's really great with zest is that it adds this nice fragrance and aroma and adds a lot more of that lemon flavor, which we love for this recipe. Okay. The lemon zest smells so fragrant and delicious. It's really gonna amp up that lemon flavor in this lemon loaf cake. I only need about a teaspoon of lemon zest for this recipe, so that should be good. Now time for our juice. Gonna roll the lemon a bit to get more of that juice out. It's really prepped for this lemon loaf cake. I love the smell of lemons too. It's so fresh. I feel like I'm at a spa. But I'm making a cake instead, which is better for sure. Okay, my lemons are all juiced, and now I'm gonna add it straight into my egg and zest situation. Mix this up until it's nice and incorporated. Now I'm gonna add my melted and cooled coconut oil. Mix that up. To sweeten this recipe up, I'm gonna add some maple syrup. I like using maple syrup here because lemon is so tart and acidic and maple is warming and really just delicious and golden, so I find that it's a perfect match made in citrus heaven. A little vanilla extract. Little splash zone for the vanilla extract, no big deal. And finally, we're gonna add some coconut sugar. The coconut sugar sweetens this up even more, which we love for this lemon loaf cake recipe. I'm gonna just add my dry ingredients straight into my wet. Now I'm gonna fold everything together. You just wanna fold everything in together really gently so everything becomes nice and incorporated. You will know when it's done, when the batter is thick and sticky. We're looking pretty cute, to be honest with you. Just gonna transfer this batter into my prepared loaf pan. We're just gonna smooth the batter out in the pan, make sure it's evenly distributed. And because we're a fun kitchen here, we're gonna add a little more coconut sugar on top. Just for a little extra sweetness. You don't have to do this. I think you should do it. Okay, sad news. We do have to allow this loaf cake to leave us for a little bit. It's gonna take a little journey in the oven for 30 to 35 minutes until the edges are nice and golden brown.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is cooled for about 20 minutes, and because I love being prepared, as you know, got these cute little flaps, which will allow me to just lift it straight up out of the pan and get to slicing. Which I'm gonna do right now. I'm gonna slice right into it. I am one of those people that loves a corner piece. Give me all of the corner pieces, all of the edges. That's my jam. I mean, you can't resist. I know you can't. Don't tell me you can, because I know you're not telling the truth. It's pretty. Get a couple slices on my plate. No, I need a third for sure. I need a third. Okay. You can totally enjoy this solo, but I'm just gonna top it with a few berries, just for a little extra sweetness. Goes nicely with the lemons too. I mean, I think it's ready for its close-up. The berries add that nice pop of color as well. Got a blackberry out of place, excuse me. So pretty. I cannot wait to eat this. All I really need is a cup of coffee with this. That would really pair well. JP! Make my day, why don't you? I'm ready. Now I'm ready to eat this. Okay, I'm gonna get a little piece of the cake, little berry. That is good. It's a lightly sweet. Goes perfectly with the berries. The lemon adds that nice zing, that tartness. Maple is like that golden, warming, delicious taste. Don't let your coffee live without this. Whew. Hey guys, super busy, cooking up a storm, but I have something exciting to tell you. #cooking is back, so tune into Today All Day. Okay, I got some in the oven, I gotta go. See you later.
Hello and welcome to Wellness Today. I'm Chanel Jones. We've made it to July and summer is here in full swing. This year, I've been trying to live what I call self-care summer. Making time for daily quick walks, maybe my annual checkups, also I can be the best version of myself. Summer is also the perfect time to tap into play and have a little fun. It's also the season to eat more fruits and vegetables, and why not take a staycation while trying outdoor activities like kayaking? So join me as we make our own well-being a priority and celebrate self-care summer. While many of us think of self-care as a time spent resting and relaxing, it's also important to experience all the fun that life can offer. But how can play impact our health for the better? Take a look. From kicking a soccer ball to playing a game on your phone, fun is a feeling that many crave.
Play really is a basic human need.
For Dr. Edward Laskowski, play has been at the center of much of his work.
We all need a release from the stress that we're under. We need our minds to be free, to be innovative, and to be creative.
Play traces its roots to humans' closest friends.
It's interesting, in the animal kingdom, we see play commonly exhibited in the ape family, how the young ones are, in essence, almost taught through play different maneuvers. I think in humans, oftentimes we think of play as reserved only for kids, but those unique advantages of play also extend to adults.
Play can come in a number of forms.
There are 3 types of play. There's social play, where we play with each other, and this could be playing games, but it may be also exercising with friends and doing stuff together. There's also benefits of independent play, which means we may do something by ourselves. We may love to do a Sudoku or a puzzle or a Wordle today. And guided plays is something that maybe we'll be instructed in a new activity. Maybe we'll get cooking together and we'll make pasta or something like that.
The impact of play, tangible and meaningful at any age.
It actually changes, it produces muscle relaxation. It can increase blood flow when it's combined with movement. Those are all good physical things that it does. And psychologically, it does a huge benefit as far as reducing stress, reducing anxiety, modifying the effects of depression, and those who have frequent play incorporated into their lifestyle.
Proving that taking time for fun can be of immense value.
When we step back, when we're given a chance to let our minds run free and play and figure out things in a different way than a job way, that all helps our whole state of being.
Now that we've seen the science behind why play is important, let's break down how we can have a little fun. We're excited to welcome someone who knows how to have a good time. Annie F. Downs is an author, speaker, and podcast host who is the founder of the That Sounds Fun Network, where she celebrates the idea of fun and helps people find it themselves every single day. Welcome to you, Annie.
Oh, hi, Chanel. Happy self-care summer.
Happy self-care summer. It's funny because I made it up literally in the doctor's office and it's become a thing. All right, so this sounds even silly to ask, but what does it mean, when we talk about having fun and play?
It isn't silly to ask because kids get it, but adults have forgotten, right? Like we just don't prioritize play and fun anymore, but we feel it in our bodies. I mean, it is part of self-care. What's true about you and I both, Chanel, is we put everything in our lives and make time for what makes us healthy, and fun is part of that.
I believe it. So if you're not feeling your best, I mean, everybody knows how to have fun if you're in a good mood and you're going to a party. Talk about some things that we can do, to find it.
Yeah, I mean, it's the challenge of holding both the joy and suffering of life and telling yourself the truth. If things are hard, that is okay, but can you also find a little fun in your day? You can do it alone. There's a lot of ways that you can have fun with what matters most to you, with your partner, with your friends, with kids in your life, with your community. I mean, there is fun really everywhere, as long as you don't think fun has to be big and expensive. If you can remember, fun can be small and quiet. Sometimes, not all the time. I'm not very often quiet, but it can be short. It can be inexpensive. It is really available to you to help you feel healthy.
I know, I was just reading that, it's important to be able to have fun by yourself. Can you give me some ideas about that?
It can end up feeling a little selfish to some people, but the reality is it makes you who you want to be. And if we work so hard, I love this quote. Someone says, if we work so hard with our minds, we need to rest and have fun with our hands. And if we work every day with our hands, we need to be resting with our minds. So because I write books and I'm like you, I talk all day long. One of my favorite hobbies, I brought it to show you, Chanel. I cross stitch. I did the entire skyline of Nashville. I'm very proud of myself.
I
it
love
just gives
that.
thing to do. Thank you. I'm very proud. It gives your hands something to do. So it can be gardening or cooking or playing a sport or working outside, just running around, doing things like cross stitch or knitting, things that are small and in your home you can do by yourself. It'll just bring you joy and get you off your phone. Scrolling is not a hobby, Chanel. We know that, right? Scrolling's not a hobby.
That's a t-shirt. Scrolling is not a hobby.
Right.
Let's talk about having fun with a partner when we get that special one-on-one time together. What do you recommend?
Yeah, I have often found for myself and for my friends that when you're with your partner, if you will just ask them, what sounds fun to you? I know that sounds really simple, Chanel, but if you say, what sounds fun to you? And then you ask them why 3 times, by the time you get that third why, they're actually telling you something about self-care and about their heart and about their childhood. And so you can kind of say, man, I didn't know that was important to you when you were little, or I didn't know that mattered so much to you. You said you wanted to play basketball, but what I'm hearing you say is that was a hobby you and your dad did together and you really missed your dad. In every city we live in, there's things we haven't explored, right? So keep it local, keep it interesting. Look online and look and see what restaurants everybody else is eating at that you haven't tried yet. And kind of being an adventurer in your own life is so fun.
It's like marriage therapy through fun. Let's talk about friendships. Even for me especially, you know, a lot of us have younger ones, and so we're so busy by the time we do work and try to connect with our spouses and try to connect with our children. Our friends sometimes fall by the wayside. So what's your advice for how to stay in touch and build in fun with your friends?
This is going to sound way too easy, but the reality is you just put it on your calendar. And then the fun thing is what ends up happening when you put it on your calendar and you get in a group text, all of a sudden you're going, what are we going to do? Well, what sounds fun to you? And all of a sudden this actual deep conversation happens among friends and you go, I didn't know that mattered to you. Yes, we will do that. And by the time that thing on the calendar gets here, you know your people better and you're getting to have fun together.
And I think you're right. I've even noticed with my friendships, just through planning something far off, it's just the day-to-day thread sometimes where you can stay connected, you know?
Yes, and it just makes you feel more like you. It does for me at least. And that's what we're doing. If we're looking at fun as part of self-care, we're going, how can I be more like me and a healthier version of me after this summer? And one of the ways is more connection, and fun breeds connection.
I love it. All right, so finally, let's talk about ideas for your kids and how they can have fun. Sometimes it can feel like another job, but you've got 3 things here. You've got a soccer ball, a Frisbee, and I'm not sure what this is. It's a towel?
It's a blanket.
A blanket?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a picnic. It looks like a picnic blanket.
Yes, that's exactly right. I'm telling you, those are the 3 things I keep in my car all the time. I brought it here with me. I keep those in my trunk all the time because anytime I'm with kids, I'm not married yet, don't have kids yet, but they are all over my life. And if I'm with kids and suddenly they can throw a Frisbee, I want to be ready. And so when it comes to kids,
you know what? That's so good.
So fun. If you will let them lead, if you ask them what sounds fun to you and they say, I would love to go jump in a creek, and you go, all right, we'll figure it out. It may be messy, but if you will let them lead, kids are going to take you to fun almost every time.
I love it. Sometimes adults, we just need to let go a little bit. Good advice. Thank you, Annie. Annie's book, Chase the Fun, 100 Days to Discover Fun Right Where You Are, released August the 2nd. Thank you, Annie. It was nice to talk to you today.
You too. Go out and have some fun while you have self-care.
Cheers to that. All right, coming up, a nutritionist shares tips to eat more fruits and vegetables. And later, a quick upper body workout that will help you find your confidence this season. All that and more just ahead on Wellness Today.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/plan your vote today.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. The most recent American dietary guidelines suggest that healthy eating includes consuming a variety of fruits and vegetables, as we all know. So with summer in full swing, a lot of popular produce is in peak season across the country. So if you're hoping to take advantage of this and increase your fruit and vegetable intake, we have registered dietitian Vanessa Rossetto. She is here with some tips and some yummy recipes to make it easier, something you can try today when you get home or if you are at home. Hello.
Hi, nice to see you.
So I think most people know we should be eating fruits and vegetables, yada, yada, yada. But can you give us really quickly just a better understanding of the benefits, what we underestimate?
Yeah, fruits and vegetables have antioxidants, they have vitamins, they have minerals, they help with your gut health. There's a lot of fiber in fruits and vegetables, so that helps to keep you full. So if you're looking for a lot of bang for your buck when you're eating a meal, you always want to pair it with a fruit or a vegetable. Right. I think people think it's all or nothing. Like, I have to eat only plants in order for me to be healthy, and that's not entirely true. It's just like, let's look for ways to incorporate it at most meals. So it's really easy to get them in at breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and you don't have to roast, broccoli and, turn your oven on. You could just simply slice up carrots like I do with my kids. And so they're not going to eat roasted, slaw or anything like that, but they'll grab the carrots and put it on the side of their protein, and that's the vegetable that they're eating for the day.
All right. So with that said, let's dig in. The beautiful part to me about this season, you get to try fruits and vegetables or things that are in season that maybe you normally wouldn't try.
Yep.
So what should we start with? This looks yummy.
Yes, it's grilled romaine.
Grilled romaine. Okay.
Yeah, I work with some really great people who've taught me this trick, which is take the romaine, put it on the grill.
The whole thing?
The whole thing, a little bit of olive oil, salt, pepper, lemon juice, and it's just a fun way to eat lettuce. Like, the lettuce doesn't have to be dry. You don't have to put rice wine vinegar on it, and that's it. You're not relegated to misery just because you're eating a green.
There's nothing else in there? That's really good.
No, there's nothing else in there. Parmesan cheese, shaved Parmesan will take things to another place.
So wait, take the what's on there again?
So when you're grilling the romaine, it's just olive oil. Finish it off with some lemon juice. Then when you're making your meal, right, here's some rice. I got some chickpeas for some extra protein, and then some shaved Parmesan on top. It just gives it a different flavor profile, and it makes you want to eat it. It's not dull and dry.
It's a healthier choice, but it's legitimately yummy.
Yeah.
So you don't feel like you're depriving yourself.
Exactly.
That's good. All right, so next, what's this next one? You want to do this one?
The frittata. Yeah, so the frittata is the go-to on a Friday because the kids are always at the pool, at camp, they're eating pizza and all these things, so it's not like they're not enjoying their summer. Sure. But you go out and you buy these vegetables because they're in season, and you're like, oh, I'm going to try something new, and then the week goes by and you didn't use it.
It's true.
So it's really easy to just crack 12 eggs, put that in a bowl, whisk it up, get whatever the spinach or the broccoli that might be turning and isn't going to be good the next day, and just bake it in the oven really quick. And then I'll chop up any kind of onion and broccoli and maybe some zoodles and bell peppers and a little bit of balsamic vinegar, and we have dinner that night, and we probably have breakfast the next morning.
You can save it. Yeah. It goes well in the fridge. Yeah. Wasted so many vegetables.
Yeah.
Just forget that they're there.
Yeah, you and everybody else, and or they just don't know what to do with them, right? So a lot of times I tell people, don't be afraid to buy frozen vegetables or frozen fruit. It really minimizes waste. They're allowed to ripen to the peak, and then it's minimal processing, flash frozen. So then you just take what you need when you need it. You can, store it for the next time, and it doesn't go bad right away.
This is good. All right, so this one, we should put the recipe on the website. What is this?
So this is just a bunch of vegetables that, are always turning in my refrigerator. Because, it's like, oh, I'm going to buy these 6 red bell peppers, and then I'm going to make my husband go down and grill them, and then that never happened.
What's in there?
Yeah, so it is red onions, because red onions takes everything to another place that I love so much. Different types of peppers, right? Some zucchini, you shave them really thin, some balsamic vinegar, a little olive oil, done. It doesn't.
Is there goat cheese or something?
The goat cheese is on the.
Oh, that's why I was like, what is this? Because it all works together.
But it all works together. But that's the thing. You don't have to make it complicated. You have these things already in your house. So just chop and serve.
Vanessa, that's really good.
Good.
Okay, last but not least, a lot of us like to throw kebabs on the grill.
Yeah, so what I will do is, because I love pineapple, I'm still thinking about the pineapple that I had in Maui in 2006 on my honeymoon. And so I will get a pineapple, chop it up, I'll make the kebabs. Grilling pineapple brings out like a different kind of sweetness. And also the same when you're doing red onion or eggplant or tomatoes, it brings this sweetness to it that's really fun. And so you'll have that, and maybe you're gonna have it as an appetizer, and I'll put out nuts, my favorite pistachios that are salt and vinegar pistachios. Try them, they're delicious. It gives a different flavor profile. Sometimes I will, grill up some chicken, and then maybe tomorrow I'm gonna use these kebabs with my chicken and make a different kind of chicken salad. And then I don't need to have, extra lettuce. So there's just always some quick ways for you to have really fun and different foods that are plant forward that don't take a ton of time for you to make.
Honestly, this is a good segment just because we know we're supposed to eat fruits and vegetables, but we get in a rut when it comes to figuring out what to do with them. And like you said, we don't want to be in the kitchen all day.
Yeah.
So look at this table, everybody. These are all things that we can do. Thank you so much, Vanessa.
Thanks for having me.
These are really yummy. By the way, there are so many easy recipes that make fruits and vegetables to starve any meal. So I'm glad we did this. Just go to today.com/food for breakfast, lunch, dinner. We have inspiration there. Thank you, Vanessa.
Thank you so much.
All right, coming up, hitting the pool or beach, use dumbbells and resistance bands to strengthen your arms for a better swim. And later, take a trip down the Hudson River in a kayak. That's right after this.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicki has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one?
You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. As temperatures heat up, we're showing off our arms in tank tops and sleeveless dresses. Fitness expert Stephanie Mansour is going to demonstrate easy exercises that will tone our upper body and inspire some confidence throughout the rest of the summer.
Hey everyone, I'm your trainer Stephanie Mansour, and right now we're all enjoying the best parts of summer, plus all of the outdoor activities like swimming, biking, and kayaking. So today, I'm gonna take you through a few easy exercises that you can do to strengthen and tone the upper body and the arms so that you feel good and strong in your summer tank tops and your sleeveless dresses. You can use dumbbells or resistance bands for these moves. I'm gonna show you how to use them both. Let's start with bicep curls. Now, we're gonna pick up the dumbbells here, and I have 3-pound weights, but you can start as low as 1 pound, or you can go up as high as 7 or 8 pounds. So starting with your feet as wide as your shoulders, pull your abs in, softly bend your knees. We're gonna externally rotate the arms and move into a bicep curl with external rotation. We keep the elbows hugged in towards the side of your body so that we maintain proper form without getting out of alignment. We do 10 of those with the dumbbells. As an alternative, we can do 10 with the resistance bands. So standing on the resistance band with your feet as wide as your shoulders, externally rotating the shoulders here and the arms, holding those handles. Exhale, curl up towards the shoulders and lower. Now, what's great about these resistance bands is you'll feel resistance on the way up and on the way down of every single movement. Now, next, I'm going to show you an overhead press, and this is a great move to work those shoulders and help make them look nice and sleek. We're going to start with the weights as high as your ears here in a goalpost position. Pull your abs in, exhale, press the weights up over the head, and come back to center. So you want to make sure that you can look forward and see these weights in your peripheral vision. Now, you might be asking, okay, that's great, but how can I do that exercise with resistance bands? Let me show you how. What we're going to do is instead of stepping on the resistance band with both feet, we're going to step with 1 foot forward, 1 foot back in a staggered position. Pull the abs in, bend the front knee slightly, hold on to the resistance band handles at your ears. This is ear level in that goalpost position. Exhale to press up and inhale lower. For the tricep kickback, we're going to lean forward, abs in tight, and hug the elbows up towards the sides. As you have the elbows bent, you're going to exhale and extend the arms back and then come to center. Make sure the upper arms are not moving. The upper arms are nice and stationary here as you're reaching the dumbbells back as if you're trying to punch the wall behind you with the tip of the dumbbell. Now I'm going to show you from the other side too. Leaning forward, hugging those elbows in. This is our starting position. We exhale, press back, inhale to center. Now we're going to do the same motion with the resistance band, but instead of making you go get a new set of resistance bands, use the one with your handles, but have the handles hanging here with your hand underneath the resistance band, holding onto it at your chest. Use the other hand here with tension on the band, and then exhale to straighten the arm down, inhale to bend it. Exhale, straighten it down, inhale to bend. The next exercise, a lateral raise. So again, we're going back to those shoulders. So pick up those dumbbells for the dumbbell version of the lateral raise. Stand with the feet as wide as the hips, abs in, knees softly bent. We're going to exhale to bring the weights up as high as the shoulders. Great. And then inhale, lower down. We can also do this with the resistance band. So what we're going to do is grab the resistance band, step on it with both feet, and then we're going to open the arms out to the sides as high as the shoulders and lower down. And notice we've got that tension again on the upward motion and on the downward motion. All right, the last exercise in this upper body workout is V for victory. So we all want to feel victorious this summer and every day. So we're going to start with the feet as wide as the hips. Hold those dumbbells down at your hips. From here, we're going to lift the weights up into a V as high as the shoulders and lower down. Good. So I've got my palms facing each other on this because it's more comfortable to hold on to the dumbbells this way. And I don't want you to have to use your forearms or any other muscles to do this aside from the upper arms and the shoulders. Now we're going to lift up the resistance band to do this, and watch as I hold onto this resistance band with a different grip. So standing on the resistance band with your feet as wide as your hips, hold the bands down at your hips. And then with the palms face down, we're going to lift up to that V and lower down. Good. Lift up to the V, relax the traps, lower down. So we do 10 reps of each of these. We repeat the entire series for 3 times total. And I promise you, if you do this routine every other day for a couple of weeks, you are going to notice a major transformation in your arms, and you're going to feel so strong.
Thank you, Stephanie. You can do each of these exercises for 10 reps and do 3 rounds for a complete upper body workout. And it's never too late to get moving. In fact, join the Start Today community on Facebook to find others just like you who are getting stronger each day. Coming up, Donna shows off an easy staycation exercise that's perfect for the whole family just ahead. Stay with us.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one?
You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's a can't miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers.
Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Welcome back to Wellness Today. The best part of summer is the adventures, and oftentimes there is one right in your own backyard. We are joining Today contributor Donna Farazan as she goes on a relaxing kayaking journey down the Hudson River.
I kind of immediately feel like I'm on vacation.
Yeah, exactly. You feel like you're in the Caribbean and you're only 20 minutes outside of New York City.
There's more to do in Sleepy Hollow than hunt for the Headless Horseman.
Wow, this is gorgeous. Look at this. Can I dip my toe in?
Absolutely, absolutely. Feel the water
This is the
temperature.
first beach of the season, Mike. Whew. A little chilly, but refreshing. Why should kayaking be on everyone's list this summer?
It's the memories. Memories that you get to experience with family, friends. It's a team-building activity.
My guide, Mike Napoleon, has led kayak tours with Hudson River Recreation for the past 4 seasons.
I always kind of introduce people to paddling sports as a lazy man sport. You want to do minimal effort to get as far as you want to go and then get to your destination and enjoy it. The water conditions are everything. You always kind of want to know your scenarios and know what you're getting into before you go.
After I got my life jacket on securely, Mike showed me a few paddling basics before we hit the water.
So if I take the center of my paddle here, I throw it right over my head, and I use that as my middle point, and I make 2 boxes here, one right here, and then another one with this arm. I now know that my elbows are right at 90 degrees, so now I can take my paddle, and I know the optimum placement for my hand.
Okay.
Big thing is, it's a sweep stroke. And the reason I say that is because it's really easy to remember that you're almost trying to sweep the floor, and that's gonna actually help me nice out and wide, and actually help me to actually turn the boat.
I feel ready for a total body workout.
I hopped in the cockpit.
All right, you all set?
I already love it. I could just sit here. We have to paddle now?
Well, that's part of the fun, but we don't have to go too far. It's all about enjoying the paddle.
I feel like I'm the star of my own movie right now.
There you go. Look at you cruising now. I'm gonna have to catch up.
Come catch up, Mike.
Full speed ahead.
And anyone can give this sport a try.
Kayaking's for everyone. I mean, all ability levels, all age groups. There's adaptive kayaking where there's special equipment that's involved. So it really has made the sport very inclusive and very adaptive too. Now as we come around the bend here, we have a fantastic view of the Tappan Zee Lighthouse, a great view of the Tappan Zee Bridge. There's something about being on the water, being able to just reach out and touch it. It's cleansing.
Oh, it feels really good. I will say the other great thing about this sport is that I really am only thinking about what I'm doing right
Exactly.
now.
You're in the moment.
Present. The water is crystal.
The water is beautiful, the
Pristine,
perfect
clear.
temperature too. Couldn't ask for a better day.
What's your favorite thing to do at the end of each kayaking session?
I mean, obviously, are some nice tacos and a cervezas.
Tacos and a beer?
Absolutely. That's the way to go.
I had a great time, and I think we have one more thing that we need to do.
Do you?
Yeah. I have a little something for you. Thank you for being such a gracious host. Now it's time for my favorite part.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Cheers. Great paddling with you.
Great paddling with you, to kayaking, to a
The
new
views.
zen that I need, and to the views.
Absolutely. Cheers.
Thanks to Hudson River Recreation for guiding Donna's trip in Sleepy Hollow. Well, thank you for joining me to embrace the joy that I call self-care summer. I hope you feel inspired to have some fun, eat a little healthier, and move in ways that makes your body feel energized. And to use this summer to prioritize you. I'm Chanel Jones, and we'll see you next time on Wellness Today.
It's part of the current cultural conversation. A hashtag child-free lifestyle, which has more than 270 million views on TikTok. The U.S. birth rate decreased by 4% from 2019 to 2020, making it the lowest number of births since 1979. And 44% of non-parents ages 18 to 49 say it is unlikely that they will have children someday. Even celebs like Mary J. Blige have weighed in about being child-free.
I like my freedom. I like being able to get up and go and move and do what I want to do. I don't want to have to tend to someone all the time.
Now that I'm 30, becoming a mom isn't supposed to be a far-off stage of life. The once taboo topic of infertility has become a dominating and important conversation. But it's also created a fear that's taken space for the initial question, do I even want kids? To find out, I got a little help from some new friends. Candace Bushnell, she's the 63-year-old author of Sex and the City who opted for a child-free lifestyle. Ty Beauchamp, this 44-year-old media maven and entrepreneur, decided to freeze her eggs in hopes to have children one day. Susana Madrigal, by day she runs an advertising agency, but the 48-year-old especially loves her title of mom to daughter Annalisa. Together, these ladies are helping me find my way.
I'm so happy to have this conversation with you all, and I really want it to be just as raw and open as you want to be. I think it is going to start a lot of conversations beyond this and help a lot of people out, including myself, to be quite honest with you. I'm a little bit taking advantage of the resources I have to be able to culminate all the knowledge and make decisions for myself moving forward. How would you define being a mother?
Definitely not what I expected, but what I tell my daughter all the time, I'm here to be her protective guide through life. So whatever pitfalls or whatever shortcuts I can offer her, I'm going to tell her the truth about it and be here for her. I'm going to tell you what you don't want to hear, but I'm going to hug you at the end of it, and I'm going to tell you that I love you.
I'm not a mother yet. I am a godmother of 7. I would define motherhood and being a mother as giving, loving, something I look forward to, even though, quite frankly, at 44, there are question marks about whether or not I'll do it. There are certain parts of me right now at 44 where I'm evolving and also resolved. Like, how much of my life do I really want to change?
It's something that you're thinking about doing.
Yeah.
I mean, when I was 43, I'd just gotten married. My husband was 10 years younger, and I suppose we could have had kids.
Yeah.
He said he didn't want to have kids. I said I didn't want to have kids, and we never ever talked about it or thought about it again.
Wow. I've always desired to be a mother. Like, honestly, my best friend from childhood, I'm still best friends with now, will say that I talked about motherhood more than I did being married. I was told to focus on my career, and that's what I did. I forgot that you have, if you want relationship, you have to invest in that too.
Yeah. When I was in my 20s, it was the early 80s, you were somehow going to have it all. You were going to have a career, you were going to be married, you were going to have kids. Meanwhile, nobody had any idea, like, what does this career really look like? What does it really require? Because nobody had seen their mothers even doing it. You know, I mean, my mother worked, she started her own business, but you know, if you, like, a woman having a career was like, oh, keep that really quiet. We don't know anybody who does that. That was one of the things that was one of the driving forces of Sex and the City. Being a single woman in her 30s and hearing everybody tell you if you were a woman, and when you turned 35, it was like the light switch went off.
Having a 28-year-old daughter, there still is a buzzer when it comes to the scary 35. She doesn't know if she ever wants to have kids, but just the possibility. She's like, do I have to find a boyfriend right now in order to, have that, because that society still pushes.
So I froze my eggs at 35. I think the narrative that we've told ourselves about leaning into the career and leaning heavily into one area or certain areas of our lives and not putting the investment in the other areas. And that's what I would have done differently. We have to think about our lives holistically. And if you want return on the investment, you have to invest in it. And it doesn't mean that the investment is always going to yield. It's a risk, right?
I do think of life sort of as you can't talk about the personal without talking about the professional if you are in a career that you love and that you dream of. And so for me, I have spent so much time on my career happily, but it's only now that I'm starting to get into dating, sort of. I mean, I've had boyfriends in the past, I've had serious relationships, but I do think that now I'm sort of starting to think about my personal life as something I kind of need to conquer.
Yes.
In a way, as opposed to it just being there and being fun.
Relationships are still in the forefront. Yeah. Love is still in the forefront. I don't think that you give that up just because you choose to go, and focus on your career. But now I see there's more strength behind it too. They're not dating someone just to have a boyfriend, because like in the 80s, where it was like, oh, I need this. It was just expected when we were growing up. If you got married and had babies right away and got your career, then happiness and joy was the reward with that.
Right.
And that's not true.
You already know you have so many options. So as you're considering the options of who you date, when you date, how you date, think about your life in this totality. Like think about it and not be like fear-based around it, not like have it like, give you anxiety, but think about what are those things that I imagine for my life? And what are the things that I want to imagine for my life for a lifetime and not just for a season?
When we first met and I told you my age, you said, freeze your eggs. That was the first thing that you said, freeze your eggs.
I say that to a lot of people and they're like, you just met me? I'm like, do it. I want younger women to have options and to know what their options are, whatever it is you decide for yourself. When I did it, it was about $17,000 of an investment in total. I spend $1,200 a year to preserve the eggs, and it feels like a worthwhile investment to me.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. It was Leslie.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's a can't-miss summer on Today.
They are walking strong, elegant, and pretty easy to prepare.
How to cut costs on your vacation? Vicky has the answers. Every single thing you need for the best summer yet.
Only on Today.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
If there was a scale of hope and pressure, where do you fall on that scale?
I'm accepting, and I don't feel pressured. There are certain things about my life I don't want to change. I just flew in from Aruba. I can do that with not having a child. If I have children, it takes a lot more resource in order for me to live my life the way that I like. I have learned that the longer you wait, the more comfortable you get with what you know. And what you know is what you will tend to lean into. It becomes a lot more difficult to change your mind and your thinking and to unlearn all the things that you've learned.
Well, and that's part of the societal norm that we sort of need to assess.
I was a lock-up key kid. Yeah. I mean, all of us had our little, necklace key, and it's like we were taking care of ourselves. I was cooking for my brother. It was just like, where were mom and dad? They were working. My mother was doing the best she could with what she knew at the time.
Absolutely.
And she's grown so much, and I'm so proud of her, and I love her to pieces. I was deathly afraid of being disappointed and burdened like she was. And I didn't want to make somebody else feel that way because I didn't like feeling like a burden, you know, growing up. I don't like babies. I don't like Cabbage Patch Kids. I never played with dolls. I never liked kids. I had to take care of my little brother. And so I was deathly afraid. And so when I did find out the first time, I was married and I was taking my pills, you know, diligently, and I got pregnant. I ended up getting an ectopic pregnancy. When I spoke to the doctor next, you know, he says, well, your chances of getting pregnant again are nil to void. And I thought, I knew it. I knew I was not meant to be a mother. I was right all along. And so I throw away my birth control pills, and a month later, I'm pregnant again.
You were meant to be a mom then.
I don't believe in coincidences. Of course not. And I felt that I was being offered this challenge for a reason, and it was something that I needed to explore. And I didn't realize it, but I started to feel the icicles melt off my heart.
There's a recent Pew study that came out in 2021 that said 44% of adults between 18 to 49 who are non-parents have said they are likely to not have kids. Why do you think people are talking about this more?
You don't believe that?
You don't believe that. Why?
Tell me why.
Right now, over the age of 50 it's like 85% of women have children, which is huge. The more women who can have children do have children.
Because of the options, maybe?
I don't know if it's because of the options or if it's because of, you know, it's I don't know, difficult to live socially unless you do have kids. I mean, is it really a choice if almost every woman is having a child? I don't know. Is it societal? It's interesting.
As the creator of Sex and the City, you created these characters, 2 of which never had kids.
I am so sick of these people with their children. I'm telling you, they're everywhere.
Was that just something that you didn't think twice of because it sort of emulated yourself?
It was really about a time when women were putting off getting married and having kids. They're your Sex and the City years, you're with your girlfriends, then they're the reproductive years when that's where you are. You're thinking about
I'm like
having a house, a partner, children. All of this is just really about technology that allows women to delay child birthing options.
One of the things that's interesting is I think that the career years have lengthened. I think the growth of, you know, women in the workplace, we're earning more and we extend those years. And so now being in my reproductive years at 44 is a little late, quite frankly.
To me, it seems so normal.
Does it seem normal?
Yes.
Only because I froze my eggs. Only because I froze my eggs, though. The career years are being lengthened and the reproductive years are coming later without the science and the technology and without the financial resource. Then you're left wondering what happens if you didn't think about it earlier.
Also, the landscape has changed.
Yes.
It used to be, oh, she's a working mom, she's a stay-at-home mom. Oh, she decided to have a career. I love that now. I mean, we get to choose whatever flavor of life we want that fits us.
I do feel like most women want to have kids, and if you want to have kids, you should be able to have them. But also, we shouldn't tell women that the only path to happiness is having kids.
Sure.
Or not having kids.
You know,
if you want it, do it. If it fits right for you, then do it. Just be genuine and be authentic and just go with it.
The actual choice of becoming a mother is something that so many people are now finally, I think, feeling the freedom and almost the bravery of being able to talk about that, because I think that, for example, Mary J. Blige just recently said on her decision to not having kids, she said, I like my freedom. And when I read that, I was thinking about that because as a 30-year-old living alone, I have a lot of freedom. In thinking about this choice, I realized, wait a minute, I fear that freedom will turn into a void for me. In realizing that, I kind of am leaning more towards, oh wait, maybe I do want to have kids. Maybe it's not a societal pressure that I feel, but let me reflect on that.
I think that that's powerful. And I that's one of the things that I absolutely love about social media and the conversations that we're having. It goes back to the options, but the reality is that every age we're always going to be evolving, which is why I say, as you take in this information, as you assess, as you evaluate, as you say, okay, this is what I'm thinking right now, why not create as many options for yourself as possible? When I started to share this story of me freezing my eggs, it was not standard, and especially for a Black woman to talk about it. I can't tell you how many people said that they read the article in Essence, or they saw me on the cover of the New York Post, or whatever, talking about this before Facebook. I wanted women to think about their options. It wasn't because you have to do this. Just know that there are options out there for you, and I love that you're considering what those options are.
Time goes on, I think we'll have more and more time and more technology to decide whether, when, how we're going to have children. I mean,
I agree.
It's, you know, a lot of people on TikTok at 30 years old saying, oh, I'm not gonna have kids. You know what? Give them 10 years. I promise you, half of them will have kids, because it's something that it's life, you know. Life happens to you when you're not looking. It's like, I fell in love, or you know, it's like people do kind of grow up and evolve.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state.